We got this works.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And you do, Adrian.
Yeah.
Hi, Jamie. Can you hear me?
You hearing anything there?
1 2 1 2 1 2. It's connected in. Lights are shining.
I'm talking to you, Jamie. We've got two lights. We've got the red and the green light.
Right. Okay. Well, he's just popped off for a decaf or something. So I'll get him to get onto that. Maybe the ISDN box seems to be working, but maybe we're just lined up to the stream at the moment. So does he needs to dial into Leeds, yeah? Well, if you stay on the phone, he's just making his way up the steps. So he'll be here in 20
So the names at the end here
So you're enjoying the hot seat?
Trafalgar Square end. Oh, you're a diamond, you are, mate.
Good man. All right, Doige is just.
Thank you so much, my friend. It's very kind of you.
And the Peace Home Park. This is the Peace Home Park.
Peas home.
My apologies, my fault. I've written the thing down the wrong way around. Oh, sorry. Right, I'll be there right in a sec. Cheers.
You tell me.
Tell the
Sheffield,
bloody
didn't you?
number, yeah. I thought it was because it becomes farcical.
I think Ed Seaborn came all the way from Gloucester, didn't he, for a one-dayer?
Yeah.
That is... Oh, that is bonkers. Did he go back the same night?
No, we stopped for a night.
Who's that?
He's one of my very good mates.
Well, it's funny, he was making all sorts of different hand signals towards you as he walked away.
He's out for the Ruby Murray tonight.
Is it?
Yeah, are you staying tonight?
No, I'm going.
Oh, right.
Where do you live, Nasser?
Leeds.
All right. How long did that take on the train? Sorry.
It took half an hour to York and then another 50 minutes from. It's actually, I thought it'd be worse than it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad. Maybe it's because it's just the first day.
The connection in York is good. Do you drink alcohol? No, it's a really good pub inside the station. So if you did, it's well worth having a time between the trains to have a pint.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah, cheers. We've now got the right line down, look. No, just let me answer your questions.
It's too much to do.
Because I've looked up there earlier in the campaign. I've got to dial Leeds today, tomorrow, and Sunday, but Saturday I've got to dial.
Well, fortunately, our engineer is sorting me out for my updates into Kent. So.
Do you have this door shut? It's shut will be good with the wind. Yeah, thanks. Good morning, welcome from North Marine Road for day one of Yorkshire versus Sussex in this county championship match. Adrian Harms of BBC Sussex, myself, Jonathan Doige of BBC Radio Leeds, and also David Townsend and Nasser Hanif, your team for the first 2 days. And the news is that Yorkshire have won the toss and on doing so decided to put Sussex into bat, or decided to bowl, whichever way around you prefer that. There is, of course, the return of Johnny Bairstow to the Yorkshire ranks. The first time Johnny's played for quite some time, the early part of last season when he played a couple of matches, and just his 10th match for Yorkshire in first-class cricket since way back in 2016. So doesn't play that often. It's one to enjoy. He decided he liked the keeping gloves, and so he's doing that. Johnny Tattersall stepping aside. And he's got to bat at number 5, we're told, when Yorkshire get their opportunity. But first of all, they've got to try and get some Sussex wickets in very windy conditions. It is a very, very stiff breeze here today, much more than your normal, in inverted commas, sea breeze. Yorkshire's lineup: Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, James Wharton, Will Luxton, who gets a go today, having got a century in the recent 50 over competition. Then Johnny Bairstow, Johnny Tattersall, George Hill, Matthew Revis, Ben Code, Dan Moriarty, Jordan Thompson. Good morning, Harmsy, and Harmsy will give us the Sussex side.
Yeah, morning to you, Doige. Sussex side, Haynes, Hughes, Clark, Alsop, Cole, Simpson, Hudson Prentice, Carson, Robinson, Hunt, and J. Devon Newcat, who's making his first appearance of the season. He's the other Sussex overseas player alongside Daniel Hughes, who's opening the batting, the Australian.
Not quite a top of the table clash, but top versus third. And here's Ben Code down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end to bowl the first ball of the match, which is punched away through extra cover past the diving Jordan Thompson, and a positive start for Sussex.
Oh, a lovely shot, wasn't it, Daniel Hughes, just drilling that away through extra cover. He's been in terrific form, Doige. I mean, he came as a replacement for Cheteshwar Pujara and played in all the T20 games, apart from when he'd hurt his hand in one. Top scorer in the country in T20 cricket, and announced yesterday that he's going to be back next season for all the championship games and all the T20 as well. So it's been a real coup for Sussex to get Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, very good start for him. Left-handed as he takes this next delivery and just pushes it this time with soft hands to Jordan Thompson. Yorkshire with 4 slips in place. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth is at second, Finlay Bean at third, and Tattersall has moved in at 4th slip rather than gully. Will Luxton at point, Thompson at extra cover. Looks like Dan Moriarty at mid-on. James Wharton at mid-wicket. And away down to our right, that is in fact Dan Moriarty at long leg, as it's Matthew Revis at mid-on, as this lady's delivery is left, and is another dot. It's an okay crowd so far, but I'm sure people will come in as the morning goes on. The forecast originally was a bit doom and gloom for both days 1 and 2, but much improved now, and I think the rain coming from the west that was forecast in a deluge is kind of thinning out and fizzling out before it hits news. So we've had just a spit or spot earlier in the day, and that Code comes in, and that's punched into the offside by Hughes and fielded by Thompson, but he can't prevent the single. So 5 on the board for Sussex early doors. It looks a nice straw-coloured strip from this distance. Even with the overcast conditions, it can look green here at Scarborough when the cloud comes in, but they generally play well. There'll be a little bit of extra bounce as usual. It felt pretty firm out there in the middle to my foot.
It did look a good track. I wonder what was behind the Yorkshire decision to bowl first, Doige, because they think there might be a bit of bounce first thing, or
I think maybe
bit of nip?
Maybe overheads, maybe a bit of nip. I would imagine Adam Lyth, who of course plays his club cricket here, has done for many years and has been successful for Yorkshire with the bat here as well. I imagine he'd have been saying, "Come on, we need to bat, forget the overheads." That tends to be the way of things, as that is pushed out square on the offside, dot ball. And of course they won the match here against Gloucestershire earlier in the campaign, when apparently the team had pretty much decided between themselves as a collective that they wanted to bowl first. Adam Lyth had been banging the batting drum, and they lost the toss and were put in, and then Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean put on a record first wicket stand in first class cricket for Yorkshire, 300 and odd. Here's Code. Oh, good delivery. Gone. He's got a wicket early doors, Ben Code. First over of the match, and the first delivery faced by Tom Haynes sees him turn and tail towards the pavilion, because Sussex are 5 for 1.
Well, it looked very out from here, didn't it, Doige? And it just didn't look as if Tom Haynes got forward, really. I mean, he looks desperately disappointed. He's walking off very, very quickly. I wonder whether he thought he got a little inside edge on that, Tom Haynes, but he's gone. And Tom Haynes gone without scoring, and clearly a big blow for Sussex, losing an opener in the opening over. Brings out another left-hander, Tom Clark. Just see Tom Haynes' reaction as he makes his way up. It's been a long way to come all the way up here and get a first baller, Doige.
Yeah, disappointed. Ben Code coming round the wicket there.
Was that first ball?
It was his first ball,
yes, it
wasn't
was.
it? Yeah. It wasn't coming around the wicket, my apologies. It was coming over the wicket. But yeah, really good start for Yorkshire. If you're going to win the toss and bowl here, you have to take wickets. And the first session is usually the key. It can often be the key to the day here, Harmsy. If you're batting and you have a bit of a disaster early doors, you can soon see yourself losing 5 or 6.
Wow.
You've got to bat well usually morning session, and then usually it improves as the day goes on. So that's always that bit of a dilemma for the captain winning the toss is, do I say we can weather the storm here? Well, they've got a decision, but that's not to say that by lunch they'll be on top. There's a long way to go yet. Jordan Thompson is going to open the bowling from this Peasholm Park end of the ground on his return to the ranks, having been, of course, taking part in some of the 100 games, and Harmsy will take you through this over.
Well, it's Tom Clark. There are 3 Toms in the Sussex top 4, and they're all left-handers, and here's the second of them as Thompson is in with 3 slips. Bowls to Clark, who edges that through the slips. Now, it was short of the fielder at first slip. It wasn't a chance, but it was a very nervy shot from Tom Clark, and I think the fielder there at first slip may well have hurt his hand. He's wringing his left hand. Who's that in there?
George Hill.
It was short of him. But he's picked up a couple of runs as Clark, who retakes his guard, having played the shot. In fact, the scoreboard hasn't changed. I thought they'd gone through for a couple of runs, but the scoreboard is still showing 5 for 1. As Thompson wheels around in front of us, a few more sort of leaden skies making their way towards the ground, but Thompson is in, bowls to Clark, who lets this one go with an exaggerated leave outside of the off stump through to keeper Bairstow. And there is no run, so 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg all the way down in the distance. I mean, the gap between the 2 sides, Doige, is 27 points. So, from a Sussex point of view, they'll be thinking, if they could avoid, I'm sure they want to win the game, but just is it a little more important for Yorkshire to win this game?
Oh, definitely.
Sunshine across the greens in Oles, firmly to mid-off where it's fielded by Matthew Biss. And there is no just joining morning. Yorkshire in the toss, something to put. As Doige was saying, the weather forecast earlier on, it would really not. There's a brisk wind, and things if there is any showers around, they'll go through. Red with Haynes McKinley. Thompson run away from us, right arm. It's in Oles to Clark.
Yeah, to get that here. The wind is significantly stronger than your normal breeze. You do always tend to get him at a point on most days if it's not, throughout the day. It really is strong. So one night at the get out, little card to part of various suns. I could not get it to stay on the dashboard because I ran out to put it a wee bit away.
Comes old Dave Townsend advises us so. But now, just as we say it's raining, the sun is making an appearance. Perhaps it's going to be one of those days. No, was it? Well, you were lucky to get a parking space. I'm sort of in the middle of town, and I couldn't find a parking space for love nor money last night. As in comes Thompson, bowls to Clark, who lets that go outside of the off stump through to Bairstow. There is no run, so the scoreboard is saying 6 for 1 at the end of the over, all 6 of those to Daniel Hughes. Sussex haven't been asked to bat this morning. Most of the cars were parked outside the hotel last night in a loading bay, and the lady behind reception said that's a bit dicey doing that, but eventually I did fight. But parking is limited in Scarborough, isn't it? Or certainly I found that was the case last night. But,
yeah.
But got somewhere in the end. But I agree with you, it was blowing a hoolie when I got here last night.
You should have just played the Do You Know Who I Am card. DT plays that one regularly when he arrives in Scarborough.
I think most people, when I say that, say, so what? Never heard of you, mate.
Yeah.
Which is perfectly fine.
So 6 for 1, Ben Code. That's a lovely delivery, which is on the rise. And sees Hughes just having a little push at it, wide of off stump. I think I said that he bowled round the wicket. Then I said over the wicket for that wicket in the previous over. And then I corrected myself. He's definitely bowling round the wicket.
And it's there is some heavier cloud, isn't there, drifting in. But anyway, we shall see.
Yeah, it's pretty grim overhead. As you say, there's a few spots of rain. But the forecast suggested that while it may be raining in Leeds, on its way between Leeds and here, the 75 miles, it will be thinning out to virtual non-existence as that is turned into the leg side by Hughes, who will pick up a single square. So, yeah, it's fizzling out, and that was corroborated on one of those, trolley pulley things But he decided to pop up anyway and say hello to everybody on the first day of the cricket, because a lot of the people who stay there are here for the cricket.
Yeah.
Morning everyone, hope the breakfast's okay. He said, I think you'll get plenty of cricket in today because the weather that's supposedly coming on from the west is thinning out and virtually non-existent by the time it gets here. Or hopefully non-existent, as that latest code delivery is pushed into the offside by Tom Clark, and there is no run.
Just looking at Adam Lythe there, I mean, he's having to sort of virtually hold his cap on. I mean, you and I went out for the toss, George. I mean, I couldn't believe just how windy it is out there. Really difficult for the bowlers.
Well, I know you had to make sure you got some extra stickability in the dentures, didn't you, to make sure they stayed in before you went out there?
Yeah, and the wig.
Oh, I didn't like to say that bit. Here's Code, wide on the crease, and that ball angled in, just straightens. But an easy enough leave for Tom Clark. And one of the keys here as a batter is leaving the ball on length. What Adam Lythe in particular did, and then Finlay Bean really picked up and went with during that 300 and odd partnership against Gloucestershire, was the ability to leave a ball that might be going challenging your off stump, but on length. And it's not as easy for opposing batters who don't play here that often to pick up, but the good ones can do that. Here's Code, and this time it's fuller in length and pushed into the offside by Clark, and there is no run.
This is real examination for these, not so much Daniel Hughes, who's inexperienced players, but players like Tom Clark. I think, Paul Farbrace were looking and think this is what it's all about. If you're going to get into the first division, you're playing against good bowling. These are the games you want to play in Doidge, aren't you? These are the games where you want to make your mark and show that you're really up to the task.
Yeah, Code in once again, and Clark having to play at this pushes it just to the straight side of mid-off, and Thompson can't get round to field. They get a single, and that will complete Ben Code's second over. 8 for 1 on the board, 7 of them to Daniel Hughes, and Tom Clark with the other one. Crowd continuing to make their way in. An early, I think we should get in an early promo for tonight's big quiz. It is a question of sport, Yorkshire CCC, lads v dads. So Johnny Tattersall, Yorkshire captain, George Hill, Ben Code and Finlay Bean are the 4 Yorkshire players and their respective dads. So Kevin Hill, Martin Bean, Richard Tattersall and Ken Code are going to take them on in a bitter rivalry, head-to-head question of sport just up the road tonight, Harmsy.
Jordan Thompson in bowls. Clark lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Do we have to take part in the quiz, or do we watch?
You're watching, but there is there's an opportunity to take part in part of it.
Right.
And there's also some questions for the audience at the break.
Right. Okay.
DT is the adjudicator. He will have the final word unless I have a word after it.
Okay.
As the quizmaster.
Why doesn't that surprise? Are you the quizmaster?
I'm the quizmaster. I've written all the questions.
Have you?
I'm asking the questions, yeah. There's been a real war of words on social media between the respective teams this week.
Right.
Talk about bitter family rivalries and all of that. Some real stuff. To be honest with you, I couldn't publish half the stuff that I was told for the quotes because it was a bit close to the knuckle, to be honest with you.
Are they all cricket questions?
I mean, when the lads start talking about the dad's false teeth and zimmers and stuff like that, it's a little bit naughty, isn't it? As Thompson's in, that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Sorry, it's your ball.
That's all right. Is it all? Are they all cricket questions?
No, it's a general sports quiz.
Right. Okay.
There's all sorts of stuff.
Right. Okay. So I might sit there and make a note of how many I get wrong or right, and then compare at the end. We shall see. Thompson.
So 8 o'clock start, so I get there for 7:30, 7:45ish, £2.50 is just a nominal charge on the door for the hire of the room.
Does that go towards your fee?
There's the usual bar and nibbles and that sort of thing. It should be a great night, so hopefully people will turn up if they're here and listening.
Thompson in bowls to Clark, who drives. Nice, that's a lovely shot by Tom Clark, who's a really fine player when he gets going. A lovely extra cover drive, and obviously I'd love to see left-handers play that shot, Doidge. Beautifully played. He goes to 5 and Sussex. No.
Here, so couldn't quite get it around the marquee last year.
Do you remember a question of sport when I was trying to think of some of the presenters. I mean, Billy Beaumont used to present, didn't he? He was one of the team leaders.
Yeah.
Gareth Edwards.
Gareth Edwards, yeah.
Back in the day.
Emlyn Hughes.
Yeah, crumbs, Emily Hughes forgot him. It's raining now. As in comes Thompson and Bowles. Clark lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. It's actually raining quite hard, and the umpires are going to have a little natter, and they've decided that we're going to have to come off for rain. There's some really heavy cloud away to the west side of the ground, and it is raining quite hard. But hopefully not for too long. Hopefully this breeze is going to blow the rain away. But spectators at the far end, at the Trafalgar Square end, are sort of reaching for coats and people, umbrellas up around us, people trying to get out of the way. Dorji's pulling in the effects mic. Yeah, who else was there? So Gareth, yeah, Emily Hughes, that's a great shout.
Emily Hughes, Gareth Edwards, Bill Beaumont. I think before that, was there not somebody like Cliff Morgan right in the early days?
Yes, there was Cliff Morgan, you're quite right. Yeah, crumbs, that's a really good shout.
And then subsequent to all of those, of course, Willie Carson.
Was Willie Carson a team
leader? Yeah, he did it for a while, yeah, in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after that, in more recent years, of course, you had your Matt Dawsons and people like that, didn't you?
Phil Tufnell.
Did Tuffers do it? Yeah.
Yeah, Phil Tufnell. I mean, and it's who am I to say? But I always thought it was a cracking programme. You know, what happened next, and the picture gallery, and I don't know when it started. I'd imagine mid-70s, maybe.
Early 70s, I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
But it was quite a thing to be on A Question of Sport, wasn't it? You know.
Yeah. Very much.
Yeah, was David Coleman a team leader or was he a presenter?
He was a presenter. I think the original presenter was David Vine, and then it became David Coleman.
Right. David Vine used to present a programme called, do you remember it was Quiz Ball, I think it was called.
No, but he was a great presenter, wasn't he, David Vine?
Yeah, I think it was called Quiz Ball. The sun's out and it's going to be one of those days.
Yeah.
Do you want me to make way for a minute for this gentleman?
Yeah, we'll bring in Bill Mustoe. I'll just turn your mic off, Harmsy. There we go. We'll bring in Bill while we've got no play.
Welcome to sunny Scarborough.
We'll let the lads get the introductions out of the way while we carry on on our live radio broadcast here. And when he's got his cans in place, we'll reintroduce you to the man who's, I think he's just had just about every job here at Scarborough over the years. He's sold ice creams, he's sold coffees, he's made the sandwiches in the tea room, he's baked cakes, he's emceed events, he's been the chairman, and of course now he is the president. Bill Mustoe. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Dorji. It's lovely to see you again in sunny Scarborough.
You too. Sunny Scarborough with a little bit of precipitation, but hopefully it shouldn't last too long, should it?
I don't think so. That's the forecast, so hopefully they'll be right. But it's good to see you. A nice full box here. Talent abounds.
Yeah, well, now that you're in, it does. Yeah, so it's great to have you on board to raise the profile of the broadcast.
I'm not wearing all the regalia today because I thought I'd feel overdressed if I came in here.
Yeah, that's, Harrington, it's kind of 70s style, and that would have been sort of your era, wouldn't it? Quadrophenia, you've been down in the 60s, down at Brighton on,
That was later. Very good.
So what are your thoughts initially on this one? Because I've got DT alongside saying not a good decision to bowl first in these conditions. I think the wind will negate things. What do you think about the toss?
I think I'd have probably done the same, DT. I'm sorry about that, oh boy. I can understand why they've done it, but it's a difficult one. But I mean, it's a big game, isn't it?
Huge game.
Terrific game. I mean, we've got Sussex, who top of the league, and we're third. Very, very important game. So hopefully we'll get 4 days out of it.
Yeah. You'll be at the quiz tonight, of course. I know I don't need to sell that to you because you will be there with. I'm not sure actually whether you're going to be sporting a dad's or a lad's scarf around the neck because you want the lads to do well during the day here, but tonight I'm thinking that your loyalties may lie with our older friends.
Well, yes, I think that's probably true, actually, Dorji. What do you think? Now, somebody you've had in the box at York, you had Bumble.
Yes.
Wasn't that a pleasure to listen to Bumble? We miss him,
Yeah, it was good fun. You never know. He may reappear at some point in the not too distant future.
Well, I'm hoping so.
We're working on that. He does have commitments, of course, with Lancashire. I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does day one of Lancashire Championship games.
You know, and I think he and Angus have said this is one of their favourite grounds.
Well,
Scarborough.
it just isn't. Is it not everybody's?
Well,
Somebody asked me at the start of the season for a cricket paper preview of the season.
yeah.
You know, where do you enjoy commentating most? And I said, if they get the blinds sorted out, it would have to be Scarborough.
Well, you won't need them today, Doige, will you, really? It's unlikely the way it's looking, but we did our best for you.
There may be other plans, actually. I may have other plans to get some
I
professionally
understand you
constructed
get some,
ones in.
well, that would be good. Yeah, that would be really nice. But, you know, people say, what is it about Scarborough? And I think the first thing you have to say is it shouldn't be here, should it, really? It's on a cliff.
Yeah.
And there was a fantastic photograph in the Times this week showing the ground and the sea behind that had been taken during the Sussex, the Essex game. And it was magnificent. And people ask me that, and they've asked me that for years. And I don't know whether it's what it is about the atmosphere. Is it the amphitheatre? Is it the fact that everybody's close to the action? And, you know, I think it's the people. The more I think about it, it's the people that make it. I mean, we all know there's, you know, W.G. Grace, the great granddaddy, played here. Bradman played his last game in England here. And you think, and Lehman got his 191 in the 45 over competition, fueled on champagne.
Yeah.
From the previous day.
Oh, dear.
These are all sort of, it's those sort of memories, and it's people, you know, it's people like John Dodds, the groundsman. He's going to have his work cut out today with this weather. But he's won the Outgrounds award from the ECB 6 out of the last 11 years. I mean, that is staggering. We've got a lady, our catering manager, Louise. She makes 1,600 scones and dozens of cakes which are sold in the tea room. I mean, it's those sort of people that make the ground what it is and give it the atmosphere. And of course, the commentary team, which is legendary, and was, I mean, you know, your predecessor, Dave Callaghan, what a great guy. He set me up a few times, though, I have to say that. I got calls quite regularly from Radio York to say, would I do the 7 o'clock news, and in the morning this is, and the 8 o'clock one, and I'd turn up at 7. They said, Callie will be with you, don't worry, Callie will be with you. Turn up at the 7, and for the years he never came to the 7 o'clock. And it took me about 3 years to work out why, because the hotel that he was staying at didn't serve a full English before 7 o'clock. And you think, yeah, it's these sort, it's, you know, it's the people that make it.
Well, of course, it became wherever.
Key, DT. I did actually mention earlier this season that WG had been here, and then I went on and talked about Dickie Bird, and I said jokingly that Dickie said more until afterwards. Dickie came up to me and said, I had 2 guests come up to me and said, did you really play with WG Grace? And it's kind of, that sort of gone on a bit. But, you know, it's people like Dickie who come every year. They're terrific. Although, you know, we're missing somebody today. Although, you know, we're missing somebody today. I don't know whether you probably haven't noticed, but one of the best cricket writers in the country, Mr. Waters of the Yorkshire Post, is not here today because he's recovering from a small foot operation and he can't come across. But
I think you've nailed it there, William.
Nailed it. He will, you know, he's fine, and it's a good one, Deutsch. It's one of your better ones, actually. That probably. You're obviously on the up. It's yeah. So I mean, he can't come, and he's been coming for 20 years, and it's the first time he won't have come. So we wish him well. Hope he's on. We've also got a birthday boy.
Go on.
the golden voice, and I think you gave
Is
him
he?
you gave him the title. I think
I did give him the title.
Yeah.
I didn't realise today was his birthday.
His
Howard
birthday
Ferguson,
today.
many happy
Howard
returns.
and Ferguson, wonderful job. You know, PA announcer does it at Headingley, does it here, does it at Lord's. I think he's good, and it's his birthday. I'm told he's 48.
And what better way to celebrate than to announce to all the public in here that there's a quiz tonight taking place at the Scarborough Railwayman's at 8 o'clock. I'll get him to do that later on.
Yeah, I think you should. I think he'd do that.
I'll buy him I'll buy him a bottle of water out the press box fridge because he wouldn't want to drink while he's on the job.
No, he wouldn't. No.
But he's just got a beautiful voice, hasn't he?
It is the golden voice, and he's such a nice guy. So congratulations to Fergie for his on his birthday. That is terrific.
So the latest, by the way, cricket folks, is that we have no play at the moment because there was a shower and they've taken them off, the players that is. The covers are not taken off, they're on. The rain is not currently falling. The umpires have, while Bill was having a chat there, just been out to have a word with John Dodds, the groundsman, and done a bit of an inspection, but they haven't decided to take the covers off yet, which I suggest means that there's probably a little bit more rain to come shortly. But it doesn't look like there's large quantities because the full covers have not gone on. That's the good news. And I think it's only really for this morning session, and then things should get better as the day goes on, Bill.
The forecast when I came before you, I might add, at 8 o'clock this morning.
Well
I don't
done,
think you were in. I was in.
Yeah, look, you're trying to. You think you've got the bragging rights there, but we all know that's just because of your age. You can't sleep on a night, so you're actually crawling the walls at 4 o'clock and thought, what can I do to get out of the missus's hair here? I better go down to the ground and pretend I've got something to do. We know that, Bill.
Doiger, you're so perceptive. You've actually nailed the whole thing. So yeah, it was all good stuff, but it didn't look as if it was going to rain later on. So it was. I'm hopeful that the crowd. We got a decent crowd when I came over here. We were sort of well over 1,000. So that's improving.
Now let's talk Scarborough Cricket Club because of course we relaunched the West Stand to great fanfare last year.
Yeah.
There's been hints and talks that there may be other cricketing things happen here in the coming years. Is there anything you can throw any light on for us at this stage in that respect, or is it still very much clandestine?
I think it's still work in progress, and I'm not being defensive. I think a lot depends on what's going to happen over the next few months at Headingley. We've got Colin Graves, Chairman of Yorkshire, speaking at the Members' Forum tomorrow at 9:30, and I'm sure he'll have things to say. But it is incredibly difficult. We have, as you know, an 8,000 plus stadium here that's in really good nick, and it is attractive, but it's difficult to keep things going. And I think you have to say that COVID put a damper on things, and then unfortunately the last 3 years with Yorkshire have not been helpful in terms of commercially. So I think that puts everybody under pressure, and we'll have to see what happens. But Colin Graves is a very skillful businessman with a great track record, and his vice chairman Philip Hodgson is also that way inclined, and things are obviously starting to happen with new people coming in, people leaving.
I know there are probably 5 of us in this commentary box who would love to see the return of what we could properly claim would be a festival. Is that ever likely to get any closer again to happening?
I think that's going to be a difficult one. I think the problem is there is now so much cricket in different competitions played, whereas historically the 10-day festival was at the end of the season, there was nothing else going on, and the people who were organising the sides happened to be England selectors, and if you got a call as a cricketer to come to Scarborough at the end of the season, and
you were going to take it.
you're going to take it, and they did. and that's why all of the great players who've ever played the game have been here. So I think it's going to be unlikely given the current structure. And I think the other thing that happens is that the 100 competition has actually had an impact on outgrounds for the 50 over competition. It's the same month, so people like Adam Lythe, who Scarborough lad, who's England player, done well, they don't come, and so in effect, what the 50 over competition is a second 11 plus. Now you can argue that develops young players, and that's a fair argument, and I wouldn't do that. But commercially, people want to come and see Bairstow, and it's great to see Johnny Bairstow. I wonder what he thinks of the mural on opposite us at the moment, because I don't think he's been here since 2016. So, I think that's quite good. It's on a Airbnb building, so it's nothing to do with us, but I'm sure that was a nice surprise for him anyway.
Yeah, we've giggled about that a few times. It might be a question for him if we do happen to speak to him on a post-day interview during the next 4 days. Anything else you can tell us before we let you go?
No, I mean, I think that it's always a pleasure to see all of you. It's great to see Sussex here. We've got a speaker at the dinner tomorrow night, John Barclay, who's former Sussex captain, and we're looking forward to that. Properly educated Doige, educated at Eton.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Now, I know that'll be a strange thing to you and I, but...
Well, Eton's usually just the few crumbs left on the plate as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, I realise that. No, I'm probably in your camp on that thing. So, it's been good, but it's lovely to see you all here, and let's hope that they'll be out shortly, and we can have an entertaining game over 4 days, please. That would be nice.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, a bit of rain might, just help to string that out just that little bit. I can see that the suits over there, there are only 2 or 3 outside the marquee at this moment in time. Only a handful of deck chairs have been opened, and only one gentleman daring to sit in it, and even he's now moving himself out. So maybe you're on call now to go around there and regale them with some tales of Musto Derring Do on a cricket field.
Yeah. Well, most of them I've got from you, Doige, so it's so you can take credit for that. Yeah.
Listen, great to have you once again up
care.
in the comm box. Thanks for coming up. We'll let Bill go and do his presidential stuff. The rain, the ground staff, they're so good here. They've got it spot on. The rain is coming back again, so they were right not to get back on the field, because no sooner would they have got back on than they would have been coming off again. And hopefully this will be it for the day. Thanks, Bill. So we'll take a little breather ourselves while we wait for some more cricketing action, but the crowd beginning to disperse at the moment because this is coming down a little heavier than that first little shower did. And we'll pick things back up once again when play resumes.
Well, welcome back. The good news is that just blow everybody's eardrums out. The good news is the weather has cleared for the time being. I'm not entirely sure that we're done with the rain because there's some very heavy cloud around the ground. But the good news is we are going to get underway. We've only had 4 overs so far today. I'm Adrian Harms. Very good afternoon to you. Delighted to be joined by Dave Townsend next to me in the commentary box here at Scarborough. And it's going to be Ben Code who's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, coming into bowl to the left-handed, well, they're all left-handers at the top of the order. Daniel Hughes, who lets that go outside of the off-stump, taken by Bairstow. No run. Good to see you, Dave.
Well, thank you very much, Adrian, and good to see you as well. And a little bit further away than we were than when we met last week, sort of 280 odd miles or something.
Yeah, we were down at Hove, weren't we, for a 50-over Sussex against Essex game. Yeah, so it's a long way for Tom Haynes to come all the way up here and get out second ball. In comes Code around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes defends down into the offside, and there is no run. It's my first visit to this lovely cricket ground. I've heard so much about Scarborough, so delighted to be here. And let's hope, because there was a decent, I mean, a lot of people are still sort of, getting their lunch and just sort of trying to keep somewhere reasonably dry, or have been. But it looked like a decent crowd. I don't know whether it's I understand this ground gets packed.
This is a small crowd,
Right.
Understandably.
Yeah.
Today.
Code in 4 slips, and Hughes lets that go outside the off stump. One thing I would say, since 2 or 3 hours ago when we had the toss, and just to bring people up to date, Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bowl first, is that really strong wind seems to have abated a little bit.
Yeah, and bowling first is now probably a good thing to be doing. I was thinking earlier, buffeting about. It's difficult for bowlers, isn't it? Especially when they're running in as well, to just get the balance right when there's a strong crosswind as there was. But it's good bowling conditions now.
Code around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who clips this nicely down to a fine leg and picks up a single. Does Daniel Hughes? He goes to 8 and Sussex to 13 for 1. The man out, Tom Haynes, who was pinned LBW in the first over, just the second ball that he had faced. And then we had 3 overs after that before the rain came down. Nothing. It didn't rain particularly hard, did it, Dave? It was more sort of nuisance value, to be honest.
It was, because they didn't actually put the side covers on. They had obviously had the pitch covered and the bowlers' run-ups covered, but for a long time they didn't put the bigger covers on.
Code in bowls to Clark, who lets that go, gets the back gloves high out of the way. The ball goes through to Johnny Bairstow. I thought that was the end of the over for a minute, because Adam Lythe wandered towards the far end of the ground as if to say that's the end of the over, but it clearly isn't. And what has happened is that the umpire at the far end, I'm not sure whether that's umpire Lungley or Middlebrook, is just looking where Ben Code is placing his front foot, making sure he's not running down the line of the off stump. But he seems okay for the moment. And Code makes his way in, bowls, and again Clark lets that one go outside of the off stump. End of the over, the first over since the resumption, and Sussex are 13 for 1. Hughes on 8 and Tom Clark on 5.
It's been miserable old weather, hasn't it, last couple of days here? I don't know when you
I came up last night. It was blowing a hoolie when I got here last night.
Cold as well, which is not good. You always get a breeze here because it's by the sea, but it was definitely a sort of 2-sweater jobby last night. But that breeze seems to have dropped right down now, and one or two. Mind you, they came to the ground in the 1 or 2 very optimistic pairs of shorts.
Yeah, I saw that as well. That is optimistic.
Here's Jordan Thompson then. Starts his over, running away from us, and that's driven back past him, but I'm not sure whether he got a finger on that or not. We got something on it, just took the pace off it, but it wasn't particularly well timed.
We've got a new rotor that's just been put up by our organiser, Mr. Doige. Jonathan spent a bit of time this morning working out the rotor for the day, but of course then the rain comes and it's all changed around, so we need to rethink what we're doing. Has he got Tipex there? Is that what he's done? Do you know, I don't think anyone uses Tipex anymore, do they? But Doige does.
It's amazing. Next delivery is outside the off stump, and Hughes there looking to drive that square. Has got a thickish inside edge and it's run away down to fine leg for a single. So a little bit of good fortune there, because obviously the inside edge has evaded the stumps. And they often get that clattering into the timber. But one run more to Hughes. Usual story here at Scarborough. I've been coming many years. Adrian, probably far too many years, is always bat first. Thompson bowls, that's outside the off stump through to the keeper.
Which makes it surprising, maybe, that Yorkshire decided not to.
Yes, but it was overcast, gloomy, wasn't it? This morning it wasn't ideal batting conditions. But you think when you bat first here, there's something in it for the bowlers for an hour or so, and then if you can get through that period, get to lunch, and then you're generally away in the afternoon, and there are runs to be had. It's a very, very good cricket wicket, this one. Thompson, 44 on his back, bowls, and that ball comes back in, and just waiting there, and turns it quietly up to mid-on. We saw Tom Haynes going for a duck, as Adrian said, second ball.
Yeah.
All left-handers at the top. Tom
They are.
Clark and most of them Toms as well.
They are 3 Toms, Haynes, Clark and Allsop. And as you say, all left-handers. And then James Cole, in fact, in the top 6, there are 5 left-handers.
Oh. Thompson bowls. That's again turning to the onside. He's just turning that for the movement of the ball coming back into him.
I mean, Sussex have, Paul Fabre said at the beginning of the season they would play every match with 2 spinners. And they have. So they've got the off spin of Jack Carson and the left arm spin of James Coles. So that hasn't changed at all. It's a case of the seam attack and how that works around it.
Another reason, perhaps, why Yorkshire would have wanted to bat first, so they won't be, batting last against the 2 spinners, because the ball can take spin here. That ball again just jagging back in to the left-hander and played into the onside end of the over. 14 for 1, 9 to Hughes and 5 to Clark. Crowd coming back in. There was a decent number here. We had Bill Musto up here. He said by the time he was looking at the crowd coming in, well over 1,000 by that time, and still coming through the gate. So he was very happy with that. There'll probably be quite a few that you don't see, Adrian, when you're sitting in our box, because the commentary box, which is as Code's going to bowl, is going to come down the hill to the left-hander. We're looking sort of over the slips as he does.
He's in bowls to Hughes, who defends out into the offside. There's a howl from the infielders. That kept a little low, and Hughes played into the offside, no run.
And then you've got the press box next to us that juts out a little bit and sort of restricts our view of a fine leg down there. And then the other side, which is a good place to watch, there's plenty of terracing the other side of the press box. Well, that was quite busy early on at the start of play, so although we're perhaps not seeing a lot of people around the rest of the ground, and certainly not over there on the bleachers, because that'll be fairly damp, I would have thought.
Code in again. Bowls to Hughes, who struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces into the slip cordon, and there is no run. And also, one of the things here, people bring their own sort of picnic chairs, don't they, and put them round the boundary edge over on the. That would be the western side of the ground.
That is the western side of the ground.
Yep.
The newly refurbished West Stand over there.
So it is.
For some reason, named years ago by Nottinghamshire commentator Dave Bracegirdle as the Ken Dodd Stand. I have no idea why.
Code in and bowled. Well, Hughes, I think, changed his mind on a couple of occasions. Then he was thinking of cutting that. Then he decided to pull out the shot. Then he almost decided as if you have to play it, and the ball went through to Bairstow. Got himself in a bit of a pickle there. Did Daniel Hughes? It's a dot ball in the book, but he did seem a little uncertain as how to play that delivery.
He did. And it's where the pitch is cut over to the benches side of the ground, or the bleachers as we call them. It's a fair old long view over there from the West Stand today.
Code in again, bowls to Hughes, who's again struck. Now, I think he's been struck on the hand on this occasion, or maybe the forearm, as Daniel Hughes, and this isn't easy for these Sussex batters. Bit of bounce there for Ben Code. Just coming back to the ground, Dave, so when it's full here, how many people will be in the ground?
The capacity is about 8,000, 8,500. But for championship for championship matches, they a good crowd for a championship match is 3,500, 4,000, something like that.
Well, that's very good.
Which they would be, had the sun been shining today, I think we'd have seen close to that. And if the game's still going on Saturday and Sunday, well, I think we will see plenty of people here then, especially if obviously Yorkshire are doing fairly well at the moment. 1 wicket and a bit of movement for Ben Code. He always bowls well, does Ben?
Yes, he bowled very well down at York when we were there for the 50 over a few weeks ago. I'm talking about the sunshine. The sun is out now. As in comes Code. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Hughes, who lets that go through to Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. And there is no run. The other impressive thing about the ground, I just did a quick lap of the ground. The outfield is fantastic. I mean, it's in really good nick, and it looks very true as well. So we're pretty much all set. 4 slips in place. There's a backward point, extra cover almost mid-off, to be honest. But a mid-on. There's a fielder, I think we'd call that leg slip. As in comes Code, bowls, and Hughes is up on his toes and needs to punch that out into the offside. There is no run. Good over from Ben Code, a maiden over. And Sussex are 14 for 1 with Hughes on 9, Clark on 5. The man out, Tom Haynes, who was LBW, facing just his second ball without scoring. And if you've just joined us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio York, Leeds, and other radio stations around Yorkshire. BBC Radio Sussex, and also via the Yorkshire County Cricket Club live stream.
I think all of those, and probably BBC Sports webpage and all sorts. You can get everywhere. Thompson new over bowls, and that's left alone as a big appeal, but well, Thompson can't believe it hasn't been given. The ball's jagged back in. Hughes is it Hughes at that end, or Clark?
It's Clark.
It's Clark at that end. Yes, Hughes just going down to have a little word with him. Playing no shot.
Dangerous
but I think
game.
the ball was going over the top there. That's another thing that you're unlucky. Certainly early doors with a new ball, you're unlucky to get an LBW because there is bounce in the pitch, and you'll see when Adam Lyth goes in later, who's played an awful lot of cricket on this ground, he'll just be leaving the ball on length. And at the start of the Yorkshire innings, which may be later date, they probably be tomorrow. Play to 6:30 tonight. Thompson bowls and
crumbs.
Dear.
Did he really play on then? I think he changed his shot, Dave.
Well, he started to sort of, well, he tried to leave it, didn't he? And then didn't get his bat out of the way quick enough and just deflected it down. And Jordan Thompson's not amused. He had an LBW appeal that he was absolutely pleading to be given, but correct decision, looked a bit high, and that one there where the ball has just struck the batters, Clark was taking it out of the way and dribbled a few feet behind the stump. So is it going to be third time lucky for Thompson? Sun's out, in he comes. Bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Clark's having nothing to do with that. Thompson follows through and looks as though he might have going to be having a word with Clark, but just turns on his heel abruptly, goes back, does a bit of repair work where his front foot's landing. The sun's out and everything's good in the world when you're at Scarborough and you've had a bit of lunch and a bit of cricket going on.
Yeah, and actually the clouds look quite a bit higher now, Dave, so maybe that's the end of the rain. Let's hope so.
Yeah, schoolboy error, Adrian.
Yeah, which means it's going to hose down in about half an hour.
I don't know, half an hour later today, perhaps. Thompson bowls, that one keeps low as it goes through, and taken by Bairstow. It might even have bounced again before it reached him, but he's taking it fine. And what do you reckon to the, we're talking about the ground, what do you reckon to the Bairstow mural on the back of the wall there?
Yes,
it's advertising some double glazing or something. Yeah. I think it looks more like Fred West than Johnny Bairstow. But
I hadn't noticed it until. Is that new this season?
No, it's been here a few. I think it's been here a few years. I think it went up during COVID.
Right.
Probably the owner of the house had nothing else to do and put a painting on the wall. Thompson bowls, that's wide outside the off stump, and it brings the wicket. That's the worst ball of the over. Thompson flays at it, hits it straight to backward point, and well, Yorkshire have got their second wicket, and that was, it was a good over, but it was, well, really should have left that alone, and we were still only talking about the 8th over of the innings, aren't we, or the end of the 8th over of the innings. And Clark has gone, he's missed out, he's gone for 5.
Well, I was saying 2 or 3 hours ago when the game started, I was talking about Tom Clark and saying about an opportunity for some of the Sussex. He's 23, Tom Clark now, so he's not that young, and he's played a lot of first-class cricket. But I'm sure he's being looked at here by Full Far Brace. You know, if Sussex get into the First Division, which, you know, who knows, they may well do. You're wanting players who don't play shots like that, and you know, he's a good lad, Tom. He's a nice lad, but I have to say, that's a really poor shot, and he'll be very disappointed to get out to that.
Especially early on, the first hour or so, but work your way in. Just I've flashed at it, backward point. Will Luxton, just a very simple, straightforward catch, and well.
You just can't afford to
14 for 2. The league leaders in a bit of trouble here, Adrian.
They are. And just as I said, the weather was clearing up. There's some really horrible cloud drifting in now. So
a schoolboy mistake.
So that really was a schoolboy. But a schoolboy mistake by Tom Clark as well. As I say, as Dave was saying, he survived a big shout for LBW, but that's a poor shot. And I don't think...
when you've been in trouble a couple of times in the over... I thought that was the last ball. It wasn't. It was only the 5th ball. You know, you get a ball out there and, well, bad up in the air, let it go, and you're away.
Yeah.
So Thompson bowls to the new batsman, who's forward and pushing back down the wicket. This presumably is Tom also.
Yes, it is.
And that's the end of a wicket maiden for Thompson, and he took the wicket with the worst ball he bowled.
Yes, he did. Yes, the new man in is Tom Alsop, who was selected to play in the 100. I was delighted for Tom that he got a chance to do that. Very quietly spoken, Tom Alsop, very good hockey player. Born in Wiltshire and originally spent the early part of his career at Hampshire, but came to Sussex 3 years ago now on loan, but that's now a permanent move and has been for a couple of seasons. And has been really good for Sussex. Got called up for the 100, wasn't picked in any games at all, and then got picked for the last game where he scored 41 out of 100, I think, for the Trent Rockets. And that was the last game. They've been knocked out by then. He also made 157 over, and I suspect that wasn't an awful long way away from the off stump, taken by a diving Bairstow down the leg side. Yes, I think it was the game. Was it the Essex game? Or maybe it was the game before that. Oh, no, here we are. It was the game against Surrey, where he made 108 not out, which was the second to last game of the 50 over. Then he went up to Trent Bridge and scored, 40 odd in the 100. And the reason he played against Surrey, Dave, because he'd been signed up to play in the 100, but wasn't playing any cricket. Here comes Code Bowls, and Hughes is playing to mid on. There is no run. And that's one of the problems. You get signed up for the 100, but if you're not in the first team, you're sitting around not doing a lot. You're probably doing plenty of nets, but from the point of view of getting any cricket under your belt, and Ollie Robinson played in that game as well, because he was also with the Trent Rockets and wasn't getting any cricket. So they wanted to get these guys back to, give them some cricket before the resumption of the county championship.
As long as the check cleared, Adrian.
Well, yeah. In comes Code and Bowles, and Hughes defends into the offside. I need to go because Doidge's back with us and he's got an update to do.
So Doidge is coming into the chair. He's just taking over briefly whilst Adrian does his update. What is Adrian off to now? He's opening the door for a bit of sound effects here.
Very athletic, Adrian, so he's heading for the outdoors.
Code bowls, and that's clipped away nicely by Hughes. He's going through mid-wicket. That's going to run out to the boundary at, well, it was cow corn really, but it wasn't that sort of shot. It was just a nice clip off his pads. That's a collector's item, a boundary off Ben Code in his early overs. And it takes Hughes into double figures. He moves to 13. Alsop not at off the mark yet. What did you make of that dismissal? It was a bit disappointing from the lad.
Didn't see it. I just saw fielder as I turned around from having my back to the cricket with the ball in his hands. I was off round to the Golden Voices position to try and get a commercial for tonight's quiz.
Next delivery is outside the off stump and through. No run.
As it turns out, apparently he's already given us 2 commercials that we've not heard.
I was going to say, I've heard at least one.
Oh, have you? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there are lots of people talking in here all day, so if you're not listening intently, then you miss it, don't you?
Is that tonight's Yorkshire supporters?
Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association.
Yorkshire Cricket.
A question of sport. Or for charity, mate.
At the Scarborough Railwayman's Club or something.
Correct.
As code bowls through to the keeper. No run. That's the end of the over. 18 for 2. You'll be asking the questions and I'll be adjudicating. So.
Yeah, for those of us who didn't see the earlier dismissal, how would you have described it?
Wide ball. I did describe it. Wide ball from Thompson. The worst ball he bowled in the over. He had a huge shout for OVW and another one that was very nearly played on. He bowled a wide one that, should have been left well alone, and he's just flayed at it. Head high catch to Will Luxton. As you, not the greatest of radio, you sort of miming how he took the catch, Georgie, but yes, with his fingers pointed up, in front of his face, simple enough for take, and he's got a great pair of hands, hasn't he? Will Luxton. Thompson starts a new over bowls, and that's driven back to him. He deflects it into the stumps, but the batsman hadn't moved. You know, some fielders, you just know they're not going to drop the catch. It's like they put their hands together. It's like a ball disappearing into a cave or something. It's never going to come out.
Yeah.
Are you a good pair of hands when you were playing back in the day?
Yeah.
Didn't drop many?
No.
Where did you field?
Mostly at slip, fielding position. I mean, barring the obvious, boot hill type positions, which I guess we've all done, because I took one full on in the head without a helmet on back in about 40 years ago now in a school match at silly mid off, which I'm sure you can't tell.
You were doing your Brian Clough impersonation.
That's obviously quite dangerous. But what would be the worst of a non-obviously dangerous position? Which was the worst one you'd fielded?
Probably fine-legged eating at both ends. Thompson bowls, and that's worked away down very fine, and it's gone all the way. So off the mark there, Allsop down to fine-legged. It does run very quickly over this out ground.
I'm going to throw in either mid-on or mid-off, I've got to say, because you, as an opening bowler as I was, you'd get thrown down to third man or fine-legged, obviously, to get a breather in and just have to go get the ball that was run down in that general direction. Not a lot of action other than that. But then you come off from your spell if you did happen to have a captain who might give you a breather, and then you usually end up filling in at mid-on or mid-off while somebody else takes over at your end with the ball.
Thompson bowls, and that's driven firmly, although off a thickish inside edge, to be fair, into the onside.
And I'll tell you why, because you never quite know, do you? Well, you never quite know how close or deep you need to be. Because you're not quite sure, the batter is reacting to the ball in a different way there to any other position. Sometimes he might have absolutely zinging drive that's coming towards you along the deck all the way, but that's easy enough to get down and stop. But he might drill one just off the deck, and he might lob one, and I thought probably not my favourite on the drive.
Thompson bowls and covered up defensively, plays back. I'll give you another reason why it's not a good fielding position, and that's because if the ball goes past you, you can't really sort of dive and let somebody else chase after it, which you can in the covers. If you're fielding at extra cover, you put in a bit of a dive and stay on the ground, and somebody else has to run back to the boundary. I used to like the gully. Because gully was you almost feel like a goalkeeper in a way sometimes at gully, don't you? Especially if somebody's bowling short outside the off stump. Thompson bowls, and that's through to the keeper. And no run. 22 for 2, as you possibly heard Adrian saying in the background. He's doing his update. Radio Sussex, and he'll be back on in a minute. I used to like gully, especially if your reaction, when you get a bit older and your reactions slow down, it's not the best place, but it's a good spot. we'll ask Adrian when he comes back on, as he's now going to 22 for 2. Thanks very much to Jonathan Deutsch there for filling in whilst Adrian updated the good folk of the South Coast. And
with the rather depressing news, I had to say, with a couple of wickets down.
Code starts a new over. Again, got that ball just angling into the left-hander, and there's no run. What's the depressing news from the Oval? Sorry, taking wickets there.
Lancashire 98 for 3. Rocky Flintoff 32 not out, batting at number 4 for Lancashire.
That's good.
I have to watch. I'm going to turn to look for.
Did you
I used to quite like fielding in the slips, I have to say. I wasn't the fastest to sort of cover or anything like that.
We just wondered, we were discussing which is the worst fielding position.
Short leg.
Well, yes, other than the obvious one. Code bowls, and now that's played at that a bit early, hit it in the out, away down to deep square for a single.
I never liked fielding as well. We had a particular bowler at our club who's sadly no longer with us, but he used to like his mid-off very, very close in, and he would pitch the ball up and attempt to get the batter to drive. But of course, if he did connect with one and you're in the firing line, and he'd say, no, a couple of places nearer, Adrian, I think, oh crumbs, I really don't want to go in there. So that was probably my least favourite position.
Sort of a semi-selfish plan for the crowd. All the vibe going on there in the gully, haven't you? With, especially in club cricket, where the odd ones drop short, and you're thinking, you've got to react quickly. And held some good catches there. The slips are good. Next delivery from Code. Nearly crept through.
I thought that kept
a bit play a bit low.
Yeah, sorry, Dave.
Late.
I thought that did keep it a bit low. When you're in the gully, because people, okay.
Watch the ball.
You have to say, watch
in the gully. You have to watch the bat in the gully. You have to watch the batsman's shot, don't you? But in the slips, you're just watching it from the bowler's slight deviation off the bat, and you'll get me talking about my catch again shortly, if you're not careful, Adrian. 23 for 2, Code bowls, and that's a push down the pitch. One of the finest catches ever taken in College Park, Dublin, on the off day between a one-day international series with Ireland and Sri Lanka. Had an evening game, the cricket writers against somebody else. And I was late 50s at the time, and it was quite dark, and the bowler was very quick and very fast edge, and just took it one-handed.
Did you put your hand up sort of for protection?
People talked about, well, when I say people talked about it, I talked about it for a very long time afterwards. Reenacted it a few times. No, it's down sort of knee height, something like that.
Good stuff. We've got a change in bowling, and it's going to be George Hill who's going to come in from this end of the ground, which is the Peashope Park end.
Peasholm.
Oh, Peasholm. I'm sorry.
Peasholm.
Get it right, Adrian. In comes Hill, coming into bowl to Hughes, who works this one through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. A little bit too short, and it was punched away by Daniel Hughes. That was a bit of a loosener from George Hill.
Very much a loosener, wasn't it? Yes, you'll hear, I don't know which days of the week, it might even be this afternoon, and they do a reenactment to the Battle of the River Plate during the Second World War, and you hear all sorts of explosions, and you can actually sometimes hear them. I don't know whether it'll be on today. Is it Wednesday and Friday, Tuesday and Thursday, something like that? They're boats with people sort of underneath them. We had this discussion recently.
Hill in bowls, huge defence into the offside. There is no. The River Plate is in Argentina, though.
Oh, yes, but there was a Battle of the River Plate in the Second World War, I believe.
Right, okay.
And you have... Well, I got into trouble last time because I got told off because I said that the people who operate the large boats, they'd be, probably 8-10 feet long, but they actually stand underneath them and sort of take them along like they've got a big hat on or something. But no, apparently they lie in them, so won't get that wrong this time.
Hill in bowls, let go by Hughes outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow, and there is no run. Still 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sussex 27 for 2, 18 to Daniel Hughes, 4 to Tom Walsop. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, and various others around the county of Yorkshire. I'm Adrian Harms, and Dave Townsend next door to me on an overcast day in Scarborough, but at least we're playing. In comes Hill, bowls and driven by Hughes to mid-off. There is no run, fielded by Thompson.
Yeah, so if you
hear some noises,
suddenly some bangs out of the back, it's a regular thing. It's a tourist attraction in the Peace-on Park itself. I saw it once. The game ended around lunchtime, and I was sort of wandering back to my hotel. Oh, I'll stick my head in there and
have a look. Hill in again, bowls, and Hughes is back and plays this into the covers. There is no run.
Mind you, for the blokes in the boat today, it'll be a bit nippy in the water, won't it? You know, on a nice hot day, you'd think it'd be.
So what they do, they get in the water?
Yeah,
wow.
then they sort of paddle the boats around. It's for kids, isn't it? You know?
I enjoy swimming, but I'm not sure I'd enjoy swimming in the North Sea, I've got to say. I'm sure there are plenty of... I mean, I wouldn't enjoy swimming at Hove. Our fellow commentator Richard Ray, who commentates for Leicestershire, is a very keen swimmer. In comes Hill, bowls. Oh, Hughes is hit on that. Now, there wasn't an appeal. I can only imagine that maybe there's a bit of an inside edge onto that, or else I think there might have been an appeal. End of the over. And this is not easy for the Sussex batters. At 27 for 2, Hughes on 18, Alsop is on 4, Haynes for a duck, and Clark for 5, already back in the pavilion. Can I tell you one thing that I really like here already at Scarborough, is that the stewards don't allow people back into the ground until the bowler has finished bowling from this end of the ground, and I'm sure at the other end, so many grounds you go to, you see people wandering around behind the bowler's arm, but here the stewards are there, and you're not allowed in until the over is finished. I like that.
Yeah, not allowed to.
2, 3 and 4, see if it's still maintained.
Right, okay. Well, I'm impressed today.
Code bowls, that's a push square of the wicket, and no run. A wicket each for Thompson and Code today, so far, 27 for 2.
This game down at Hove was an absolute belter of a game. It was all over in 3 days, but it was a game that ebbed and flowed, and at one stage it looked like as if Yorkshire were going to win, and I think it was Adam Lyth who got out, which proved to be the crucial wicket, and Sussex picked up 4 wickets at the end to win it. So if that game is anything to go by, this should be a belter.
Code bowls and played into the onside this time by Alsop. Yorkshire on the attack here. They've got 4 slips in place. The familiar 1, 2, 3 of Hill, Lyth and Bean at 3rd slip. Finley Bean. And Johnny Tattersall at 4th slip. I'm not going to call that gully, that's 4th slip. Next ball from Code again. A thickish inside edge, almost crept through Alsop. Played it out to Matthew Revis, who I'm sure we'll see a bowl from him. He always goes well at Scarborough. He's at mid-on. You're just looking up the details of that game, Adrian.
Yeah, Sussex made 150, Yorkshire made 195, then Sussex made 227. Yorkshire needed 183 to win, and they fell 21 runs short. Adam Lyth made 73.
Code bowls, and that's played firmly, but a diving Revis prevents any single.
But at one stage, yeah, I mean, Ricketts fell pretty regularly throughout the innings. 121 for 6. Sorry, 158 for 6 when Adam Lyth got out, needing 183.
Oh dear.
So there was a bit of a collapse. Thompson, Leach and Code didn't bother the scorers. And Ollie Robinson picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 42. Sussex won by 21 runs.
Code runs towards us, and that bounces a little bit outside off stump, but Alsop having nothing to do with that one. Yeah, you look on the sort of promotion battle, and this game here for Yorkshire, and next week at Headingley against Middlesex. These will be the 2 games that decide their season as to whether they're going to return to Division 1. Code bowls driven back past him, but only up to mid-off, so no run to be had there. That's the end of another tidy over from Code. He was hit for 4 earlier, which has been, as I say, he's a bit of a collector's item in his opening spell. He's
and he bowled really, really well. We had a 50 over game up at York, which was a wonderful day's cricket, and I have to say we were so well looked after by the people at York Cricket Club. It was a thoroughly enjoyable day, and he picked up 2 wickets in that game, did Ben Code, accounted for, was a much changed Sussex side, a much younger side. And that was a game where Yorkshire won, Sussex bowled out for 200, Yorkshire made 261. In comes Hill, bowls, and Hughes works this one into the gully region, and they take a single. That's a good stop in there by, who's in there at the gully? Was that Wharton? Either way.
I think it's Johnny Tattersall.
Oh, thank you. The Yorkshire skipper. Hughes goes to 19. Yeah, that game at York, Yorkshire made 261. The Sussex put out for 212. We'll have a change in the commentary box, as Dave's going to have a breather. I think I'm going as well in a moment, as in comes Hill. That's a good delivery. And beats Allsop outside of the off stump. And there is no run. Hill wanders back to his mark. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Thank you, Jonathan. Nasser Hasif is going to join us, Hadif rather I should say, is going to join us in a moment, as in comes Hill and bowls. Oh, and he beats also. Again, there's been some variable bounce here. First of all, good afternoon to you, Nasser.
Good afternoon to you, Adrian. Yes, variable bounce definitely, and a few oohs and ahs certainly in a couple of the earlier overs as well. Yorkshire looking to see if they can eke out another wicket here.
There is heavy cloud around, but there's also some brighter skies in the distance away to the west. And the wind, thankfully, has dropped, but the cloud's still moving relatively quickly across the ground. So hopefully we won't get any more interruptions. 28 for 2, as in comes Hill and bowls. And also is solidly forward in defence, plays out into the offside. And there is no run. Sussex, perhaps I don't know if you saw the dismissal of Tom Clark.
Yeah,
Nasser, it was I think we have to say, you can only call it as you said, I think it was a poor shot.
yeah, a bit of a nothing shot really. I guess from your earlier comments as well, they're relying a lot on their opener, aren't they? The experienced Australian batsman to sort of hold this Sussex batting together.
In comes Hill, also lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Bairstow. There is no run. Yes, and Daniel Hughes for the opening 7 games of the County Championship season. Cheteshwar Pujara was the Sussex overseas, who's been for Sussex now for 3 seasons. Then Daniel Hughes came in for the final 7 games and to play T20 cricket as well. T20 is the highest run scorer in the country, so he's been excellent. And Sussex have already announced that he'll be back next season for the whole championship campaign and the T20. In comes Hill, bowls also up again forward defensively, pushes into the offside. Bat and pad close together. Played into the offside. Good over by George Hill. Made over 28 for 2. Hughes 19. Allsop is on 4, which means that Cheteshwar Pujara will not be back next season.
Oh, that's a shame.
Because Jaden Seals has been the overseas bowler for Sussex, again for the opening 7 games. He was then replaced by Nathan Andrew, the Australian, and now for the last 5 games of the season, Jaden Anudkat, the Indian left-arm seamer, coming back to the side. So I'd imagine that's the sort of rotation Sussex will get. So with Daniel Hughes in the side, I don't think we'll see anything of Pujara next season.
Yeah, which is a shame because he's a classy batsman and very much a keen stalwart of county cricketers. Code comes in, first ball, next over, and it's pushed through that gully region. And the batsmen are going to cross over for a single, moving the score on to 28 now for the loss of 2 wickets.
And he's been terrific, and certainly in a period where Sussex have experimented with a lot of younger players. Not so much this season. I was saying a little earlier to Jonathan that when Paul Farbrace came in, he identified that there was just too much inexperience. They needed some experienced heads around, the Simpsons, the Lambs.
As Code comes in again, second ball of this new over, and this one again pushed out in front of him by the experienced Australian.
And I have to say, he was a wonderful ambassador for the club, Chetishwar, because everywhere that we went to play cricket, there were Indian people who would come and watch to see him play, and he always posed for every photograph, every autograph. He was great for us in terms of interviews. He was, and it's only when you have a look and you look at his Twitter handle, you know, he's got 2 million followers. I mean, it is extraordinary.
Yeah, I certainly got that impression as well when I interviewed him, and when he played in that stint for Yorkshire's. Code comes in, next delivery. And this pushed towards the leg side, half an appeal. That's not going to really affect things. And just oohs and ahs from a couple of slips there, and nothing doing.
Yeah, and it's so good when you get the overseas who do. In fact, most overseas are really, really good. Daniel Hughes is excellent. Steve Smith came for 3 games last year for Sussex prior to the Ashes. And you know, everyone who came up for a selfie or an autograph, whatever, I think, you know, he was really very good.
And it's Pujara. I beg your pardon. We're talking about Pujara's Code. I was thinking Pujara in my head. So, yeah, it's Code in again, and that ball just bouncing over the top and going through to the wicketkeeper, through to Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, and I think with Chetishwar Pujara as well, I think the key thing about him, he's very much a long format player, isn't he? For India, he plays mainly in the Test matches rather than the one day. And the T20 format, so a real stalwart of certainly of the Indian Test side. As Code comes in again, and this one again pushed out in front of him by Daniel Hughes. No run there.
Yeah, and he was so he played a bit of 50-over cricket for Sussex as well, but primarily it was county championship. Didn't play any T20 cricket. But, you know, going back to Steve Smith as well, you know, you get no end of people wanting selfies and autographs and goodness knows what. And people might say, well, hang on a moment, you know, they should pose for photos and signed autographs, which they should, of course, but it's, you know, it never turned anything away, so they were excellent ambassadors.
As Code comes in, and it's been pushed out in front of him by Tom Halsop, I beg your pardon. I said Daniel Hughes in the last ball. It's Tom Halsop facing and collecting another single, adding on to the total. 30 now for the loss of 2 wickets.
And something of recovery from Sussex, who were 5 for 1, then 14 for 2. So not a huge recovery, but 16 runs added by Hughes and Alsop. And this is all about rebuilding for Sussex. For those of you who are just joining us, Yorkshire winning the toss here today, electing to bowl first. We only had 4 overs this morning before rather sort of persistent. It wasn't heavy rain, well, only for 5 or 10 minutes or so, but it was a sort of a murky drizzle that engulfed the ground. But that's cleared away, and George Hill is running in with 3 slips, comes into bowl to Alsop, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. And now we've got a glimmer of sunshine across the ground, and fingers crossed, we're going to hopefully have. Well, I said this to Dave earlier, which was a schoolboy mistake, really. Hopefully we'll have a 4 days play. We shall see about that. But the good news is, I have to say, when it clouded over and it was raining around about midday, I thought to myself, well, crumbs, this doesn't look good, as some extra covers were brought onto the ground. But the ground staff have done a good job. And Hill is in over the wicket. Bowls. Alsop defends again out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, that sun threatening to sort of come out and hopefully make a brighter afternoon, certainly for the watching crowd.
Elsewhere in Division 2, they're underway down at Merchant Taylor's School, which is where Middlesex are playing this week. Middlesex second in Division 2 of the County Championship. They're playing Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire are 30 without loss, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first, as Hill is in. Bowls also shows good judgment, lets that go by outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Elsewhere in Division 2, Glamorgan are 61 for 6 against Derbyshire. My phone's being a little slow to update. I'm presuming that's being played at Derby, or maybe it's being played at Chesterfield. Well, I think it's at Derby. It is at Derby. Yeah, thank you for that. Hill is back to his mark. He's still got those 3 slips in place. A ring of 3, saving one on the offside. Mid-wicket and a fine leg as in comes Hill. Bowls, and Alsop plays with soft hands, plays it into the ground. The ball is fielded by 3rd slip, and again there is no run. Yeah, so Dave Townsend, the first championship game at Derby for 93 days, I presume, because prior to the 100, they presumably played a game at Chesterfield, which is, and that's that's why people talk about the schedule really being, well, we all know something needs doing. In comes Hill and bowls, and Alsop, who's good judgment here, very restrained, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow, no run.
Yeah, lots of discussions about that schedule, certainly from the top down, and I think the World Cricketing Body, the ICC, is looking at that as well, isn't it? Looking at certainly test matches and all the different tournaments to take place.
I saw that actually. I saw that actually this week. Yeah, that was an interesting article, wasn't it?
Yeah, interesting piece about how it sort of, and then plays down at this level as well, and how it impacts on here in England as well, with all the different tournaments that take place over the summer.
Hill, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Alsop again solidly behind that, plays out into the offside. There is no run. Another good over from George Hill, well played by Tom Alsop, who's setting his stall out here. He's 5 not out. Hughes is on 20, and Sussex are 30 for 2. We've had 16 overs, not that that's particularly relevant. And the two batters just having a natter in the middle of the pitch, and it looks like we're going to get a change in bowling. And I think it's Jordan Thompson who bowled 4 overs from this end of the ground. I'll try and get this right on this occasion. The Peasholm Park end of the ground. He's now going to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Daniel Hughes.
Great, yes. Jordan Thompson, another spell for him, and see if he can cause a bit more damage, certainly as Sussex look to rebuild and Yorkshire look to take further wickets this afternoon. Yeah, lots of chat certainly in the higher echelons of cricket and amongst players as well. The Professional Cricketers Association about the workload of cricketers given the tournaments that they have. Certainly an issue that's been in the press over the last week or so, if not longer, as this new over, and it's Jordan Thompson, and he's in, and this ball pitches and goes straight over the stumps.
I think one of the issues is from the players and the coaches is that there's very little time to practice between games. Now, I know some people might say, well, hang on a minute, back in the old days they used to play 20 championship games and da-da-da, but there wasn't as much limited overs cricket as there was, and it does require different skills, and I think that's the feeling, that players don't feel there's enough time to adjust from red ball cricket to white ball cricket, and in the end the product suffers. Yeah,
absolutely, as Thompson comes in again. This one left outside, and
good judgment.
Good judgment. I thought for a minute he looked as though he was going to play.
He did.
Was it Daniel Hughes? And then he sort of moved his bat away, and there was a bit of space there between bat and ball through to the keeper, to Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, he definitely did, Nasser. He was definitely looking to play that away through the covers. And at the very last minute, he just decided it was a little too wide, and decided not to play. That was good judgment by Daniel Hughes.
Yeah. As Thompson comes in, this next delivery, he bowls, and this one played out in front of him towards the leg side, just rolls across the grass and does no run there.
In fact, Daniel Hughes, he had a break after the T20s. He wasn't picked by anybody for the 100, but he did play a game as a replacement for Finn Allen, the New Zealander, for the Southern Brave. He top scored in that game, and I wonder whether he might be asked to go and, whether he was going to stay with the Brave or whatever, but he took some time out. I think he might have spent some time over watching the Olympics and having a bit of a break, but he's back for the rest of the season, and he's a very nice man as well.
As Thompson comes in again, bowls this next delivery, and played towards the gully region along the ground by Daniel Hughes. There's no run, and picked up there in the gully.
I think that's Finley
Bean.
Yeah,
Finley Hudson Prentice.
No, Finley Bean in there.
Finley Bean, beg your pardon, I'm mixing my Sussex and Yorkshire players. I'm getting my Finleys all mixed up.
Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice, who spent some time at Derbyshire, came back to Sussex a couple of years ago, and will be playing a very important all-rounders role here this week, very much supporting the three-seam attack.
As Thompson comes in again, this next ball is played out, and that sort of came off the outside edge of the bat and goes to the boundary through the gully region, and 4 more runs. Lucky 4 runs, streaky 4 runs, but they all count. 34 for 2 is the Sussex score.
Well, I have to say, had there been a gully in place, Daniel Hughes would have been making his way back to the... I think there was a little bit of extra bounce there from Jordan Thompson, which rather caught out Daniel Hughes. and it was a thickish outside edge. And you're quite right, Nasser, it went through the gully region, but at very catchable height.
Yeah. There's Thompson. Comes in again. And he bowls this next delivery, and this is played much better shot, but played through the covers and saved. And the batsman will run through for a single. And yeah, end of the over, single off the over. But yeah, Daniel Hughes lucky, a little bit luck going his way in that over, certainly.
I think it's the sort of pitch where you perhaps need a little bit of luck, and I think in general the difference between, we didn't see enough of Tom Haines because he was only out second ball, but I think what we are seeing here is that Alsop in particular is leaving well. He's very unflustered, Tom Alsop.
I think maybe it's one of those games where the batsmen have to come out, just play a little bit of time in, get used to it, and perhaps the earlier two batsmen, the earlier two wickets that we saw, the batsmen didn't really get themselves settled in. Daniel Hughes certainly trying to do that for Sussex.
He certainly is, as George Hill in right arm over the wicket bowls, and he slants that one across the left hand. It was, and Hughes again just reining himself in. I think maybe, had he had 60 or 70 to his name, he might have decided to have belted that away through the covers, but discretion being the better part of valour, he lets the ball go through to Johnny Bairstow. Good carry through to the Yorkshire keeper, who took that waist high, and there is no run. Patches of blue sky above the ground, which is very welcome, as Hill again makes his way away from us. Number 18 on his back, bowls to Hughes, who's very solidly behind this, plays down the onside, and there is no run. Interesting, Nasir, that we were saying when I was on with Dave, either 5 of the Sussex top 6 are left-handers. I'm never sure whether that's an advantage or not. The only right-hander in the lineup will be the next man in, who is James Coles, a really fine young prospect, just 21 years of age. As in comes Hill, and it's flicked away by Daniel Hughes down to fine leg. They come back for the second run. It's a comfortable second in the end from Hughes. Tom Alsop is very quick between the wickets, and he was already turning for the second, and Daniel Hughes thought, yeah, better come back, there are 2 there. He goes to 27, the total 37 for 2.
I think they do say that a mix of right and left does make it a bit more, can make it a bit more trickier for the bowlers, can't it? So to have a whole series of left-armers, perhaps it gives the bowlers that time to, get their line right. Get their line and length right.
Hill is going to change the angle of attack here. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. He's 27 not out. Hughes waits, and Hill is in. Bowls to Hughes, who defends down the track. Hill fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's very noticeable that the wind that was gusting, I walked out for the toss at 10:30 this morning. I was sort of walking out to the middle, really bracing myself against the wind, thinking how, it was difficult enough to walk to the middle, and I was thinking, how on earth can you bowl in these conditions? But since then, the wind has abated quite a lot. We've got a break in play because Daniel Hughes is having to tie up his bootlace at the far end of the ground. And the clouds do look a little higher.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly to our left, where you've got the wooden benches. It looks quite nice over there, doesn't it? Certainly.
Well, I have to ask Dave when he comes back on, because he referred to the benches, I would call them benches, as the bleachers. So he can tell us when he comes back on why. Maybe they're officially called the bleachers, I don't know. In comes Hill and bowls. Well, he beats Hughes outside the off stump. That was a terrific delivery, changing the angle of attack to Daniel Hughes. And whether Hughes had lost concentration a little bit there, I don't know, but he fished at one outside the off stump. Lucky not to take the outside edge, taken by Bairstow, no run. Yeah,
and then he attempted to pull his bat away as though... but the ball had gone past the bat by that stage. Yeah, and the sun is certainly coming out, certainly to our right-hand side, where you've got, is it the Western Terrace, I believe, on that side, or a smaller version of the Western Terrace?
Hill is in bowls, that's down the leg side, and a tumbling Johnny Bairstow, I think, has hurt his hand.
That's not good.
No, it was down the leg side. Bairstow diving across to take the ball. It wasn't a great delivery, and he's now down on all fours, Johnny Bairstow. Now, possibly that didn't hit him on the hand. Maybe that hit him on the forehead or on the shoulder, something like that. He looks in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah.
Oh, he's okay. No, he's okay. He's made of stern stuff. Is Johnny Best? I suspect, the way he's holding the back of his head, I wonder whether that maybe bounced up and caught him on the back of the head.
Caught him on the back of the head, I think.
The physio was going to come on, but now the slip fielders are saying, no, you go off physio. I think Adam Lyth is saying, yeah, you're not needed. He's fine. And the physio gives Johnny Bairstow the thumbs up, and Bairstow responds with a thumbs up. And I think we're okay. Yeah, I think it was an awkward bounce. I think maybe the ball grazed the back of his head. Either way, Johnny Bairstow is okay.
He's back and up and running.
38 for 2. Hughes 27, Allsop on 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be Thompson is going to continue his spell, and he's going to be bowling to Daniel Hughes, the Australian. Very much the backbone of this Sussex side as Thompson comes in. First delivery, new over. And this one is played towards the leg side, and it's not going to pierce the field because it's good bit of fielding there.
Yeah, it's Matthew Revis out there. Very good stop to his left-hand side. Tall man down very quickly.
And no additions to the score, so it's Sussex 39 for the loss of 2 wickets. So Daniel Hughes, the Australian's in there. 28 for him, and Tom Allsop on the other side, he's made 5. And this is a crucial game, as keep on saying, don't want to keep repeating ourselves, but it is in the context of this second division. All pretty tight, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, Sussex have got the march on everybody at the moment, but that can change very quickly.
Thompson comes in, bowls its next delivery, punch towards the leg side, squarish, and they'll run through for a quick single, and they'll get the quick single as the throw came in over.
Shocking throw, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Lyth, in the end, the ball ending up in Lyth's hands.
Yeah, there was just a misunderstanding there, wasn't there? Allsop clipped it onto the leg side. It was in front of square, so it was his call. But I think he set off and wasn't quite sure that Daniel Hughes was coming. In the end, there was a comfortable single because Revis needed to move quite a long way to his left at mid-wicket to field.
Yeah.
And the throw was a little wild anyway, but I think Hughes would have comfortably made his ground.
As Thompson comes in, this next delivery. And this one is played beautifully through the covers, attempted through the covers and fielded again, and there's going to be no run.
Well, I thought for a moment they'd have gone away for 4 runs, and in fact, Jordan Thompson slipped over as he delivered that delivery, but beautifully struck by Daniel Hughes. And again, there is
the sound that we got was really.
It did. It sounded like it was right out the meat of the bat.
Didn't it? So certainly he's middling it. Certainly should have his eye in. He's been the man in form in this game so far.
I'm finding. Oh, here we are. I'm just looking in the Test match. England 62 for 2 now.
As Thompson comes in, this next delivery. And that he definitely played outside the off stump, and then afterwards he waves his bat in anger, I think, towards himself, and saying, why did I play at that shot? The ball going through to the keeper. And all it needed was a faint edge, and he could have been heading back to the pavilion there, Adrian.
I just wonder whether that was almost born out of the last shot that he played, where he looked to drive the ball through the covers and didn't pierce the infield. And perhaps getting slightly frustrated, Daniel Hughes, but he's experienced enough to know that it's really important for Sussex that he stays there, because this isn't easy against this very good Yorkshire seam attack.
Yeah, it's Thompson in again. This next delivery. It's played out in front of him, much better shots by Daniel Hughes, leaving this one alone.
Yes, England 63 for 2 in the Test match. Duckett for 18 and Pope for 6, the men out. Dan Lawrence going along very nicely in an unusual role as England opener. He's 30 not out, replacement for Zach Crawley, who broke his finger against the West Indies a few weeks ago.
That's going to be Jordan Thompson to continue this over as he comes in past the umpire, and this next delivery, that pitched and bounced well over the shoulder of the batsman, and in fact it's been signalled as a no ball.
Well, Thompson fell over again. That's the second time in the over that he's gone absolutely flying, Jordan Thompson. I don't know if he slipped or whether there's a foothold there or something. He's surveying the bottom of his boots. And I wonder if he's going to pace his run. Well, he's just scratching away now, which won't please the groundsman too much.
No.
Doing some work at the far end of the ground. But he came hurtling through Jordan Thompson, and for the second time in the over, completely lost his footing and ended up in a heap in the middle of the pitch. I think you're staying on, Nasser.
Yep.
I'm going to take a break at the end of the over, so you stay on as in comes Thompson bowls and Hughes plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over, 42 for 2. Hughes is on 28, Alsop is on 6. We've got to change around into the commentary box, and Jonathan George is going to be with Nasser Hani.
Thanks, Harmsy. Just been out for a sit down. Back of the Peasham Park end of the ground. It's quite warm actually now. It's warmed up a little bit out there. Not quite as blustery as it was earlier, but there's still definitely a breeze, and we're going to see Matthew Revis breezing into the Yorkshire attack for the first time in the match at this Peasham Park end of the ground. 42 for 2. There might have been a little bit of negativity about Harmsy's reports back to BBC Sussex earlier in the piece, but this is by no means a disastrous start on this ground, as Matthew Revis's first delivery wide of off stump is pushed out, missed, but just a little win for him with that first delivery of his spell. But yeah, you've seen some horror stories here in the first couple of hours with the bat, and you can comfortably find 5 and 6 wickets disappearing on you before you've had a chance to catch up with yourselves as a team. So not a terrible start, but clearly you wouldn't want to lose any wickets. Here's Revis again, right arm over, it's wide of off stump, shapes back in towards the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Have to be careful not to say Johnny Tattersall in that respect, get so used to seeing him behind the stumps, Nasser.
I think the good thing from a Sussex point of view is that their experienced Australian is still there, holding the innings together. Whilst they've lost wickets on the other side, certainly he has cemented in place. The odd shot, the odd flashy shot, but apart from that, he's kept the Sussex batting intact so far.
Revison again, shorter of length, and this one angled away to point, no run. 28 runs to Hughes, and 6 so far to Alsop. 2 dismissed batters. In case you have joined us for the first time more recently, Tom Haynes, LBW to Coburn outscoring second ball. I think I gave it as first earlier in the day. And Tom Clark caught Luxton a point off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 5. Both Yorkshire openers getting among the wickets. We've seen George Hill have a blast, and now it's Revis who gets the ball just a nip slightly on Alsop, who plays it down to the incoming Ben Code from long leg. 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I love about this ground is these goals here. They're fantastic. It's one of the few grounds that you get this, isn't it? I suppose maybe on the south coast you'll get them, will you?
Yeah, you get them down at Hove as well, but of course, you know,
Yorkshire gulls are
the Yorkshire gulls are better, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're more brash, louder. They're always right.
Yeah.
And they like to get good value for money by nicking people's food from around the ground. Here's Revis coming in again, and this time Hughes draws his bat well out of the way of that one, and there is no run. Yorkshire still with 3 slips in place, and why wouldn't they still be attacking, having got the 2 wickets already?
It's funnier earlier because I was trying to get an idea of the size of the capacity of this ground, and I got different sort of capacities from talking to different people here. 6,500, 9,000, all sorts of different figures thrown at me, but 8.5.
Revison again. He was pushing forward and then fields the ball himself to complete that over at 43 for 2. Yeah, about 8. I mean, I usually generally say 9.
Yep.
It's the thick end of 9,000. But unfortunately, we never see that many people here. There's been an occasional day during the 6 years I've been sitting here having the pleasure of commentating where there's been 5,000 maybe, but not many more than that. But that still gives you a cracking atmosphere,
Yeah.
and so much better than, you know, some of the big sprawling test grounds, which clearly have their merits in terms of facilities,
Yeah.
but don't create fantastic atmospheres when you have few people in.
Yeah, the players certainly will feel the crowd. They're pretty much on top of them. And as this next over is bowled by Thompson, comes in, first ball, the over, and that's pushed out in front of him by Allsop. Has no run. So Sussex 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. Daniel Hughes 28 to him, and Allsop has made 7 so far. The sun shining brightly now. Certainly as I look in front of the sort of fielding quartet and Johnny Bairstow with his back towards me as Thompson comes in, next ball, and this is pushed out in front of him by Allsop, and there's going to be no run there. And the forecast was supposed to be better in the afternoon, so perhaps, you know, this will definitely, they say, these sort of conditions will probably benefit Sussex more than Yorkshire, but the 2 early wickets put some sort of dent into that batting. Key for them will be Daniel Hughes. He's on the other end at the moment, and it's Tom Allsop who is facing. And he's facing Jordan Thompson. As Thompson comes in, this next ball, and it's outside the off stump. There's no run, goes through to Johnny Bairstow. Back to Adam Lyth, and eventually it'll end up with Jordan Thompson again. Yeah, it's a beautiful stand on the right, and you've got the tea room in front of me. I was going to pay a visit to that tea room. I haven't been there yet. Don't know what they're doing there. Presumably just tea.
Lovely cakes, lovely cakes.
Yeah.
Tea and cakes.
Yeah. It's Thompson readying himself as he comes in. This next delivery, and he bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. Attempted. It looked as though he was going to play at one point, but the ball went past the outside of the bat of Tom Allsop and through to the wicket keeper, through to Johnny Bairstow. And eventually it's going to end up with Jordan Thompson as well, as Yorkshire see if they can perhaps try to get one of these 2 batsmen out, as Thompson comes in for this next delivery. Comes in again, and he bowls, and this one is played out in front of him by the Australian. Bright sunshine, and there's no run there. He reflects on that last ball, sort of walks away a little bit, does Daniel Hughes. He's got an important role to play this afternoon in this game. Sussex, of course, the leaders at the moment in this Division 2 County Championship. Yorkshire just out of the top 2, Middlesex in second place prior to these matches. Of course, all those positions can change. As Jordan Thompson comes in again. Next delivery is played out again in front of him. Nicely defended, and it's the end of the over, and Sussex are 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. Daniel Hughes, he's made 28, and Tom Allsop has made 7.
Yep, tidy enough over, maiden over by JT, who had earlier bowled down at the Peasholm Park end. There's a thing, I think, among, I don't know about opposition teams, I can't comment on that, but certainly among the Yorkshire bowling contingent, that they all, if they're given the opportunity, want to bowl down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end. I think that's advantageous. But we've seen some good successes from this end of the ground, the Peasholm Park end. Think back to that spell by Matthew Fisher a couple of years ago that routed Somerset in about half an hour one afternoon when he took 4 wickets. Can be done. Good delivery from Revis here as the measure momentarily of Daniel Hughes, who got something on it. Ball bobbling around along the ground behind him, and there was no run. Pleased to say that DT has just shown me a forecast for the rest of the day, which is good.
Brilliant. That's what we like to see.
And in the Test match, England 68-4-3 with Duckett LBW for 18. Lawrence caught Chandimal bowled one of the Fernandos for 30, and Pope bowled by that same Fernando for 6. As we see Hughes strike a Revis delivery straight down the ground towards our commentary position. Dan Moriarty giving chase, and they're going to get through for 3. Jordan Thompson helping him out there, but the sun's shining at the moment for those who can't see it. The pictures of the ground here, the flag away to our left on the pavilion is blowing horizontal, which underlines what I was saying about the wind is still pretty stiff out there, but it still feels just that little bit nicer with the sun shining. There's still some grey cloud around, but while ever the sun shines, as we know in most games of cricket, it feels more like you want to be out there with the bat in your hand. And that's pushed into the offside by Allsop, and there's no run.
Yeah, in that England game, it's a Yorkshire pair in play at the moment, isn't it? It's Joe Root and Harry Brook. Joe Root's made 17, Harry Brook is just the single to him. England 73 for 3.
And Vishwa Fernando it was, wasn't it, with the first wicket? I think that of Ben Duckett, of course, had a short spell with Yorkshire earlier in the season. Those who saw it probably won't forget that devastating effort at Chesterfield in the most recent championship match, in which he was instrumental in the win. Revis is in, and that's punched back along the deck by Hughes, and there is no run. Even the Suits have braved it out in front of the marquee away to the right now. They're probably enjoying the match through a bit of a haze, because they'll have had an extended period of not needing to watch cricket, and probably picking up an extra glass or two while they were around their tables across lunch.
Scarborough doesn't seem to me to be a place of suits. Oh my God, have I got this all wrong, Doji?
Well, look at me as well today. Jeans and a sweatshirt as Revis is in, and that's pushed back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, my dad wouldn't be happy with this. I went round and tried to get us a commercial for tonight's quiz up the steps to see Howard Ferguson, and we had an exchange which went something like this. Howard, I've got a sheet of paper here. Would you mind please mentioning tonight's quiz while people are in the ground, because if they're staying around locally they might want to come to it. I've already mentioned that twice, Doidgy. Do you not hear it? So I said, well, Dad, we've got the windows shut in the comm box, Howard. Can't quite, can't sort of hear everything you say, and there's been a lot of chatter in there all morning as we see a dot from Revis to complete the over at 46 for 2. So I said, apologies for not hanging on to your every word this morning, but if you wouldn't mind mentioning it again, that would be lovely. He said, that's fine. But I got my own back, because he then said, but you can mention my birthday if you like, Doidgy, and wish me a happy birthday while you're on air today. And I said, you see, I've already done that. Touche.
Yeah, I did see the resplendent umpire, Dickie Bird, earlier today as I came in. He must be here every year, I guess.
I think every day of every year, certainly in the championship matches. I can't remember if I saw him during the 2-1 days recently.
Yeah. And it's going to be Jordan Thompson again to bowl another over, hoping to get a breakthrough for Yorkshire in this afternoon session. Sun shining brightly as he comes in to bowl this first ball for new over, and this one pushed out in front of him by the Australian Daniel Hughes, and there's no run.
Heads up, we're a few minutes away yet, but I will be getting, or you will be getting a cue in your ears from BBC Radio Leeds for an update around about 2:30.
It's going to be Jordan Thompson again to bowl. And he comes in, and this next one is cracked through the covers for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Daniel Hughes looked to come off the towards the bottom of the bat, but a splendid shot from him, taking his score on to 35 now, and the 50 up, 50 for the loss of 2 wickets. Tom Allsop is on the other side, he's made 7, but it is Daniel Hughes certainly who's scoring the runs here for Sussex in this game that's been affected by rain, as the sun sort of again going away for a little bit. Not cloudy, dullish, Thompson comes in again and bowls, and this one pitched towards, bowled and punched rather towards the leg side by Hughes. No run there.
Yeah, it's the first time I really see Daniel Hughes play at close quarters. And, like what I've seen so far, looks well organised.
I guess there are some vacancies perhaps at the top of the Australian batting order if he certainly progresses. Thompson, he's in again past the umpire. This one again played straight and played beautifully towards the offside, down past the umpire, and they'll collect a single there.
Yep, nicely played along the carpet, picked up 2, in fact.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yep, 2 runs there. As Thompson comes in again, this next delivery again, he attempted squarish shot, but the ball again bouncing and going over the bat and through to the wicket keeper, and no connection there from the batsman. He again rehearsing that shot, Daniel Hughes. He's looking to play it square, perhaps uppish. The ball did bounce a bit before it ended up in the hands of Johnny Bairstow. There's no run, no addition to the score. He's played a couple of those shots earlier on where he's not really connected with the ball. As Thompson comes in again, this next delivery. Again, it's left outside the off stump by Hughes, and it's the end of the over. And Sussex are 52 for the loss of 2 wickets. Daniel Hughes has made 37, and Tom Alsop has made 7.
Yep, they're going along steadily at this stage, and I guess they just want to, well, try and play themselves properly in here. It's a ground where you will be rewarded for that if you can stay and play the long game. Yeah, of course we do see players come in and pick things up pretty quickly. Generally those days are the nice and sunny ones. Different bounce here, takes a little bit of getting used to for both bowlers and batters. Ooh, good delivery by Revis, which has been clipped away, bat onto pad, I should say, into the leg side Wharton Fields, and they get a single. But hands on his head from the bowler. Matthew Revis, he's had some challenging times with the ball this season. He had a particularly good 50-over competition with the bat, finished at top of the batting averages, I think, for Yorkshire in the 8 matches that were played.
Yeah, in these 23 overs or so that we've seen so far, there have been those moments, just those half chances, some of which could easily have gone Yorkshire's way, and that score could be a lot worse for Sussex than it currently is.
53 for 2. And Hughes back on strike. Revis shoots half untucked, makes his way in past umpire Tom Lungley. A ball straight and full, and he's certainly bowling a bit more of a Scarborough length here, Matthew Revis, than often the back of the length stuff that we've seen him asked to bowl. Be bowled. He's got the ball in his hand quite a bit earlier than normal as well, 20 odd overs old. It was a good full length delivery, which was firmly blocked by Hughes. A few words of encouragement perhaps from Dan Moriarty, who's got his sunglasses on backwards on his cap at the moment with the sun behind clouds. This time Revis really bends his back with that delivery, but it's wide of off stump, and Hughes happy to watch it go. A variety of headwear around. A gentleman on the back row away to our left with a bright pink one. Shades of red and grey and yellow and blue away to our left, and there's not that many spectators there. Flat cap as well, and then a fairly wide brimmed Panama. And lots of them flapping around in the breeze, as you might imagine, as Revis is in again. Ooh, now then, having praised Daniel Hughes, that was a bit of a waft wide of off stump, which he got away with.
Yep, square cut attempted, but nowhere near the bat. And there's been a few of those this in the game so far, certainly from Daniel Hughes. I think he's a sort of batsman who he doesn't want to. I don't think he likes to get bogged down either. He wants to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
In comes Revis again. Another ball shaping in towards the left-hander, which he plays from the crease, just slightly shorter of length than some in this over. Punched into the offside. Skipper Johnny Tattersall gives the ball a good polish on his, I was going to say his sweater, not quite sure if you'd describe it as a sweater these days. More like sweatshirt, isn't it? Revis turns again, and it releases the ball once more. Similar sort of delivery, this time punched straighter to Ben Code, who makes a nice long barrier. His junior coach would have been proud. End of the over. Tight one from Revis, because they're still 53-4-2. As we see a gentleman walk past with jeans and a jacket on. Nice beigey coloured tie.
Certainly is a
pair of
mix.
brogues, I think they are.
Yeah, certainly a mix of attire here at Scarborough, definitely.
It's good here for the attire thing, because when you're at Headingley you need binoculars to see what people are wearing in the crowd.
Looks like a change of bowling as well.
Yeah, I think
It's George Hill.
yeah, good move, George Hill down the hill.
Yeah, George Hill comes in, first ball, new over, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Tom Alsop, well wide. And going through it to the wicket keeper, no run there. Yeah, Yorkshire seeing if they can get a wicket this afternoon. Certainly that'll help their cause. Victory for them will be very helpful in this fight to get out of Division 2, as this next ball is played out in front of him by Tom Alsop. And also it looks as though George Hill is going to get through his overs quite quickly as well. Looks to things.
3:40 tea, folks, that's fixed following the rain earlier today. So a 2.5 hour afternoon session, trying to catch up. And then 85 overs or 6:30 for a finish.
Here comes George Hill again, bowls this next, and that's down the leg side, bit wayward actually, again played off his pads down, and the batsman will come through for a single. Or, yeah. Another addition to the total, 54 for 2 now, Sussex. Another addition to Tom Horsell. And I'm going to give way at the end of this over, I think. But in the meantime, we're going to carry on.
No, 240.
240, okay, 240. And it's going to be George Hill to bowl again. Comes in again and he bowls this next delivery, and this is played in front of him and played beautifully down the ground, straight past the bowler, past the umpire, and there'll be 4 runs there to the total from Tom Alsop. Beautiful shot, beautiful drive, straight drive.
Yep, very nicely struck. Just over pitching George, but he's trying to get the ball up there.
Yeah, it's
For
eagerness
this
to get
Scarborough length.
yeah, eagerness to get wickets. I guess the Scarborough length is fuller. That's what we're saying, aren't we? Much fuller. Maybe get the ball to do some shapes and late swing in darting, as the next delivery's in from George Hill and just punched out by Tom Alsop.
Yeah, it's not easy to get it right, I don't think, as a bowler, but just because of a little bit of extra kick off the pitch, what you would normally expect to be the length where you'd be bringing the stumps into play that will often bounce over at Scarborough. So you've just got to be a little bit fuller, and it's a challenge because the temptation is not to do that because you think you're going to be serving up half volleys.
This next ball is flicked out towards Lakeside by Daniel Hughes, and there's no run there. Rehearses the shot, and it's the end of the over. And Sussex are 58 for the loss of 2 wickets. So Daniel Hughes, the Australian, 41 to him, and Tom Alsop has made 9.
Stewart takes his position down beneath our commentary position next to the green recycling bin. He's got a walkie-talkie in his top pocket, and sort of, I was going to say high vis, but it's not high vis, but it's that sort of material, some sort of waterproof material with a few grey strips around it. Maybe it does glow to some extent in the dark. Black cap, takes his job very seriously in terms of who he'll let pass and who he won't. And he's let somebody pass just before Matthew Revis bowls this delivery, because he's coming in now from the Peaceholm Park end, wide of off stump and left by Alsop, and there is no run. And he's just signalled to the next incoming spectator, yeah, you can go up to my left, but you're not passing me. More than my job's worth. Sorry about that. Nice chap, actually, when you get talking to him. I'll tell you all about the shifts he's been on for the last couple of weeks. In comes Revis. Oh, should have been gone.
Oh, dropped
by Finlay Bean. It was around about head height, and just picked up on the half volley. A thick outside edge by Alsop, but in and out of Finlay Bean's grasp.
Catches win matches, and that should have been taken perhaps, and certainly a big moment in the context of this afternoon session.
Looks as though we've been going without television all day.
Yeah, somebody's not paid the bill. But yeah, in the context of the game, a very, very important drop in the afternoon session.
Here comes again, that's wide of off stump. And left. We get the benefit of another replay, perhaps. We might be able to talk you through that. Now the electricity is working. Yeah, genuine drive the ball off an outside edge, and it travelled quickly to Finlay Bean, and he's got a very good pair of hands as well. I can't remember him putting many down at all since he's been fielding in the cordon, but that was one. There is Revis again. It's full and flicked away past Moriarty at mid-on. Will be 4 down towards the changing rooms. Nicely played, and it's just such a tough game for a bowler sometimes, isn't it? You get the opportunity, the team can't help you out to take it, and then you suffer for your mistake by being clipped away for 4.
Yeah, you see that so often, don't you? A drop catch or something like that happening, and the next ball is dispatched to the boundary. How many times have we seen that?
In comes Revis again. Also this time with the ball. There is some swing for Revis, and you don't often see lots of that for him. So that's an interesting slight change to proceedings. That was pushed out into the offside for Tattersall to field. No run. Ben Cliff is on the pitch at the moment at mid-off. Not sure who he's on for. Didn't see anybody leave the field. Finlay Bean, I can only assume that he was so nervous about tonight's Lads v Dads quiz that he had his mind elsewhere when the ball flew in his direction, as Revis is in, and that's dropped into the offside. And Tattersall, who's leading the lads team tonight, as well as the lads team out there on the field, does the fielding. End of the over, 62 for 2. That is now 26 complete in this Sussex first innings.
Yeah, and more spectators walking around the ground, drinks in hand, food in hand. Sun threatening to come out again. It looks as though we'll probably get a decent day after that early period of rain, and both teams obviously looking to win this game. Clearly Yorkshire need the points, get themselves into that top 2 and get themselves back into Division 1. Conversation going on between some of the Yorkshire players at the moment, deciding strategy as they approach this next over. And we're going to continue with George Hill, who's just come on for a spell. And it's going to be Daniel Hughes who's going to be facing. It's the first ball. This is played out in front of him by Daniel Hughes, and ball rolls back. Mid off, picks up. It's straight.
The Martians have arrived.
Yeah, strange sounds going on in the background. I'm not sure what's going on. There's a lady with a trolley, weaving a trolley in front of the ground. I'm not sure that's got anything to do with it. But anyway, George Hill comes in. Next ball, and that's played square by Hughes. No run there. So Sussex looking to consolidate this afternoon, build on this period, build on a bit of luck they've had. Drop chance, difficult chance, but chance at anyway. The last over, 3 slips now for George Hill as he comes in, and he bowls this next delivery, and this one played again through the covers, attempted, but doesn't go past the fielder there, picks up cleanly. Goals getting rowdy. I don't know if they get rowdier as the day goes on. A bit like I don't know. Certainly sounds more of a sound coming from them than earlier. That's one in particular. As George Hill comes in. Next delivery. This one played towards the leg side and played towards the boundary, and in fact goes to the boundary. Leg side squarish. 4 more runs to the Sussex total, 4 more runs to Daniel Hughes. He's approaching half century. Sussex 66 for the loss of 2 wickets. Tom Alsop has made 13 and Daniel Hughes has made 45. And it's going to be Hill himself who's going to bowl. Next delivery. Gives the ball a bit of a rub on its thighs, comes in and bowls. And this next one is played, attempted to play past the bowler, but Hill bent down, got his hand to it, saved it, no run there. Yeah, England 106 for 3, replying to Sri Lanka's 236. 2 Yorkshire batsmen in there, Joe Root 34, Harry Brook has made 16. And it's George Hill again. This delivery played out again in front of him by Daniel Hughes, and that in fact is the end of the over and the end of my stint. And I'm going to give way to Dave, as I believe I'll tell you that Sussex are 66 for the loss of 2 wickets, Daniel Hughes 45, and Tom Alsop has made 13.
Thanks, Nas. The gulls have heard that DT is returning. Actually, before you sit down, old boy, would you mind unhooking those headphones from the door, because that's not going to do them much good. Closing the door, and then we'll open these windows, because we might actually get a bit of fresh air then blowing through. Thank you very much. Matthew Revis, let's have a bit of fresh air. We've been behind glass all day. He is coming in from the P-Zone Park end then to bowl here to Alsop, who obviously survived a dropped catch in the previous over from this end. And that first delivery was a good one, which he had another play at. Dot ball. We'll see how we go with the breeze. you've got the microphone, which is probably on next to the cans, DT, and that usually means that you'll get some feedback as Revis bowls one to Allsop. That's wide of off stump, and there is no run. 73 years as a broadcaster.
Well, hopefully one day. Yes.
Well, what a different feel to the thing now. Blue skies broken by much thinner cloud than we had earlier in the day, and some sunshine. Just feels like a nicer atmosphere. Good delivery from Revis. He's bowling well here, Matthew Revis. He's been unlucky not to have picked up one wicket. That was wide of off stump, and a little bit of shape back in towards him again from the big man.
Well, you know what I think about Revis and Scarborough. Should always get him on early. Bowls well here. Got a century here as well last year. So
Yep.
enjoy playing here. He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not part of the dads and lads tonight. Then.
He's not, because we couldn't get his dad to accept the invitation. He was, I think, work engaged, so couldn't make it tonight, unfortunately, because Matthew was, of course, in the team last year that so heroically came close second to Derbyshire. That latest delivery was another dot. Yeah, if he was playing rugby, Matthew Revis, I think you'd have him certainly in rugby league. You'd be thinking centre, wouldn't you? Athletic, bit of power about him.
He'd be a
Tall.
lock. Rugby union, he'd be a lock, wouldn't he? Second rower.
And he comes over the wicket. That's full. It's a good attempt at Yorkshire, if that's what it was, and defended by Allsop. I think rugby league centre is, you'd like to see him run at a player, wouldn't you? Have a bit of presence there, hold the man up, offload, get your winger away in the corner. Yeah, I think it'd be a winger's centre.
You reckon you could stop him?
Right tackling technique, you should be able to stop most people, shouldn't you? Revis in, short of length this time and punched to Tattersall, but Matthew Revis's tight and tidy spell from the Peasholm Park end continuing. End of that over, 66 for 2. You've got to get the tackling technique right, haven't you? That's the thing. With these big players, you remember people trying to tackle somebody like Mal Meninga back in the day, 40 years ago. And he struggles to tackle him now in his 60s, but with his physique, you probably just about always had to go around the legs. If you tried anything above the waist, you'd be struggling.
You'd bounce off.
Yeah. Remember Mal Meninga?
I do. I saw him playing a grand final in Australia.
For Canberra?
Yeah, they played in green anyway.
Yeah, Canberra. That lime bright green.
66 for 2. Were they the Canberra Raiders?
Yeah.
13 to all, so 45 to Hughes. Start of a new over. Oh, what a flash and a miss outside the off stump. Bit of bounce there for George Hill. And Hughes, like most Australians, very good off the back foot, but well, he's often really neither foot there. Was he just got that trigger movement where he goes back a little bit. And ball got big on him, and he had a little swish at it. If he'd have got a bit of wood on that, I think it would have very quickly run away down towards us here in our commentary position. Hill bowls again. That's defended back towards him. Just the 2 slips in place. Finlay Bean, who dropped that one a couple of overs back, which was a surprise because he holds on to most things. Adam Lythe, his opening partner, next to him as ever at second slip. I think he'll be fielding second slip 10 years after he's retired, won't he, Adam Lythe? I mean, that's just where he spends his summers. Hill bowls, driven back past him, lovely shot. That's 4 runs from Daniel Hughes. Lovely strike on that one.
Yeah.
49 now to Hughes, 70 for 2.
Jordan Jordan Thompson written down on the screen in front of me. George Hill, 6.2 overs, none for 16. He's bowled a maiden, so he's been tidy as ever. He's not quite got that wicket-taking delivery. He's not quite found it just yet.
Next delivery is punch square, just backward of square. Adrian's home. He'd be no good on one of those give us a clue or things, would he? What I'm trying to signal, Adrian, is if we have the windows open, we have the door closed.
The door closed. It'll just, everything will just blow
open,
out. So if you
we have
shut the door,
closed, so. But I'll have to break into our award-winning commentary and give you your instructions. Ball on its way back to George Hill, running down the slight incline of bowls, and Hughes flashes at that one outside the off stump. That could have been the end of him. Again, a ball that he's just bouncing perhaps a little bit more than he expected.
Yeah, so I think he's played well today, there's no doubt about it, like what you see, but he is still capable of being suckered into playing a shot that's maybe not on. That's 2 or 3 times we've seen it. He's still there. He is playing well. We often say at Scarborough, you're thinking about day 2 onwards, you're starting to say this is developing into a good game of cricket, but I think it already is here on day 1.
Hill bowls again a similar delivery, but this time no attempt at a shot from Hughes. He's going to have to wait a few more deliveries to reach his half century. 70 for 2. He's got 49 of them. 13 to Tom Alsop. Wicket each earlier for Code and Thompson.
Your man's back with his walkie-talkie. Just had a word with somebody. I wonder if in between, he stands at this bin when the bowling is from this Peasholm Park end, and then he disappears. I wonder if he goes out and gives a few cars tickets around the ground, because he's sort of dressed like that, isn't he?
Yes, he looks as though he's got a sort of wants to be doing something all the time air about him, doesn't he? Oh dear. Or somebody's just run past his.
So Ben Code getting another go, his first spell of the match from the Peasholm Park end, having bowled from his favoured Trafalgar Square end earlier, but he's having to do a bit of donkey work up the incline. Matthew Revis having a breather, and his first delivery with a bit of shape in towards Alsop, his punch to Ben Cliff at mid-off, who feels he's just come back on the field as Jordan Thompson has left temporarily.
We heard a few bangs a few overs ago with the start of the River Plate battle behind us, but
Yeah.
It's all gone quiet.
And maybe it just needed, one shell to finish it this time. It was a straight shootout. Mano a mano.
Oh dear.
On Peasholm Park Lake.
Lots of disappointed kids. Is that it, Mum? Is it all over? So sometimes only one shot, dear.
71 for 2, as this is going to be a half century for Daniel Hughes, and he's going to get it with a boundary, because there was a half decent attempt at feeling it on the top boundary, but couldn't quite reel that in by Matthew Revis, and he's knocked it onto the rope. And so Daniel Hughes makes it to 53 with a flick off his legs backward of square up towards the popular side of the ground, the east side.
Always have to try and do things differently, don't the Australians? He's sort of holding his bat up to the crowd, but holding the blade halfway down.
Yeah, down under and all that. He's gone it for it the opposite way around. Wide ball, wide of off stump by Code. Hughes, by the way, 9 fours in that 50, 85 deliveries.
I mean, there are some things that just don't need changing. 50, lift the bat up, turn it to the sides of the ground, carry on with your innings. Lift the bat halfway, just to be different.
Here's Code again, wide of off stump, driven out, caught. Tattersall takes the catch at extra cover, and I was just saying a couple of minutes ago that while he has played well, Daniel Hughes, he's clearly not infallible, and he has had a waft at 1 or 2, and Code has just floated this one up wide of off stump, and no wonder he's looking up to the heavens in disgust with himself, having got to a half century, because he couldn't have struck that any better, could he, if Johnny Tattersall would have asked him to. Straight to the fielder, 75 for 3.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, Johnny Tats actually took that at the second attempt and just popped out in front of him, didn't he? That was a nice easy one to take. But, walking off now. Won't be pleased with himself, Daniel Hughes. But not on top form today. He's scored 50, but not at his very best. And puts his helmet on the back of his head rather than taking it off. Does everything differently. So,
second wicket for Ben Code, 2 for 20. So he's certainly on course for his usual sort of figures here, going at just over 2 and over, picking up a couple of wickets.
he's the new Pato in a way, isn't he, as far as economy goes?
If you like.
I think he'd accept that, wouldn't he, Steve Patterson? He never went for more than a couple and over, did he?
No, so 53 off 87 deliveries in the end, including 9 fours for Daniel Hughes. But he's gone the 4th ball of the 30th over. And the new man at the crease then is number 30, James Coles. Right-handed. First time we've seen a righty with the bat today. And he's facing up to Code, who comes over the wicket to him, and he's right on the money with his first delivery. Oof! There was an almost run out. And I think from the reaction of, I think it's Johnny Tattersall who made the throw, that was nearly, very nearly the end of Tom Alsop, who was running to the danger end. And he had one wicket to one stump to aim at, didn't he? And he's clearly only just missed by the reaction of the crowd and the players out there.
Yes, he wouldn't. I don't think Alsop was in the frame when that ball passed the stumps. It was an ambitious single, a risky one, but the ball did miss the stumps. And, well,
Code coming in then to bowl to Alsop, who survived that. There's a little bit of shape in towards the lefty, but it's wide enough for him not to bother. He's on 14, and following that single, Coles on 1, 76 for 2. Sussex having been put into bat. That's after 30 overs. 76 for 3 after 30 overs on day 1.
yeah, so a breakthrough, a much needed breakthrough. Solid enough innings from Daniel Hughes, but he never looked in tip-top touch. And then so he said we gave it away. He struck it very hard, a yard and a half either side, and it would have been to the boundary. But straight at Johnny Tats, and took the catch. Thank you very much. And then we could have had a run out. Lots of excitement. Hill bowls, starts a new over. That one bounces a little bit, and Cole's up on his toes. Plays that down into the cordon.
Afternoon to Glenys McElroy, who has X'd in.
X'd it has.
Well, she's not tweeted anymore, has she? It's X now, isn't it?
Nonsense. Hill bowls through to the keeper. No run.
And she says, afternoon JD, hope you're well watching the stream and listening. As always, Scarbados looks a picture. Enjoy the quiz tonight. I think you should ask, name a flightless bird from Iceland. Reply from a Yorkshire player at the time was frozen chicken, but I won't name the player. Afternoon.
I'll have a guess.
Afternoon, Glenys.
Was it Lively? Hill bowls, and that's clipped into the onside, no run. Another classic of those was the Yorkshire Middlesex quiz a few years back. Big Ollie Rayner Callie, one of Callie's last quizzes. So, which album was Bohemian Rhapsody on?
A Night at the Opera.
And Ollie Rayner's reply was Queen's Greatest Hits. Hill bowls and defensively comes Coles forward and no run to be had there. Good night that, and the Sussex captain was on the Middlesex side that night, John Simpson.
I should mention, by the way, with Glennis's tweet reminding me for the first time, I think we've been on air since, but Glennis involved at Bankfoot, Anthony McGrath's club, as growing up, and sad loss of Richard Peel recently at Bankfoot, Bradford League, and certainly Bankfoot stalwart for many years in his early 60s.
Next delivery pushed up to middle.
Saw that on social media last week.
Early 60s.
Yeah.
No sort of age at all, is it?
No. So thoughts with all those close, and I'm sure Bankfoot will pay a massively fitting tribute to him.
Hill bowls, and that's played firmly into the covers, and they're not setting off for a single this time, as they might have done in the previous over. That was the end of the over from George Hill. I keep tempted to say Gordon Hill, because he was the old Manchester United footballer, wasn't he? You know.
Yeah, where did he start?
Hill.
Where did he sign for Manchester United from?
Well, did he come from Leeds?
No.
He's obviously going to be a Yorkshire club, isn't he?
No.
No.
Correct.
Ah.
Millwall. Millwall, said in his southern accent over there. Chelsea lad says Millwall.
Is he a Chelsea lad?
He's a Chelsea fan, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Chelsea. Chelsea. Ben Code going to continue from the Peaceown Park end of the ground. All sorts of various markings on the grass out there, sprayed in white for the bowler's run-ups, and he's pushing off from his, and it's a good delivery as well. Also jabbing down on that late to protect his stumps. Yorkshire lad says he's going to call this now. Today will be Matthew Revis's day. A bit of bounce from his great height could be the Sussex undoing.
Yep, can't disagree with that.
Wishes us good luck at the quiz tonight. He was messaging me the other day asking what sort of subjects Richard Tattersall, Johnny's dad, should be revising on. Expecting a steer. As with elbow up, this is punched to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, no run. I commiserate with Jordan this morning as well, because he loved that quiz last year and he was very competitive, wasn't he? Typical Tomo. But I asked Steve, his dad, if he could take part tonight, and he's not here today, unfortunately, not coming until tomorrow. So we had to oust JT from the team because his dad couldn't turn up. I mean, the poor lad.
Couldn't get a
Gutted.
satellite link
Gutted.
going or something.
Here is Code. He will be taking part tonight. That's a good delivery, which swings in quite sharply. Getting the ball to go here. I think, I'd have to say, the ball is swinging more than I've seen in any of the days' play we've had at the ground this year. Looking after it well here. It's in its 32nd over of use. So, still a challenge for the batters out there.
And that went very late as well.
Here comes Code again, past umpire Tom Lungley. Similar shape to the delivery, but it was wider this time and left. Lily, good afternoon to you. Says great to be at Scarborough and for Johnny Bairstow to be playing for Yorkshire. Hope you like your homemade chocolate buns I gave you. Yeah, very nice. I think they went down pretty well. Well, DT will tell you because he probably ate 3 of them. Oh no, there's still 3 left actually. I enjoyed mine at lunchtime. So thank you very much for that. Phil Stevenson, good afternoon to you. He was looking on from the bleachers. Oh, good delivery again by Code, which once again swings late. And for Neil Dutton, who messaged in earlier, the lunchtime menu was the usual Scarborough fare. Half a round of a certain type of sandwich. I think it was ham salad, and then half a round of cheese and pickle. A sausage roll, packet of crisps, a banana, a Kit Kat, and a bottle of water. And DT is now replete. As Code is in, good delivery, which I think he inside edges onto his pad and back to the bowler. End of another Code over, and Ben's figures currently stand at 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Jordan Thompson, by the way, 1 for 25 off 9 overs and 2 maidens. George Hill, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20 so far. And Matthew Revis, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. It's been not thrown up much in the way of stuff to hit out there today. There have been 12 boundaries in 32 overs, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and most of those going to Daniel Hughes as well. New over then from the top end, from the Trafalgar Square end, and that first delivery angled down backward a point. 3 slips in for the new batsman, and 3 saving 1 on the offside, and then the regulation leg side field with them mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg down there. Getting a little bit of an energy drink or an energy bar or something or other. Hughes, Hill bowls last. Push back to him. And no run there. The sun is out. We're set fair for the rest of the day. Did you have a chat with Johnny Bairstow earlier? Have you asked him about that mural on the house up there?
No. He was busy warming up with Finley Bean.
He'll be
doing some catching.
He'll be looking for a royalty or something from there, I'm sure. Hill bowls. Again defended. For those of you who haven't been to North Marine Road for a few years, or indeed haven't been here at all, Adrian hadn't previously to today. One of the houses, the backdrop down at the Trafalgar Square end, is painted with a mural of what's supposed to be Johnny Bairstow holding up his bat in front of a very blue sky, I imagine. Hill bowls again through to the keeper, no run, and he's advertising some double glazing or something up there, isn't it? I suppose fair play for a bit of entrepreneurship or whatever. It's going to be seen by a few thousand people every year, so worth the effort. Bowls again, Hill, and again Cole's defence, playing himself in. Fair play to him.
Elsewhere, Middlesex supporters, DT, will be disappointed to know that Hampshire,
I'd be disappointed. I'd be delighted to know if they're playing Hampshire. They're in the first division.
Northamptonshire.
Hill bowls, and just moves a little bit, catches the outside half of the bat. Northamptonshire have lost a couple of wickets.
Middlesex supporters will be disappointed to note that Northamptonshire have made 80 runs, but they'll be happy to note that they've taken 4 of their wickets.
4 wickets. Yeah. It's good. It's a good ground for slow scoring ground. Tends to be Merchant Taylor's. Good for the seamers, sort of low and slow. You know, one of those.
Where is Merchant Taylor's? It says Northwood here on the.
Oh, it's at Northwood. That's where it is.
Where's Northwood?
I don't know. It's up towards Watford, up that way.
Oh, right, okay.
It's not quite as far as Watford. You can actually get
is
it
in
on
the general sort of Radlett area.
Then
it's not that far, is it?
Under one of the tube lines.
Northwood. Okay.
So it's no, not Radlett. It's more North London.
So it's closer to London than Radlett would be.
I wouldn't swear to that, but yes, I think so.
James Wharton's just come in at short leg under the helmet as Code bowls here to Alsop. Another delivery shaping in towards the left-hander. And Jordan Thompson fields mid-off.
From memory, it's right at the top of the Piccadilly line, is it? One of those? Right, way up north somewhere. You're halfway to Northampton. It's almost a local home game for them, I think.
Harms will know. He's from generally down the area. It's looking like, don't ask me. As Cody's in, that's pushed out to point this time by Allsop. Luxton Fields, no run.
It's obviously a school, Merchant Taylor's school, very prestigious school. Cost you a few bob to send your kids there, Doidgy. And it's a well, what can we say? It's got playing fields that seem to stretch forever, 6 or 7 cricket pitches.
Code bowling to Allsop, who smothers this ball, shaping in towards him again.
And you wouldn't, you wouldn't necessarily look at it and say, oh, they play first-class cricket here, but one of the pitches is obviously good enough. And as seating around the outside, it's nothing like Scarborough. Somewhere like Scarborough with a permanent seating. It's all those temporary fold-up chair type situations, ice cream van, that sort of thing.
Code again, slightly shorter of length because he plays it top of the bounce from the crease there. Allsop punches it to Moriarty. He's at mid-on. Early days yet. I haven't seen Dan Moriarty with ball in hand just yet. Still only 30 odd overs old. And the seamer's doing a pretty good job so far.
Somewhat lacking in facilities, though. I think if you're thinking of dining and you're not looking for burger, chips and ice cream to follow, you'll struggle a bit.
Code in again, Allsop back foot, lovely shot. Punches away past the cartwheeling almost Luxton down towards the suits and bobbles over the boundary rope and into a stripy deck chair. 4 runs.
Boundary. A rarity, as we said, of Ben Code. What do you reckon? Which of these two will be thinking? They've had the best of the day's play so far. I think it's pretty even Steven, isn't it? Yorkshire will probably be pleased that they didn't have to bowl all morning because of the wind, but
yeah, it's a fairly even goal. That's what I was saying. It's developing earlier than normal into what you could say is an intriguing game of cricket. It's wide of off stump this time from Code, who switched around the wicket. And it was a leave by Allsop, who's not out 18. 1 to Coles. 80 for 3 at the end of the 34th over. I think there might be due a change in the com box.
I will, if I hand over to
Once
Adrian
again.
first, and then you can.
Well, you're just handing over to Adrian anyway. We're taking it through till tea. Otherwise, we might not get to broadcast together. We did 20 minutes, 16 minutes this morning, and that's about it. He's back, the harmsman.
People think we don't get on, Doidgy.
Well,
We don't.
can't stick you, to be honest. And I know you've got a pathological hatred of me, so let's just get it out there.
Yeah, we can pretend, can't we? In comes Hill, comes in and bowls to James Coles. He's back at a cross, plays into the offside, no run. Tom Allsop, 18 off 75 balls. He certainly set his stall out, but I think you and Dave called it quite right with Daniel Hughes. He'll be furious when he's battled his way to 53. Never looked quite in, but having got to 50, he was just starting to look more comfortable. And hold out to cover. 80 for 3, James Coles on 1. Tom Allsop on 18. Coles waits. In comes the bowls and clipped away down to front. Now I wonder if that came off the pad. We'll just have to wait for the umpire's signal. No, they've come off the bat. The ball races away down to fine leg, and James Coles picks up his first boundary. Now he would be a player, Doidgy, who would have suffered by not playing a huge amount of cricket over the last few weeks. He was, he's only 20 years of age, got picked up by the Southern Brave in the 100, and he's a very fine young player. But he only played periodically in the. He played in the final, I think, but only made half a dozen runs or so. But he certainly wouldn't have played any substantial innings. Sorry, Dave. For a good period of time. So, and certainly didn't play in the 50-over competition. So we'll need a bit of time to feel his way back into touch. As in comes Hill, bowls and Coles. That's a poor shot. I guess it's one of those. If that goes through the covers for 4 runs, I say what a beautiful shot. But he didn't quite get his feet in the right position. And the ball whistled past the outside edge into the upper gloves of Bairstow, and there is no run. Dave was saying, who's got the upper hand, I just feel Yorkshire have at the moment, Doidge, just got their noses in front.
Yeah, a couple of extra wickets now, you'd say, definitely so. But 84 for 3, I think still in the balance. You know, it's not a massively high-scoring ground.
Hill in bowls, played on the bounce. Good bit of fielding there at third slip by Johnny Tattersall, the skipper.
Ultimately, Harmsy, we come here year on year, you get results. Some of those, like a match against Surrey, for example, a few years ago, 10 balls to go on the final day. Ultimately, it's still an outground, so you know you tend to get more results on outgrounds than on test pitches, do you not?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's really good.
But it's just a good cricket strip year on year.
Hill in bowls. Oh, that cut back now. That cut back a long way. Now, James Cole's let that go, I think initially because he thought the ball was going past the off stump, but it cut back and it's gone over the top of middle and leg, and Johnny Bairstow taking the ball down the leg side. Good delivery. But I think it's just what you want, isn't it? I mean, I remember the track down at Hove earlier this year. There was a little bit of grass left on it. It was a low-scoring game. It could have gone either way, but it was a terrific game of cricket. I would rather that than the game we had at Lord's this year. It was just an awful game. You know, it was flat. There was nothing in it for the bowlers. In comes Hill, bowls. Coles defends back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Good steady stuff from George Hill. A maiden over, 84 for 3, Coles 5. So it wasn't a maiden over at all. There was a 4 down to fine legs. I'm talking nonsense. Allsop on 18. But it was a terrible game, George. You know, after the first day, you almost could have written, well, let's just call it a draw. And I don't think that sort of pitch is particularly good for county cricket. In all, I know it's the headquarters of cricket and all the rest of it, but it was so flat. You know, you got Ollie Robinson bowling off spin. It's that tells you everything you need to know, really.
Yeah, yeah, that would have been bizarre.
Well, he did start life as an off spinner, Ollie. So he's perfectly capable of doing it. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is, you know, Sussex, I mean, Tom Allsop bowled.
But yeah, England fast bowler of you know very current, very recent, bowling off spin in a serious game of cricket. It's not like a
Well, they were just trying to get anything.
Charity match.
Yeah, just trying to get. Yeah, and it was such a poor pitch, and it was a clash between at that stage the top two in the championship. It deserved a better wicket than that. And so for me, and Paul Farbrace talks about this a lot. You know, you want pitches where the slips come into play. There's a bit of bounce that might leaving a bit more grass on the wicket to encourage that. But I'm all for that. As long as you haven't got bowlers running up taking 7 for 21, I don't mind.
Now Jordan Thompson back on at the Peacehelm Park, and sharp late swing from him there as well too.
It is swinging.
Also, it really did go. And as I say, this is, I would say, quite definitely the day where we've seen the most swing at Scarborough this season, and it's going quite well. If you can get any shape on the ball, some days you turn up and it just doesn't go, and you're relying on anything you can get out of the pitch. But today you're getting something out of the air as well. So it's an extra little challenge for those with bat in hand. 84 for 3. Thompson, now then he's come well wide of off stump, and that would have been a little bit of fortune favouring him had he clattered it onto his stumps, Tom Allsop. But in actual fact, he's got it away behind them and square on the leg side for a single.
Just for a moment, whether the Jordan Thompson just strained his hamstring there. He just bent over rather awkwardly. He's doing it again. Doing a bit of touching of toes, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that would be unusual. It's certainly not what Yorkshire would want, having gone with the extra batter in this match. If he was unable to bowl, he's walking his way through it back to his mark, and he's a tough nut in that respect. You very rarely see him miss. I can't really remember any games that he's missed through injury since he came into the side back in 2019. He's in again here. Good delivery, the big appeal, and gone.
He's gone.
Harmsy called it, and that is the end of Cole's full swinging delivery from Jordan Thompson, and the man that makes things happen does it once again. 85 for 4, and Cole's gone for 5.
Well, I did say, he just hasn't played very much cricket, James Cole. That's to take nothing away from Jordan Thompson. It was an excellent delivery. The ball is nibbling around here. And James Cole was, for me, just playing slightly across the line and getting pinned LBW. But that's one of the problems. Been no championship cricket for, 50 days? been away playing a little bit in the 100, and but he'll be disappointed by that. And Sussex, we were saying, I felt Yorkshire had their noses in front, and a lot depending now. Well, I mean, Sussex have got batting to come. John Simpson, who's been in excellent form for Sussex, coming out at number 6. Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, but it is a slightly lengthy Sussex tail from 9 till 11. So a lot now really depending on this middle order for Sussex, starting with the skipper, who's making his way out to the middle. But it is a problem, Doige, isn't it? When you have it's all we talk about the 100, both the positive and the negatives. But one of the negatives of the 100 is if you're called up and you're really not playing, you could almost be a month with no cricket, and the cricket you are playing is all white ball. I know that the counties are playing 50 over cricket, but you've got more time in that form of cricket to build an innings and play yourself into form, which is what they did with Tom Alsop. They got him back from the 100. He made 100 against Surrey in the 50 over. They got Ollie Robinson back. He took some wickets just to get some miles in Ollie's legs. But those that haven't really coming back into the championship, pretty undercooked, to be honest. But as I say, that's not to detract from Jordan Thompson. It was a good delivery. There is some swing here this afternoon. Just looking away to our right-hand side, I can't see too much blue sky at the moment, and the weather just seems to maybe be starting to close in again. But certainly Yorkshire are making the most of it, and I think they're on top now, Doige.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that now. I think you always want more, don't you? Human nature and all that. And if they could pick up Simpson fairly quickly, or Alsop, and take a 5th wicket before there's 100 on the board, I think, yeah, really, you're saying that's absolutely, you've got it, you've nailed that decision to bowl first this morning. I don't think you can strongly argue the other way now, and even the benefit of 3 more days, and when you look back on this game, we might see a different result. Who knows? And people might be saying, well, shouldn't have bowled first. But at 85 for 4 on this first day, you're not saying that's the wrong decision.
Totally, and I think you've called it absolutely right. A lot depends on these two. Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, they can bat, but I think we're really, and Finn's been in excellent form, but Sussex will be looking to these two to build a platform here.
So Thompson to Simpson, another lefty who's pushing forward into the offside again. Some fairly sharp late swing from Jordan Thompson. They're all getting the ball to go today. As I say, Matthew Revis, just because of how he's been used with the ball, you've never really seen loads of swing from him. But he's been getting the ball to go today as well. George Hill, regularly used to seeing him swing it. Ben Code, not generally massive swinger of the ball. It's more nibbling about off the seam, but he's got it to go as well today. And Jordan, he will swing it if he's got a bit of assistance, and he's certainly got that today. And that's another good delivery which crashes into round about the top of the pad flap, thigh pad of Simpson. Doesn't matter how good you are and how well you've been playing lately, like John Simpson has, there'll be a few nerves out there. Remember when we were down at Hove earlier in the season, in that in the bar, that lovely bar that's the new building next to the ground, whatever it's called.
Yes,
the
Cricketers.
The Cricketers, yeah. How could I forget that? John Simpson having a good old chat with Adam Lythe. I think they played a bit of cricket together when they were younger and rep sides and that sort of thing, as that was wide off stump. Final ball of Jordan Thompson's over, but he gets a warm round of applause because he has struck for the 2nd time in the match to go with 2 for Ben Code. Thompson 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26, and he's having a good day of things with the ball so far. On his return, of course, to Yorkshire from the 100.
I missed Tom Alsop being dropped. I think he was dropped at 3rd slip. I made a note. I was on my way into the press box, and the lad said that he was dropped on 9 when the score was 50. I didn't see the chance, Doige, so I'm not sure whether no slip catch is easy, but he has had a lifetime Alsop. Yeah,
it was a full delivery. Matthew Revis bowled it, and he got him to drive at it, thick edge, and it went on the rise all the way, and he dropped it sort of above head, high head. That's head sort of height, really.
Alsop is forward, plays into mid-wicket. There is no run. Ben Code, I should say, the bowler from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Safe pair of hands as well, Finlay Bean. It's a wicket keeper.
Oh, it's Bean. It was Bean.
Yeah, it was the 3rd slip. Yeah, Finlay Bean. So it was unusual to see him put one down.
Yeah, but never easy. The lads in the press box were saying they thought it was a catchable one, but it's very easy. It's very easy to save from up here. The cloud really has thickened up quite a bit away towards the right-hand side. As in comes Code, bowls to Alsop, who defends into the offside. This has been a good innings by Tom Alsop, who he's a real scrapper, is Tom Alsop. Another who was called away to the 100, and I was delighted for him because he's such a, he's just such an amiable guy, very quietly spoken. I think I said earlier, a very good hockey player. From memory, represented England at sort of junior level, but he's a very fine cricketer as well, and he's had to battle here because this hasn't been easy against this Yorkshire seam attack. There's Code in around the wicket bowls, sort of defends down to mid-on. There is no run. I actually missed what time tea is today. I think it's
3:40.
Is it the same time as it would normally be? Okay, we had that
Fixed.
delay this morning.
Yeah, they fixed it at 3:40 after the rain. One of those strange things that they sometimes do. Steve Carmichael from down at Bempton. Bempton, you wouldn't get me anywhere near the edge of the cliff there. Tried that once on a school trip, and that's enough for me, thank you.
This is terrible. I've never heard of Bempton. I'm terribly sorry.
Bempton Cliffs Bird Reserve, just down the coast.
Comes Code, bowls, and Alsop plays this carefully into the offside. There is no run, fielded by tumbling George Hill.
I say bird reserve, that just tripped out. I'm not sure if it is officially a bird reserve. It probably is.
Right.
But there's lots of seabirds there. You get puffins and all those sort of gannets and things like that.
Lovely.
And the cliffs.
They fall away, do they?
Quite sharply, yeah.
And some.
Yeah, I've been more than once actually, but yeah, it's one of those where when you're not keen on heights, you don't want to stand too close to the edge.
Yeah, you have to be very careful down in Sussex, particularly around the Seaford area, down to Weeds Eastbourne. There's some cliffs there which are eroding at a real pace of knots. In comes Code, bowls to Alsop, who's solidly in defence, bat and pad close together, plays into the offside. There is no run. Burling Gap is the name of the place, and there's been numerous rockfalls there, and I believe somebody died, sadly, too close to the edge, and it gave way. And the cliffs are, you want a house up there, Doige, because it's a little bit like in Norfolk, where the sea is pushing these cliffs back.
Anyway, Stephen Bempton says he can't hear the naval battle being fought at Peasholm Park as yet. This was a little while ago, but it's crackling away now.
Code bowls and also again defends into the offside. Good over, maiden over from Ben Code. 37 overs gone, which will tell us it's been tough going for the Sussex batters here today. 85 for 4, Alsop on 19, Simpson yet to score, and John Simpson, Tom Alsop, I reckon, has faced 85 deliveries. Not that matters a jot, he's still there, but that shows how hard he's had to work for his runs.
Meanwhile, Steve goes on. He's trying to get his questions in before I get my chance to ask questions in the quiz tonight. Did I mention there's a quiz on tonight? Which breed of owl is commonly found in West Yorkshire kitchens?
I don't know. I only know one type of owl. That's a tawny owl.
Apparently,
is that a joke?
Apparently it's the Scarborough teat.
Right, okay. It's the way you phrase the question. I wonder whether it was there was a twist in the tale to that, whether that was a joke question. But clearly it's not.
Dot ball to begin this Jordan Thompson over.
I'll say a tawny owl. You got a brown owl as well.
Yeah.
But I don't begin to know anything other than that.
Did you get involved with the brownies much when you were younger?
All my 3 daughters were in the brownies. Fantastic. What a job those people do on brownie packs and guy packs, taking the kids away camping and that sort of thing. Fabulous.
Here's Thompson, another ball that swings in sharply. Simpson has to be watchful and pushes it to Revis at mid-off. No run.
This is a really stern examination. No, I've got huge admiration for people who give up their time for Cub Scouts, brownies guides, volunteers. Have to give up a lot of their time, and there's a huge amount of paperwork involved in it as well. A good friend of mine's wife is heavily involved in a guide group, and rightly there's a lot of paperwork involved now, Georgie. But the things they do are fabulous.
2 slips in place. Thompson turns again. Short leg. James Wharton waits for maybe a catching opportunity. Not this delivery, but he's bowling well here, Jordan. It's been a good return to this end for him. Pushed into the offside there, no run.
It's been an excellent spell, sorry.
Reminds me of In the Brownies, the famous Billy Connolly song, which I think was to the tune of In the Navy.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I used to be in the Cubs and the Scouts.
Yeah, brilliant. You know, I think these people do an amazing job. I don't think we had, were you not a camper? Did you not like?
No. Oh, no. Well, yeah,
Something
something.
like a jet or something.
It's either that or the Seagulls had something special for lunch. In comes Thompson, more swing, driven down the ground, but can't get it past Revis. Yeah, I enjoyed being in the Cubs. That was a bit of fun, and the Cub leaders were all grand. But then, once you transferred into the Scouts, which was just at that point of leaving primary school, just before I can tell you the stuff that was in the charts at the time.
Go on.
Before.
Is this in the quiz?
Before going into high school, it's not in the quiz now. But it's just that you can remember things quite clearly from those days, can't you? Shocking scout camp, and I just decided that was ridiculous, the bullying that went on and all of that. As this one is wide of off stump and punched away through the covers. Nicely played by Simpson, who picks up 2, gets himself in fact 3 to get off the mark.
He's a good runner between the wickets, is John Simpson. You probably got the 2 best runners between the wickets out there, Simpson and Allsop. They will be looking to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Well, that's a shame, Doige.
Yeah, so I lasted a few months and
Right.
I've enjoyed the Cubs, and the Cubs had a great football team and stuff like that, and it was just sort of fun to do. The Panto as well, had a few goes in that. But no. It was a disappointing trip to Ullswater that put paid to it. Here's Jordan Thompson coming in over the wicket. Good delivery, and also wants to push at that one, which was just wide of off stump and didn't quite shape back in as much. And I guess if he doesn't swing quite as much as he's been getting, then you could be in danger territory with the outside edge. End of the over though, 88 for 4.
I mean, the light is perfectly playable, but it's not great, Doige, is it? There's quite a lot of heavy cloud cover around. There's some brighter skies in the distance. I hope that I didn't... Oh, sorry, excuse me. I didn't hear how many overs we lost from the original 96, or maybe we've... Because there was only 4 overs before lunch, wasn't there? But we'll keep playing all the time. The lights.
We lost 11.
Did you? Thank you.
So 85. The close of play is 6:30 or 85 overs, whichever is the later.
I'll let you carry on because I've got an update to do, Doige.
So it's going to be Ben Code to continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Jonathan Doige. As Code is in, it's wide of off stump, and an easy leave for John Simpson. Quick check in on the scores elsewhere if we can. And Division 1 Warwickshire 125 for 2 in the 33rd against Somerset, who put them in. Durham 247 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, who also put the home side in there. Code is in, it's wide of off stump and punched straight along the deck to Tattersall in the covers, no run. Lancashire 182 for 8 in the 55th over, so plenty of play possible down at the Oval, where Surrey won the toss and put the Lankies in as well. This division, well, you know what's going on here. Kent 171 all out against Worcestershire, actually, in Division 1. Another one I missed that. Worcestershire won the toss, stuck Kent in, and have done the job of bowling him out. As Simpson turns his latest Code delivery to Wharton at mid-wicket, no run. Leicestershire 120 for 3 in the 31st over against Gloucestershire, who put them in at Bristol. Northamptonshire have moved on from 80 odd for 4 to 109 for 4 in the 30th over of that match against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors. And Glamorgan, who were in peril earlier at 30 odd for 6, have recovered to some extent, 143 for 9.
Just played away through the offside there by John Simpson, who comes back for a second run. He goes to 5. The total goes up to 90 for 4. You're on BBC Radio York Leeds. I forget how we did this down at Hove. I think I said various local radio stations around Yorkshire, because I know there are plenty who listen to us and plenty of listeners as well. I'm sure there'll be plenty down on the south coast. If you're looking to send us an email, I haven't got room here to get my laptop set up, so if you've got any emails today, I'll give you Doidge's email address in a moment, as in comes Code and Bowles, and Simpson plays very straight back down the track. There is no run. It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, and I may try and get myself a little more organised tomorrow with my equipment here, so that I can have the laptop and we might get some emails tomorrow. But please, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, and as there's lots who will be watching the stream down on the south coast, and indeed Sussex supporters around the country who will be taking a very keen interest. So thank you all for tuning in and listening or watching on the streams. In comes Code again, bowls to Simpson, who plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. And another tight, accurate over from Ben Code. 90 for 4, 39 overs gone at 19 to Tom Alsop, 5 to John Simpson. This is such an important stage now, Doidge, particularly with tea on the horizon. These two will be looking to get Sussex through and have a bit of a regroup. But as you always say, you had 2 wickets down to the scoreboard and Sussex in real trouble. So John Simpson playing with great care.
Yeah, if Yorkshire could pick one up in these last few minutes before the tea break, they would be cock-a-hoop, I reckon, going in at 5 down for a short regroup. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, from the Peazone Park end of the ground, is going to go for 4. First ball of the over. He's just strayed for the first time in a while to the leg side of straight, and Alsop was all over that. Few opportunities for any big scoring shots in this session, this day really, and he got that away nicely through the leg side for 4.
This is 87th ball he's received, so he's been very patient, Tom Alsop.
Or rather, I could have told you about the pilot in this match, the soft launch of smart speaker commentaries, but for some reason the emails disappeared as Thompson throws one up wide of off stump to maybe overcompensate a little bit for the previous delivery. It's wide and left there.
I have that problem, with emails that are there 1 minute and disappear the next. I'm not quite sure why.
No. But where is it when you need it?
I agree.
I'll just keep you all hanging on, folks. It's fine. Don't worry about it too much. Just keep it between you and I. Eh? No, it's not there. So maybe if it reappears, I will air what's supposed to be said. Yeah, thickish outside edge from Alsop as the gasp comes from my commentary colleague, and Will Loxton does a fielding at point.
I mean, this is a really stern examination, isn't it? I mean, it's a great examination of Tom Alsop's technique and patience and skill, and there's no little skill required here, because I'm not saying Thompson is swinging it around corners, but not far off. I think Sussex will be very relieved if they can get in 4 down. I just get the feeling these two are absolutely key to Sussex at the moment.
Here comes Thompson again. Oh, again, tailing in towards Tom Alsop, punching it out to Tal. I think he might have taken on the left kneecap possibly when I field it. Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to smart. Just some nice hoshes at the moment.
There's some bowlers around the county circuit who, bears and very bad wickets. Joe Leach today, what a good batter he's been for Worcestershire for 50. Just one of those bowlers, ask someone to put Swinson, he pretty much does. And Burley's been a terrific player for Worcestershire.
Yeah,
he does.
Here's John Thompson in once again. No real brittle swing thrown wide. With dismissal, he turns and walks back. Jordan, slightly different. You get the when you see players regularly and how they go about things. Lots of players, their arms will hang down, brushing their sides. Jordan sort of holds his arms out a little bit, almost like he's shielding a ball. Like those of you of a certain age might remember Eddie Gray doing, for example. He holds his arms away from his body as he's
Alan
walking
Clark
back.
did a bit as well, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe a bit, yeah. Here he comes again. And this time, shape again, and that's not a million miles from James Wharton. Probably actually with the foreshortening is. It's probably about 5 yards away from him anyway, not a million miles. Single down to long leg to complete that over. 95 for 4. 40 overs have been bowled, so still We're not even halfway through the actual overs for the day here.
Yeah, it's been quite a long session, hasn't it? Because we had 4 overs with us, so I think the Yorkshire lads will be ready for a cup of tea. It's the first time I must be the most inobservant person in the ground. So I've just noticed for the first time I got a screen here with the cricket on. Has that been on all day?
No, for some reason
good.
nobody pressed the on button for about the first 3 hours.
Right, I feel better because of that. Well, Ben Cody's going to carry on. He's going to bowl the fine lobe up before tea. If you're watching on the Yorkshire live stream, the lads doing a great job with the pictures. Never easy at Outground, so well done everybody connected with the club. As Ben Code is going to come into bowl to Tom Alsop, who's 24 not out. Sussex 95 for 4 in not great light here at Scarborough. He's in and bowls and Alsop defends, clipping that one away through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, they'll look for 2. As I say, these two are very quick between the wickets and Alsop very quick to come back for the second run. Good running. He goes to 26 and Sussex to 97 in the Test of England, 49 for 4. Harry Brook going very nicely on third. Play you to see.
Yeah, great deal of, yeah. Yeah, the screen thing, the lad who fixed the screen, he'll turn it on, but they didn't.
In comes Code, bowls to Alsop into the offside, and there is no run. To this, Ben Code, 13 overs, 2 for 27. Jordan, 12 overs, 2 for 34. George Hill, 10 overs, 0 for 24. Matthew Revis, 5 very accurate overs, no wicket for 9. No spin yet, but I think it's been exactly the right tactic here by Johnny Tattersall to bowl the seamers. As in comes Code again. The 3 slips go down. Bowls to Alsop, who's well in behind this, a ball that would have hit the stumps. He's such a good bowler, Ben Code, isn't he? I mean, pretty much everything that he bowls, if you don't hit it, then he's going to hit the stumps. And Alsop right in behind that. Played to mid-on. I just felt with that boundary hit in the last over, he was glad to get a loose delivery, Tom Alsop, but just a chance to swing the arms a little bit. But he won't want to do that in the last over before tea. As Code is in, bowls, Alsop defends. The ball's away through. Well, in fact, probably line to say it's squared away, placed it, and he picks a couple more runs to 99 for Alsop to 20. At the end there, it says tea room, so quite obviously the tea. Is that somewhere where they sell paste the bits and pieces? I heard the chairman, the exec, who was in earlier, talking about some things that people make.
Well, one assumes so. It's not frequented the tea room myself because I was on this side of the grounds. But I think cups of coffee, tea, and buns.
In comes Code again. Bowls also plays that very late into the offside no run. The best cakes I saw this year. We went. Oh, you went there as well. We went to Welbeck Colliery.
Yes.
For a 50 over game. And the members there, and I guess maybe it was some of the members, maybe it was the wives, maybe it was the partners, who knows what it was. But they've made some fantastic cakes. I've got to say, they're all out on display first thing in the morning, and it was, really good to see. And a good crowd, as there was indeed at York. I mean, what was that, 3,500 at York for the 50 over game? Lovely sunny day, not like today, it's pretty gloomy. But at least we've got cricket. As in comes Code, bowls to Alsop, who's forward, plays it back down the track, and there is no run. That is the end of the over, and that indeed is going to be tea. Sussex taking tea at 99 for 4. Tom Alsop has battled away. He's on 28. He has faced 98 deliveries for his 28. Not that they'll matter a jot. Sussex will just be pleased that Tom Alsop is there. Skipper John Simpson with him on 5 as the players leave the field. Much depending on Alsop on Simpson, but I just feel, Doige, that Yorkshire have maybe just got their noses in front here.
Yeah, just about. You wouldn't kind of exaggerate that, but I think one more wicket for not many more runs, and yeah, you're definitely saying that they're on top. Then they're into the lower middle. But at this stage, there's certainly no evils in the pitch. Let's put it that way. That pitch is playing well. It's the aerial conditions today that are causing the problems. We've not seen anything, bounce and shoot along the deck. We've not seen things take off. It's a good cricket pitch. But the conditions, they're not making it easy for batting. And I think you'd also have to praise the Yorkshire bowling attack so far for doing a pretty good job with the assistance they've got from the conditions. So 99 for 4 at the tea break. We'll take a breather just as the players are, and we'll back out to pick things up once they come back out for the final session of the day.
with Johnny Davison leading our Yorkshire.
It's too early to tell. You don't know until both teams are back. Looking at the score, if you were just one of those who just looking at the score, you'd think, oh, Yorkshire is possible this game, but we're not. 53 that I got might be match-winning score.
Welcome back. Players making their way back out to the middle. Nasser Hanif and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this first half hour of the final session on day one. John Simpson and Tom Alsop making their way out for Sussex, who are 99 for 4 at the tea break. Alsop 28, Simpson 5 in that afternoon session. And, the mutterings of Yorkshire supporters just down to our left here. You might have picked them up on the effects mic there. Yorkshire not in control, according to one chap. Doesn't matter what the scoreboard says at this moment in time. And George Hill's going to open up the final sesh today from this Peashorn Park end, just remarking his run-up and getting himself in the groove for tonight's quiz. Going to be tested, how he's metal tested by the Sussex batters and by the quizmaster tonight. And it's going to be the left-handed, well, they're both left-handed, but this one is John Simpson on strike. 3 slips, long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point is the field setup. Feels like it might have got a bit more blustery again, not sure if that's the case out there because I've been in the box throughout the tea break, but first ball of the final session, he's guided backward of point where Luxton fields, and Simpson rotates the strike and takes Sussex to 100 for 4, greeted by a ripple of applause around the ground. But the wind is clearly pretty strong because that flag on the pavilion away to our left is still blowing out horizontally. And the gull decibel level, as often is the case at this time of day, seems to increase. George Hill's latest delivery wide of off stump is an easy leave for Alsop.
I think one of the lovely things about coming to this ground is that during that last interval, there were so many people just on the ground itself, kids and families, and I've not seen that at a cricket ground anywhere, certainly in the last couple of, well, even longer than that. You know, actually just having a little knockabout on the actual ground itself.
Yeah, one of the features of cricket here. George Hill just over pitched though, and Alsop has pushed that through the offside. It's going to reach the boundary for 4 despite the chasing James Wharton. Down towards the west stand there through the covers. Just lent on that nicely, Tom Alsop. Didn't go at the ball. Timed it well. 32 now to him, 104 for 4.
Yeah, I would have thought if somebody wanted to come onto the ground and do that sort of thing, they'd get a tap on the shoulder, say, what are you doing on the cricket ground? Or the square?
Here comes Hill. Alsop blocks this time. Feature here, I mean, they just kind of rope off the square, or even sometimes don't do that. You can go up to the cut strip and have a look at it. And unless conditions are poor, you know, if it's a bit wet, then they'll discourage people from going on and having a knockabout. But generally speaking, it's open season. Here's Hill round the wicket. Alsop with another solid block. Low centre of gravity. Tom Alsop gets crouched down right over the top of the ball. 101 deliveries he's now faced and hit 5 fours. So it's been a fair old stay at the crease. Working hard for his team. As Hill comes in again, gets a bit of room to work with this time also, but punches it to Wharton in the covers to complete that over at 104 for for the loss of 4 wickets. George Hill 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 29 so far, so hasn't managed to strike with the ball. As I mentioned, with the white ball recently, he was prolific. 17 wickets across the 8 matches of the Metrobank One Day Cup, and joint leading wicket taker in that competition. John Dodds gives us a wave, the groundsman here, as he wanders around the periphery. Matthew Revis going to bowl the first over from the Trafalgar Square end for this session, and NASA will take you through it.
Yep, Matthew Revis, he's going to come in to bowl to John Simpson. Just has a bit of a practice delivery before he gets himself ready. Gives the ball a bit of a rub. He's about to come in now, and his first ball of Brandy over comes in and he bowls, and this one is pushed towards the leg side, down towards the fielder just behind square, and they'll get a single to the total. Yeah, Yorkshire looking to press ahead, a few more wickets in this last session, really get themselves into a healthy, well, they are in a healthy position in this game, but get themselves into an even better position. 3 slips now for Matthew Revis. Johnny Bairstow, of course, behind the stumps for Yorkshire today. As Revis comes in, and this next delivery is played out in front of him by the batsman, Tom Alsop, who's on 32.
So we've got Rick Parfitt making his way around the ground down beneath us, rocking all over the world with his team.
In comes Revis again. This next one again pushed out in front of him. I'm guessing they've stopped touring status quo. I might be wrong.
Yeah, no Francis Rossi sadly anymore, so that particular act won't be touring, but I don't know if they still tour with somebody playing Francis's part.
Revis comes in, this next ball left outside the off stump and goes through.
Playing Rick's part, I should say. I said Francis then, yeah. Sorry, Francis.
Yeah, it was probably my fault to start that ridiculous conversation off in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, bands do, you know, when they split, they'll bring somebody else in, so if that happens.
Revis comes in again, this next delivery is played in front of him. In fact, it's played beautifully in front of him, and that goes through for 4 runs, 4 more runs there to Tom Alsop, taking him on to 36. Beautiful shot past the bowler.
Yep, Ben Code mid-off, stretching, but was never going to get across to that. Yeah, but bands split and replace a singer or a vital member, don't they? So
it does happen.
Status quo, would they continue? Would Francis Rossi continue with somebody else playing the other main part? Not sure. If you're a Quo fan, let us know. It's not like I look up their gigs regularly. I did see them once though. Saw them at Sheffield Arena.
In comes Revis again. Next delivery. It's played square and played towards a boundary. In fact, it's going to go boundary square past the fielder at the square leg area, and 2 boundaries in succession now from Alsop, taking him on to 50. So good runs here for Sussex in the afternoon. End of the over. Good over that one for Sussex. 113 for the loss of 4 wickets. Also on 40. John Simpson has made 7.
George Hill going to continue. Overcast at the minute. For those of you who can see the pictures, that's self-evident, but for those who can't, yeah, a blanket of grey cloud. It's not as threatening of a feel or a look to it as we had earlier in the day when we did get some rain, and I think forecast wise there's none of that due before the end of play, which is scheduled to either be at 6:30 or after 85 overs have been bowled. Well, we are just past the halfway point of those 85 overs, 43 bowled, and we're only just into the final session, so whether we'll get them all in has got to be debatable. As George Hill bowls here, wide of Simpson's off stump, and he leaves. Just looking at the scoreboard away to our left, the numbers are fairly stand out in terms of their brightness. It gives you an idea that it is a little bit dim out there. I'm not saying it's unplayable, but if that continues to get progressively worse as the evening session wears on, then they might pull up stumps before the schedule close. In comes Hill again. He's wide of off stump and punched to Tattersall, who's positioned himself in a bit of a catching position really. He'd be about 3 to 4 strips to the offside of the left-handed batter who's on strike, and probably about 20 yards from the bat.
That's a good little session by Thompson just before the tea break, actually, where he was really getting that ball to move, wasn't he?
Here's Hill. It's wide of off stump and
Kept a bit low, did he?
yeah, didn't
Felt
seem
it.
to bounce as much as some. George Hill, as I say, has been pretty tidy today, but he's just not quite found that range with a wicket-taking delivery just yet. And interesting that on some days when other bowlers are not having much success, he's nibbling it around or getting it to swing. And today it's the turn of others, but there's still a chance for him to play a part. 6 wickets still to take, as that latest delivery was a decent full-length ball pushed to Tattersall in that position I just described. Is it a good rub on the jumper?
I beg your pardon, sorry, I interrupted you there. Doja, all I was going to say was that Adrian was mentioning earlier that if Yorkshire can take a few wickets, the tail is quite a long tail for Sussex.
Yeah, so they would really be in the game. Oh, and their ball short of length, and Simpson's played it aerially, backward of point. It was nowhere near a fielder, but there was a gasp from the crowd because it was what would have been a catchable height. They've got through for 3 quickly taken runs. Will Luxton, the man doing the fielding out there in the deep, 116 for 4, 10 of them now to Simpson and 40 to Tom Alsop, and he's back on strike and retaking his guard here with umpire Tom Longley. You've got to give him plenty of credit, Tom Alsop, for the way he's gone about things here in circumstances that have not been the easiest to bat in, and he's so far risen to the challenge. Here's Hill, wide of his off stump. There was a little bit of in swing and then the ball nipping away off the seam. If he could have just slightly straightened that up, that might have meant business, but it was wide enough to leave. End of the over, 116 for the loss of 4 wickets, having been put into bat this time this morning when Yorkshire skipper Johnny Tattersall won the toss. No Shan Masood, of course, for Yorkshire. He's over in Pakistan on test duties, so Tattersall taking over as captain. And Ben Cliff, who bowled pretty well during the 50-over competition, and you would have thought would have been in the running maybe for a place here. A man to miss out, with Will Luxton getting a go with the bat instead.
It's going to be Rivets to come in for this first ball, brand new over. No run off the first ball.
Of course, no Matthew Fisher again in this match, but the last we heard, the hope was that he might be fit for the Middlesex match at Headingley next week. We'll see if we can find out a bit more as the few days here progress.
It's going to be Rivers again. He bowls, and this next ball, it's an appeal, and no.
That looks like a good shout.
It looks like a very, very good shout. The umpire kept keeping his hands just low, no raising of the finger on that occasion. All the slip cordon went up. They were looking pretty confident, but nothing from the umpire. Now, did it?
Ooh, well, I think.
Was it doing too much?
Let's have a look at the height issue.
The height was quite low. It didn't.
Don't know. For me,
Was it
did he actually clip it into his legs?
We're trying to have a look at it. This replay again as Matthew Reeves comes in for his next delivery and he bowls. And this one again, play and miss, just outside the edge of the bat from John Simpson.
I think we're going to see it yet again from side on, so we can try and judge the height. If it was really slow, we might be able to have a chance. Well, it's on the rise as it hits him just above the knee roll, really. It might have been bail height, something like that. So there's a little bit of doubt. It's not 100% that it would have hit in that respect, but
Matthew Reeves comes in again. This next one pushed down into the leg side. There's no run there, and John Simpson survives another delivery.
DT suggesting that he's being let off because he's a captain.
Sometimes this ball during the course of the game so far hasn't bounced a great deal, and sometimes it's sort of bounced quite considerably. So on that basis, perhaps that there could have been a wicket. Anyway, it wasn't, and Matthew Reeves comes in. This next one is played leg side, and that's again pushed towards squarish again towards the boundary. It's going to run away, and the batsmen are going to collect a couple of singles, taking Sussex now on to 118 for the loss of 4 wickets. Tom Alsop has made 40 and John Simpson has made 12. It is looking quite gloomy actually to the left, as Doji mentioned just a short time ago, in fact. And it's going to be Matthew Reeves again for this next delivery. He comes in and he bowls, and this one is left outside his off stump by John Simpson, moved away as it went past his bat, through to the wicket-keeper. No run, end of the over. It's 114 for the loss of 4 wickets for Sussex, and it's Simpson has made 12, and on the other side it's Tom Alsop who's made 40.
Noah Kelly just making his way on as 12th man to replace James Wharton temporarily. George Hill, Peasholm Park end to continue then. Sussex still making slow progress. I was going to say painstaking, but that makes it sound as if they're being negative, and they're not, as George Hill gets that one to nip slightly, round about off stump, just outside, Alsop defending. Yeah, I wouldn't want you to give the impression that it's been painful to watch, but it's just been uncomfortable batting out there, and I think they've done a commendable job in getting to 118. There have been other chances, of course. Finlay Bean putting one down that was driven at third slip, as that is wide of Alsop's off stump, and he leaves. Just the one slip and a gully in place now. Ball past the halfway point of its useful life. 45 overs in. And as you might expect, Tattersalls gone for fairly tight ring field. Everybody on the one with the exception of long leg. Tattersall himself, in fact, on closer than the one. He's on a catching position. Another delivery wide of off stump. George Hill content to hang the ball out there and see if Tom Alsop will lose patience and play a shot that he might regret. John Simpson spotted something on terra firma and just removed it from the strip.
Again, that last delivery didn't bounce a great deal, did it?
No. Some of them wide of the stumps have been a little bit that way. Here comes Hill again. That one carries quite comfortably through to the gloves of Bairstow. And again, no run. Johnny Bairstow, as I mentioned, first championship game for some time. Played a couple when he was on his way back to full fitness following that golf course injury. They were sort of May time last year. So 15, 16 months 15 months really, since May last year, since we last saw him in Championship cricket. Latest hill delivery pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Johnny's enjoyed himself here in the past. A couple of tons at Scarborough in Yorkshire colours. George Hill making his way in again past umpire Lungley. That's a bit straighter, and Allsop wants to have a go at getting his hands through it. Almost lost his shape and pushing it to mid-on, but that completes the over. 118 for 4. Allsop remains on 40, and 12 to his captain John Simpson. And Noah Kelly gives a slap of the hand to James Wharton as they exchange places. Wharton coming back onto field.
Some interesting scores from around the counties, and certainly one people here will be watching the Northants Middlesex game. So Northants are 123 for the loss of 7 wickets of 36 overs against Middlesex. Middlesex, of course, in second place as Matthew Reeves comes in. First ball of the next over, and that's pushed out. And there's no run there. So yeah, Sussex 118 for 4 here.
Gulls surveying the scene around and about, just seeing if they can scavenge an odd scrap. Certainly enjoying themselves hanging around in airborne over the bleachers.
Reeves comes in again. This one again pushed out into the covers, and a good save there. Definite save of 4 runs. Some good fielding from the man out there.
Yep, Jordan Thompson, Will Luxton, Johnny Tattersall all make their. In fact, Will Luxton even gives Bencote a hug for fielding that ball. That's a little bit excessive, Will. But he drove it along the deck, and it kicked off the wicket ends of the practice strip, or maybe a strip that's been used in a club game, and kicked up in the air, and good diving save.
Here comes Reeves again. This next ball is played out in front of him by the batsman.
The sort of save that Jordan Pickford would have been proud of, or well, I put that in DT's money. Gordon Banks might have been proud of that sort of save, DT. He was a goalkeeper, you remember? Fatty Folks, yeah.
It's John Simpson who's facing at the moment. And the goals above, some of them coming quite low actually over the ground as Matthew Reeves comes in. His next ball is, again I thought that ball kept a bit low again, because he was crouching as he played that ball in front of him, was John Simpson. He certainly appeared to keep low. Pushed out in front of him by John Simpson, no run. It's Matthew Reeves again. And he comes in and he bowls his next delivery. Fairly standard. Playing out in front of him by John Simpson again. Pretty much a repetition.
Yep. I think the key today has been bowling at the stumps. There's been some relatively easy leaves, but from Yorkshire's discipline point of view, keeping it just outside off stumps, still that temptation maybe to have a go at it. From the batters, Matthew Reeves has been pretty straight.
And it is Matthew Reeves to come in again. His next delivery, again, played out in front of him by John Simpson. No run, end of the over. Sussex 118 for 4. And the 2 batsmen still there, still hoping to add to their total, add to this total of 118. The 2 people in. Tom Allsop, who's on 14, he'll be facing the next over. And of course, John Simpson, just spoke about there, he's on 12.
Yeah, and George Hill to continue at the Peasholm Park end. Just a matter of, it's one of those challenges between bat and ball at the moment. Persistence. who's going to win that sort of argument, who's going to maintain their discipline for the longer. It's one of those great things about the longer form of cricket. As Hill is in and solidly blocked by Allsop, and there is no run.
And you wonder if that's where Daniel Hughes earlier on perhaps just didn't have that discipline, and in the end fell because he couldn't sort of stay out there. And that's what you need to do with this form of cricket, don't you? You really need to stick it out for much longer periods than you do in the other forms of the game.
Here's Hill again. It's dropped into the offside, and there is no run. In comes Hill again. It's wide of off stump and left by Allsop.
Yeah, a lot of rubbing of the ball on side. See if we can get something else out of this ball this afternoon. That's what Yorkshire will be hoping. Just a bit of shape. A bit like that bowling just before tea, perhaps. One to dot. Back in or out.
That's pushed into the offside. Tattersall collects, and there is no run.
Yeah, just in terms of the other games, Derbyshire 9 without loss against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 150 for 4. Northants 126 for 7 against Middlesex.
Here's Hill. Ooh, Allsop struggles to deal with that. Bent almost double with a ball that nips on him. Good delivery by George Hill. He got a single from it. And that will take him on to 41. We'll have an update to do for BBC Radio Leeds any moment, as will Harmsy for Sussex. And then we'll have a double change in the commentary box with Harmsy and DT coming in. 119 for 4. And in comes Hill. Ball shaping back in towards Simpson, who drops it into the offside, and there is no run.
Many thanks indeed to everybody who took part.
And we might as well make the change now. Nasser can have a breather. Harmsy can come in once he's done his update, and I'll just keep things going until I finish this update. 119 for 4 then. And it's going to be Matthew Revis to continue at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Three slips in place. Update time any second. Okay. And Revis down the incline then. Bowling it now. Ooh, good delivery. Afternoon, Toby and everyone. Yep, 119 for 4. Sussex, top of the Division 2 table, so vital match this one for Yorkshire. And Johnny Best keeping wicket for Yorkshire as well. I'm going to bat at number 5 when they get their opportunity. They won the toss this morning and put Sussex in. And made a good start. Ben Coe took a wicket the first over of the day, that of Tom Haynes, LBW. On the back of that, Tom Clark was a victim of Jordan Thompson, caught a point by Will Luxton for just the 5, and then 2 further wickets have fallen during this afternoon session after we had a fair old delay for rain earlier in the day. with Hughes going for 53 off 87 deliveries, including 9 boundaries, and then Cole's LBW to Thompson for 5. So 2 wickets apiece for Jordan Thompson and for Ben Code. Still a lot of play to go today. They're going to try and play till 6:30 or 85 overs. It's a bit gloomy and overcast, but just 48 overs and a couple of deliveries gone. And at this stage, Sussex 119 for the loss of 4 wickets. There we go. Update finally complete.
I just feel like applauding at the end of that. JD, excellent, excellent. Are you going to sort of stay there and let Adrian in here, or shall I?
Well, now we've lost the line. What's going on? Looks like somebody's cleared me down. Let's try that again. Short ball from Revis, and that's helped in front of square on the leg side by Alsop, and they pick up 1 run. You can come over here if you like, and I'll have a breather. Revis on his way back to his mark, and the next voice you'll hear will be David Townsend.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yeah, we're playing a bit of musical chairs in here at the moment, in Cali too. The bigger of the 2 commentary boxes here at North Marine Road. Revis in, bowls, and Simpson clips that one nicely through mid-wicket. He's only going to get 1 run though. There's a deep square leg out there who comes round and completes the fielding. So just the 1 to John Simpson, the Sussex captain. He moves on to 13. 42 to Tom Alsop, who's batted well. He's been very, very patient and getting his reward. Going slowly, compiling his innings. Revis bowls to him, and that's driven again. The arms go up in the air. And I think if he hadn't got the inside half of the bat to that would have been a big appeal for LBW, but instead he gets a single out to deep mid-wicket, and they'll keep the strike. John Simpson having a word with him now. I had a word with John Simpson this morning. He was talking about what he'd have done if he'd won the toss, and it was very blustery. I don't think there's any question that whoever won the toss would have bowled had it been calmer this morning, but Simpson said he was worried about the wind. That was a factor. He didn't have to make the decision in the end. Toss was won by Johnny Tattersall, and Yorkshire bowled. They bowled pretty well. George got up the incline, bowls, and that's through to the keeper. And there's no run to be had there. More defensive field, or more the field looking perhaps to wear down Alsop, nagging away outside that off stump. Just the one slip in place. That's Adam Lythe. But gully, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, packed offside field as he bowls again, and Alsop patient as ever, pushing that one up to mid-off. No run there. And after informing the good people of the south east of England, various what the scores on the doors are around the country, Adrian Harms is
hello, Dave.
moving in to join us. Hill bowls, and that's getting played firmly to mid-off, where Jordan Thompson does the field. How do you see the game at the moment, Adrian? 122 for 4?
Interesting. I was just talking to some of the Sussex people around on the far side of the ground, and I think the feeling is that 122 for 4 doesn't look great, but I don't think it's that bad a score, you know. It's not been easy out there today. And somebody said to me, we may not play much longer because of the light, but I think the light's got better, actually, and there's some sort of brighter skies drifting in, so we could get quite a bit more cricket, I think.
Hill bowls, and that's pushed down back to him.
So, I mean,
the light is certainly playable at the moment.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think it's improved a little, actually. But it's been a terrific knock by Tom Alsop. I mean, John Simpson, we all know, such a classy player. But also, you talk about someone getting their head down. He's faced 129 balls, Dave, for his 43. So he's really, it's not been easy.
Well, it was even, I'll come back to that after this ball as Hill bowls to Allsop, and again he defends. I remember you were saying earlier that he'd faced something like 80 odd balls for his 20 or something, so he's got a little bit quicker, and that's how traditionally you play a first class innings,
totally.
particularly when the conditions are not favourable for batting. You get your head down, you start to see the ball a little bit bigger, if you like, and start to pick it earlier. Hill bowls to him, and that's clipped nicely to mid-wicket, but again no run, and he's just content to be out there and batting. You don't score any runs in the dressing room, Adrian.
No, you certainly
No
don't.
cricketer has ever scored runs sitting in the dressing room.
I think Doige said that we're having 85 overs today. We lost 11 due to the delay we had this morning for the rain. So we've still got another 35 overs to be bowled tonight, which could well take us past what should be the official finishing time of 6:30. But as I say, there's some lighter skies and some blue skies, so you never know.
I can't see it going much past 6:30.
No, I'd be surprised.
Certainly go on for a while. I'd be surprised if it actually reaches 6:30. Another 2 hours, Adrian, without not that much light.
Someone was giving a very pessimistic weather forecast. Just break off. As in comes Matthew Revis from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Simpson, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. Apparently, really strong winds overnight.
Was that you or the weather?
Well, and a lot of rain apparently, but I think that's meant to clear away fairly quickly in the morning. So it just depends how much disruption there is, if any. But I think we've been lucky today that the forecast wasn't great, and we've had 50 overs. But it's been tough going. Sussex going along at 2.5 and over. Not that that's that important in the county championship, as in comes Revis around the wicket, bowls and driven down the ground. Now I think that was signalled as a no ball. Revis stopped it, I think, with his shins.
Yeah, I had the glasses on that one. I think he just got his left boot to it somehow as he went down, and
was that a
took
no
the
ball?
pace out of it.
I think the umpire signalled a no ball, but maybe he didn't. Let's just see this. He got a hand to it. Oh no, the umpire just put his arms out to one side. I think he was trying to get out the way as much as anything. So it wasn't a no ball. Apologies for that. Simpson waits again. He's on 13. And Matthew Revis making his way in around the wicket. Tall man bowls. Simpson defends down the track. There is no run. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, and a multitude of BBC radio stations around Yorkshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Townsend, the rest of our commentary team, the regular voice of Jonathan Doige, who's just gone off to have a cup of tea or something, I think. And delighted to welcome Nasir Hanif with us as well. If you're watching via the Yorkshire live stream, thank you for tuning in, and thank you to all the people at the club here at Yorkshire for making the stream work so well during the game. Never easy at out grounds, but they're doing a terrific job. As in comes Revis around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson cuts this one away. He's going to get a couple of runs here. It's fielded in the covers. The ball has been palmed towards the boundary. It's just going to be cut off. Well done, sir. Avoided the spectator walking around. I think the fielder might have hurt himself. It was a good tumbling stop, and he gets a sort of a fist pump from someone in the crowd. He prevented a couple of runs. Simpson goes to 15, 124 for 4. John Simpson, Dave, somebody who you would know well. I know you spent a lot of time, covering Middlesex as well, and he's been a terrific acquisition for Sussex.
He has, yeah. I had a brief word with him this morning. He said he's very much enjoying captaining the side. He's enjoying just a different environment down on the south coast.
Revis in again, bowl. Simpson defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I mean, initially he was appointed for the first 7 championship games, and the idea was that would then be reviewed. Well, I think it was probably the shortest meeting in history between Paul Farbrace and John Simpson as to whether they wanted to carry on or not, because first of all, Sussex needed a wicket keeper. I mean, Ollie Carter's a young keeper, and may well be a good keeper in years to come, but they needed a top-class keeper, which they've got. Revis in, bowls to Simpson, who clips away through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 16, 125 for 4. But what Sussex have missed over the last few seasons is someone coming in exactly the position that John Simpson found himself. You know, you got Simpson coming in at number 6. That makes you feel a little better about things as a Sussex supporter.
Yes, he's very, very consistent performer with the bat, and he knows the game. And it's you know, you've been playing county cricket for as long as he is. Couple of England caps, but only one day. Well, one day international is still an England cap, but really should have played some Test matches. John Simpson, when all that confusion or all that madness was going on with COVID. James Bracey got a couple of Test matches, and you'd have thought really those 2 caps should have gone to Simo at the time. Hill starts new over, bowls, and that's pulled firmly and straight to mid-wicket. Matthew Revis, I think it is, who took the catch there. George Hill has got a wicket. Oh my word. He absolutely hammered that shot. That's one of the best timed shots we've seen all day, and I think if Revis hadn't got his hands to it, it might have just gone straight through him.
Well, just as we were giving John Simpson the big send-up,
yeah.
And he'll be disappointed about that. I mean, he's just picked out the fielder, hasn't he?
Yes.
Can't believe it. Look at his reaction when he's out.
I mean, even a yard either side, I don't think Revis would have got hands on it, would
No.
he? But you know, there he goes. Oh, as I say, he knows the game, and he'll know that does happen occasionally, no matter how well you guard against it. And no, he's walking off there just to some muttering about his luck. Is this Hudson Prentice coming out now?
Yeah. So top the batting averages for Sussex last year in the county championship did Finn, averaged 48. 879 county championship runs. I would say, from a Sussex point of view, after this you've got Jack Carston and Jack Combat, but then it's a 9-10 Jack. I mean, you've got Robinson and Udcat and Hunt. You know, everyone can hold a bat, can't they, these days? But I would just say that it's a longish tail from, you know, so Sussex will be looking at these 2 and Carson. I mean, Sean Hunt made a half century, but I just think on this pitch against this quality of attack, that I'm looking one way, 125 for 5. You know, Sussex won't. You know, these 2 need to put a decent stand together.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. And well, John Simpson, he's gone for 16.
Yeah, we was
Hill to the new batsman, and thickish inside half of the bat on that one plays it to mid-wicket, no run.
I mean, 2 big partnerships, haven't they? We had 61 between Hughes and Alsop, and 40 that partnership between Simpson and Alsop, and the common factor there is Tom Alsop,
who was dropped.
Yes, he was. He was dropped on 9. Now, I didn't see the drop, but I know he was on 9. Difficult one, or?
Hill bowls, defended by Hudson Prentice. Are they? They're all difficult in the slip cordon, aren't they?
Well,
But
they are,
it travelled quickly, head height to Finlay Bean, who got 2 hands to it. I think the ball popped out, and he very nearly dived and caught it on the rebound. But with quick reactions, but he doesn't drop too many. Finlay Bean, he'll be very, very disappointed.
Yeah.
To have put that one down. Hill bowls again, and that's outside the off stump, through to the keeper. No run.
Yes, I mean, both. Well, actually, when you think 3 Sussex players, and you don't want to be harsh, but Tom Clark, Daniel Hughes, and John Simpson will probably all be disappointed the way they got out. I mean, if that shot from John Simpson, say a yard either side, it's 4 runs, and we say brilliant shot, but he just picked out the fielder.
Same to an extent with Daniel Hughes.
Yes, it was.
He hit his very well, but next delivery from Hill is defended.
I just want
offside. You don't. The thing is, Adrian, if you don't hit the ball in the air, you don't get caught.
You don't. I just wonder as well, Dave, whether it's. I mean, I think Yorkshire have bowled really well here today. There've been few bad deliveries, and I just wonder then when a bad one comes along, your eyes light up and you think, right, that's going for 4. And it's just that pressure of this very good Yorkshire attack.
That's all part of building up the pressure on the batting side, isn't it? Heel bowls again and covering up, defending. That's going to be a wicket maiden, I think, for
very good
George
indeed.
Hill. Takes his sweater, and you do build up pressure. Like a great man for doing that in years gone by was one of Dave Callahan's favourite cricketers, Steve Patterson, who you'll have seen a few times. Who just used to plug away. If he gave away 2 runs and over, it was an expensive day for him. And of course, the batters, they feel they got to get on with it, don't they? And then, as you say, when a slightly looser delivery is sent down, whack, and can produce the wicket, particularly on slow wickets. Steve Patterson, they used to employ what they called the Yorkshire wall, which was three men either side of the either side of the wicket in catching positions in front of the crease.
Matthew Revis is in, bowls to Tom Alsop, who drives into the covers. There is no run. The live stream was just showing a few people walking around with pints of beer. It feels more. I mean, I went for a wander around, but you need a coat. It's cold. It's chilly. You're all right. You've got like a fleece on,
and a sweater,
and
a shirt, and a t-shirt.
Yeah, if you're sitting around outside, it's really not that warm. And a couple of people down below us who've got shorts on are probably slightly regretting it. As Revis is in again, tall man from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Alsop, who for the umpteenth time gets right in behind that, plays it down the track. There is no run. Tell you how many balls Tom Alsop has faced. What I have been impressed, though, is with the Yorkshire bowling. I think it's been very good. They bowled very much wicket to wicket today. They've made Sussex play at pretty much everything. Harry Brook is out for England. England won 98 for 5 in the Test matches. Revis is in again. Bowls to Alsop, was up on his toes and plays defensively onto the leg side, and there is no run. Tom Alsop has now faced 133 deliveries, but as Dave was saying, he's building an innings, and it's just what Sussex need. You can see the ground staff there are pretty much wrapped up, aren't they, against the elements. One of the Yorkshire players signing an autograph. He's just said to that young lad, "Can you just hang on a minute, because I've got to concentrate on my fielding for a moment." I don't know who that is out on the boundary. But Revis is already in. Bowls to Alsop, who cuts firmly down to deep backward point, picks up his 44th run as Tom Alsop. Total goes to 126 for 5. In the Test match, Harry Brook was out for 56. England 198 for 5. Jamie Smith 36. Chris Wokes on 5. Delayed start at Old Trafford as well today because of the rain. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the Championship, which is what we're interested in, Northamptonshire 149 for 7 at Merchant Taylor's School.
Well, it's a recovery from 120 for 7.
Well, okay. And it's raining there now.
Is it?
This is rain. Glamorgan went out for 168 by Derbyshire. Derbyshire 21 without loss. And Leicestershire 178 for 4 at Bristol. Ian Holland, who's a fine cricketer, 87 not out. Opens the batting, opens the bowling, good fielder. Born in the USA. As in comes Revis over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward, and he manages to squirt that one between third slip and cover point. The ball is racing towards the boundary. It's not going to go for 4 runs. In fact, that's a very good bit of fielding and restricts Hudson Prentice just a couple of runs. We didn't see who fielded the ball because, as Dave was saying earlier, the press box sort of juts out in front of us and we can't see down towards the fielding position down at third man. But a good bit of fielding, whoever was involved with that. I think Finley Bean was one and Will Luxton the other. So between them, they prevented a couple of runs. Hudson Prentice is on his way. The total 128 for 5. The light has just faded a little. It was quite bright a couple of moments ago. In comes Revis, bowls to Hudson Prentice, shot. Well, it probably deserved that. And that's a favourite shot of Finn Hudson Prentice. It was a half volley outside off stump. And Finn Hudson Prentice wasn't going to miss out on that, and he hammered the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. One of the shots of the day, actually. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 132 for 5.
I thought that for a minute he just lost control of that and was going to hit it in the air, but he didn't. He got looks as though his hand was going to come off the bat, but as you say, one of the shots of the day. 132 for 5.
I mean,
it is getting just a little bit.
It is, isn't it? A little gloomy.
Gloomier.
I mean, I was asked when I was walking around the ground, there were some of the Sussex people said to me, what are the... Oh, there's the Sussex chair. John Philby on the screen. There he is. Looks like he's talking to someone over there. Hello, John. Does a fine job down at Hove. And his wife, Alison. So that's over by them. I'll tell him later, he was on the big screen. And they all look a bit chilly over there, actually.
Yeah, it's got chillier again, hasn't it? But looking at the sky, there is a very dark patch up above us. Not a rain cloud, but very dark. Which, when that passes, I think the light might get a little bit brighter again.
Thompson back into the attack, which is interesting after a wicket had fallen in the previous over, courtesy of George Hill.
Yes, Jordan Thompson, number 44. On his back, runs away from us. But pitches up, and he's driven up to mid-on, and a good tumbling stop there. But a man we haven't seen much of today, Dan Moriarty.
Do you know they haven't played all day down at Southampton, off for the hot, I thought the weather was meant to be better in the south, but it's obviously rained all day.
Well, you see, if you listen to Marty Emerson, he'll tell you that's just a myth. The sun always shines in Durham, Marty will say. It's shining on Durham today, mind you. They're scoring a few runs. Thompson bowls, and that beat Allsop there, which not too many have done that today, and he's reaching for that one outside the off stump to the keeper.
Yeah, Alex Lee's 123 not out for Durham, 329 for 3. That swung, Dave.
Yeah. Good
delivery. No, the light's just improved a little, hasn't it? It's sort of fading in and out. I mean, it's perfectly playable at the moment, anyway.
It's not great weather. I have a theory that you can tell the temperature of the crowd by looking at them. As Thompson bowls, that's outside the off stump. No run. If you look round the ground, and the crowd are all very, very dark in sort of blacks and greys and dark blues and whatever. As it is today. If you look around that crowd, look. It's all,
no, you're right.
It's whatever, and then the sun's out, and the coats come off, and you got the brighter shirts underneath.
Now, Jordan Thompson earlier on today, Dave, I'm not sure if it was when we were on commentary, he seemed to be holding his left leg after a delivery, and we wondered if it was a hamstring problem. And he's now down on the crease. One of the players is holding his left leg up, almost as if he's got cramp. But I think the physio is going to come on. So, and Jonathan was saying that Yorkshire, they played the extra batter here. They can't really afford to lose one of their bowlers. Now, I'm not saying they're going to, but Jordan Thompson just looks in a bit of discomfort there at the crease.
Yeah, they're doing the old...
Actually, the drink has been bought out by one of the Sussex backroom. I think that's Ollie Carter who's come running out with the drink for Tom also. No, he's all right.
Yeah, a little bit of crump, perhaps, and maybe he needs some... Needs some fluid.
Yeah, sorry, so if that was misleading anybody, but...
well, yeah, that wasn't the physio, was it? It was...
So someone's come out, looks like a physio's come out, but he's been waved away by Jordan Thompson, and it was...
He's got a few layers on as well.
Yeah, and Ollie Carter is one of the Sussex players who came up and isn't playing. Anyway.
Thompson ready to go again.
Yeah.
Bowls to Allsop, and again that comes back in late, and he clips it past short leg.
He's not happy though, Jordan Thompson, is he? He's hobbling.
Yeah, he needs probably a bit of water and some salt or something like that.
Yeah, Doige was saying that he's very rarely injured, but he's definitely got a problem with the back of his left leg, whether it's a hamstring or is it a bit of cramp.
It's probably cramp the way they were sort of doing that thing where you put your leg up in the air and then sort of.
You used to see that sort of in the FA Cup final, don't you? When players getting cramp, whilst
second half of extra time, it always used to go down.
Socks down, and I don't think you're allowed to play with your socks down anymore, are you? I think you have to wear shin pads. I think he's not happy, is he?
Well, it's a question of whether it's cramp or whether he's actually done a little bit of muscle damage. But he's a tough man.
He is.
the man who makes things happen, according to Doidge. Let's see what he's going to make happen here as he bowls that one outside the off stump. And it's true to the keeper. And he's just back on, isn't he?
He is.
First over back, so maybe.
That's good. Actually, he just made a sign towards the dressing room there, and I just saw on the big screen, he almost sort of made a look towards the dressing room as if to say, no, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come off here, you know. He sort of shook his head slightly and made a signal as if for someone to come on. So I just wonder whether he might have to go off to have some treatment here, Jordan Thompson, which will be a blow for Yorkshire. I may have read that wrongly, but we'll see at the end of the over.
So, Thompson again to bowl to Hudson Prentice, and no, he nearly got through there. That is the end of the over. And he's taking his sweater. No, he's going off the field. He's having none of that.
He's being bought out something, though. Yeah, he made a signal towards the dressing room, and one of the Yorkshire staff has come maybe with I don't know, maybe a glucose drink or something, or he definitely made a signal towards. But you're quite right. I shouldn't have doubted that he wants to stay on the field, which he is going to. He's having a drink and maybe I don't know, some sort of a tablet just to relieve the cramp or whatever he's got. End of the over. 133 for 5. The light again fades a little, and in the distance the clouds do look quite heavy, but we've been lucky enough to get through 54 overs here on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC radio stations across Yorkshire and on the Yorkshire live stream. Adrian Harms and Dave Townsend on commentary duties. Nasir Hanif is going to come back and join us shortly, as from the Trafalgar Square end, in comes Revis, bowls to Alsop, who tucks that nicely away through square leg and picks up a single. There's a fielder there at deep backward square. Alsop goes to within 4 of a half century, 134 for 5. Slight trouble picking up the numbers on the scoreboard. Yeah, 134 for 5, which brings Hudson Prentice onto strike. 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg just down in front of us.
Jordan Thompson, of course, has talked quite widely about his... he has type 1 diabetes. I think he's the only professional cricketer in the country who does.
Ah, interesting. In comes Revis, bowls to Hudson Prentice. He takes his hand off the bat, plays it to mid-wicket, there is no run.
That's... I don't think that will affect, these hamstring or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know about those things, but he's certainly a tough cookie. I mean, he has to inject himself every day, and that's that sort of thing.
So I wonder maybe that was a bit of glucose or something. You never know.
Possibly glucose, salt, all that stuff.
Revis in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays defensively into the slip cord, and there is no run. James Kirtley just makes his way around the outfield, the Sussex bowling coach, wrapped up in his gilet.
We are, what's the word? Not experts in that field, Adrian.
We're not. It's a good job there are people who are.
We only know our general knowledge on those subjects, but having to inject yourself every day, no fun at all, whatever it is.
Revis in bowls. Hudson Prentice lets us go. It's a good leave. I guess if you lose your off stump, it's poor judgment, and there are fine margins, but a good leave. And actually, you were talking earlier on, Dave, about the bounce here at Scarborough and the way that Adam Lyth plays, and he did play that on length, did Finn Hudson Prentice?
Yeah, I think so, but we have seen 1 or 2 keep low today.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think it's time for me to move out.
Yes, I think Nasir is going to come and join us. Nasir is going to come and join us. Thank you, Dave. In comes Revis bowls, and caught is Hudson Prentice, and I'm afraid that's another wicket thrown away. That's a really poor shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. George Hill comfortably takes the catch at first slip. Well, in the previous over, he'd driven one really nicely away through the covers for 4 runs, and I said, what a lovely shot. But he was playing away from his body, and it's presented a comfortable catch to Hill, who duly obliged at first slip, and the 6th Sussex wicket goes down. And there are 1 or 2 Sussex players who'll be looking at themselves tonight and saying, actually, rather a case of giving wickets away. Hudson Prentice goes for 6, and Sussex now 134 for 6. As Dave goes, and Nasir comes back and joining us. I don't think he'll be too happy with that shot, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
I don't think he will be. Adrian, yeah, I think I've picked my moment to come in and join you again. A pivotal moment, in fact. You know, I guess if Sussex were going to lose either of the batsmen, rather the number 6 than the more established batsman, but still, if it means, as you were saying earlier, that you're going to get a longish tail coming in, that's going to cause problems for Sussex, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the tail, I mean, and in no way do I mean this disrespectfully to any of 9, 10, 11. Ollie Robinson has made a first-class 100. I'm sorry, make that at Durham on his debut. So he's a perfectly capable player, Ollie. Sean Hunt has made a half-century for Sussex. I haven't seen an awful lot of Jaydev and Udkat batting. So all players can hold a bat, but you know, you just think that against this quality of bowling, when the top order have struggled today, that it's tough on those players if you're expecting to be digging out of a hole. So I would say Jack Carson, the top score of 87 in first-class cricket, so Jack can bat, but you know, I would say now that Yorkshire are into the tail.
Yeah.
I don't think that's disrespectful to say.
No, and it is going to be Jack Carson who's going to face this.
Yes, Matthew Revis, who's coming
Matthew
in,
Revis.
bowls down the leg side. Johnny Bairstow appeals, but it flicked the pad and through to Bairstow. There is no run. End of the over, 134 for 6. Also on 46, Carson yet to score, and I think it proves what a very good innings this has been from Tom also.
I think the other interesting thing I was just thinking about a while ago, it'd be good to see how Ollie Robinson bowls on this pitch as well.
Yes, it will. Yes,
you
it
know,
will.
because he'll be a key factor in this game, I'm sure, given all his experience and how good a bowler is, certainly at the very highest level.
Well, certainly Jonathan was making the point earlier on today when he was talking about the Yorkshire side having an extra batter in there, and he said he felt that was because of this Sussex attack with Robinson and Udkat, Sean Hunt, that maybe there may be something in the pitch for these bowlers. So, but I think you'd have to say, I mean, both sides have got to bat clearly, but at the minute, I think you'd have to say Yorkshire will feel the happier of the two sides and have justified the decision to bat first.
Yeah, and it's going to be Jordan Thompson now to resume bowling duties from this side, which I cannot remember what it's called.
It is called I made a note of it, the Pease Holme Park End.
Pease Home Park End.
Yes.
Yes, I shall remember that one.
And I don't know if the peas is, Dave might be able to nod or otherwise, or tell us, I'm presuming as in a pod of peas? It is.
Pease
P-E-A-S, yeah.
Pease Home Park End.
Or frozen peas, or whatever
Frozen
it is.
peas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jordan Thompson, second ball, brand new over, and he's bowling to the established batsman, and this one is square pulled, and it's going to get to the boundary.
Shot.
Just behind square. Good shot that. Good shot, and takes him onto a half century, in fact. Just takes Tom Alsop on to a well-worked half century. Has bided his time throughout his innings. Certainly been there all the time. He did have that chance, which we've discussed a couple of times. But then, you make your luck sometimes in this game, and he's certainly progressed since then, played the straight deliveries, batted defensively well, and then where there's been a bad ball, really taken it on, and that's why he's got the half century. And in comes Jordan Thompson again. This next one well wide of the off stump and left well alone by Tom Alsop.
I think he's faced 144 deliveries for that half century, and he's had to really graft.
Yeah.
It's a really battling innings by Tom, and a good job for Sussex, because without that, they would have been in a bit of a sorry state.
Yeah. On my rather random notes here, I've written down that he came in at just 13.24. So yeah, at 1:30. So Jordan Thompson comes in again. This next delivery is nicely played out in front of him towards the offside.
So Paul Farbrace was talking about Tom Alsop, and who's recently signed a contract extension down at Hove, and was saying that he fully expects Tom Alsop to go on the England Lions tour this winter. I'm not entirely sure where that's going to, but you'd certainly think that his name would be in the frame.
Yeah. As Jordan Thompson comes in again. This next delivery is played square and straight to Finlay Bean. No run.
Yorkshire will have their eyes if the light holds, and it does look a little brighter away to the west. If the light holds, we've still got a lot of overs. There's another 29 overs after this today, and Yorkshire will probably think to themselves they might bowl Sussex out here today.
Yeah, and strangely enough now, where the tea room is, which is slightly to the left of where we're watching the cricket from, it does look a little bit lighter, unless it's just my eyesight.
No, I think there's, we a few moments ago, Dave and I were saying, it's getting a little gloomy, but it is, the wind has picked up again.
Yeah.
You can see the flag on the flagpole here on the pavilion is buffeting away.
Yeah. As in comes Jordan Thompson again. This next delivery is played out in front of him. He looks a very compact and correct batsman when he plays the balls, Tom Alsop, just watching him.
Yes, he is, and he decided to play that one very late, didn't he? 138 for 6.
Yeah.
Also up on 50. Jack Carson yet to score, and he's just one of the. I think we say this every time we do our cricket commentaries. Pretty much 100% cricketers are nice people to speak to, very pleasant, very polite. But Tom Alsop is right at the top of that list. He's incredibly polite, very quietly spoken, very undemonstrative. Just a really.
Top century came from 142 deliveries and included 8 fours.
There we are, 142 deliveries and 8 fours, and that shows you how patient he's been.
And sometimes cricket is about temperament, isn't it? And if he reflects that off the field, then he probably reflects it on the field when he goes into bat.
Certainly. So it's going to be. In fact, if you work that out, 142 delivery, 8 fours, so 140 is 134. So. His other 18 runs came off 134 deliveries, and that shows how patient he's been. Anyway, Matthew Revis is coming in from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Jack Carson, who clubs that one away through backward point for 4 runs. Too much whip there from Revis, and Jack Carson cutting the ball away firmly through backward point for 4 runs. 142 for 6. I don't know whether Jack's parents are listening. They may even be here, but they may be listening back over in Northern Ireland. If you are, I haven't got the emails up and running today, but they are available. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, and Joy G, I think, is picking up those. Had a few internet problems today, but we'll hopefully have the Sussex one up and running tomorrow. But a good shot from Jack. As in comes Revis again, bowls to Carson, who solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. There are 3 slips in place. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg literally down below us. The fine leg is actually going through some warm-ups. Looks like he's got some sort of a medicine ball or something down there. Who's that down there? Is that Ben Code? Might well be.
It could well be, yeah.
He might be coming back into the attack. We shall see.
Yeah.
Revis. In again, over the wicket, bowls to Carson. That swings away from Jack Carson. A good leave taken by Bairstow, no run. In fact, that's a complete mistake by me, and I do apologise. I thought that was Matthew Revis. It's actually Ben Code who is bowling, so I do apologise. That was a wrong call by me. So it cannot be Ben Code who's warming up because he's bowling. I didn't notice until he'd...
Moriarty? Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Dan Moriarty.
It's getting brighter by the minute now.
It is.
As in comes Code and bowls. Again, that swings away from the right-handed Carson. Taken by Bairstow, and there is no run.
I guess from both sides' perspective, both of them would really want a result in this game. For Sussex, they can get a bit more clearer at the top, and for Yorkshire to try to make some ground on Middlesex.
Yes, I think the sun is out now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I think from a Sussex point of view, they'll probably feel they don't want to get beaten here.
Yeah.
But already with 6 wickets gone down on the opening day, but as you made a very good point about Ollie Robinson, as in comes Code and bowls, and again, we're just drifting away from the right-handed James Coles, just trying to tempt him into a drive. The ball taken by Bairstow in front of almost second slip, and there is no run. Interesting that there should be a change of bowling, and in fact he's done that a couple of times today, Johnny Tattersall, where a wicket's been taken, and he's taken the bowler off and brought somebody else on, which is it's no excuse for getting the bowlers wrong, but Matthew Revis had taken the wicket of Finn Hudson-Prentice, and Tattersall changes the bowling. Code again. Over the wicket, bowls, and this one Carson has to play and plays out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of another Ben Code over, who has now bowled 15 overs and taken 2 for 35. Sussex are 142 for 6 with Tom Alsop on 50. Jack Carson is on 4. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, and multiple BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club, Yorkshire Cricket Club live stream. If you are, they've got their camera fixed on a seagull at the moment, which is flying across the ground. He's got a bird's eye view of the cricket, and he'll see the sun is out. It's a very pleasant late afternoon, and who knows, we may get these remaining overs in, 28 of them to go.
I'm just looking at the record of Jaydev Unadkat as the first ball of the new over comes in from Thompson, and that one just pushed out and there's no run there. 142 for 6 is the score from a Sussex perspective. I was just looking at the figures of Jaydev Unadkat, the bowler for Sussex, and seeing how effective he might be in these conditions. He's played tests for India as well, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, and he came over last year for the final 3 or 4 fixtures of the season, did very well.
Yeah. And it's going to be this next delivery, and it's just played out in front of him.
Yes, Sussex have rotated their quick bowlers, so Jayden Seales was here for the first 7 games, then he went and played for the West Indies in that Test match series against England. Nathan McAndrew arrived from Australia and played a couple of championship matches and right through the T20, and now Jaydev Unadkat is here for the final 5 matches of the season. So they've just juggled around their overseas quick bowlers.
Yeah.
But that was many months in the planning. That didn't sort of happen by accident. They knew they were going to do that from the beginning of the season.
It's Jordan Thompson in to bowl to Tom Alsop, the established batsman, and that's pushed out, and the batsman will cross over for a couple of runs there. 2 more runs to Tom Alsop.
That swung quite a bit, didn't it? And that's why Alsop didn't time it.
It looks like he's a tall bowler, does Unadkat. I mean, just looking at the stats and just reading up a little bit about him. I've not come across him before, I have to be honest. But yeah, but certainly I think Ollie Robinson will definitely be playing a part in this game. Key role.
Well, Sussex have had the benefit of Ollie not playing any Test cricket this summer.
As here comes Jordan Thompson again, this next delivery. It's played out again towards the leg side, and batsman will cross over for another single, another run for Tom Alsop.
Yeah. Yes, it will be interesting to see, and in terms of wicket, 27 wickets at 24 for Ollie Robinson this season so far in the Championship. He made newspaper headlines, Ollie, with the game against Leicestershire at home. That was a quite extraordinary game of cricket where Leicestershire nearly chased down a massive total, and Louis Kimber made 230 odd, and Ollie went for 43 in 1 over.
Wow.
And the papers made a huge deal of that, and but actually what they failed to mention was that in the other 32 overs that he bowled, he took 5 for 88. So there we are, there are headlines and headlines. But he did go for 43 in that over.
Here comes Jordan Thompson again, and this one again a play and a miss. It looked as a play and a miss outside the off stump, going through to the slip cordon. And no run there.
So he's been excellent, and he's been excellent in the Championship, but also he's one of the main reasons that Sussex have had such a good season in the T20, with you've got Mills and Robinson. And Ollie hasn't played an awful lot of T20 cricket, to be honest, but he's quite often bowled 3 overs on the bounce, and you know there've been other reasons. He's not the only reason, of course, but he has been very good in the T20 campaign.
Jordan Thompson comes in again. This next delivery again, it's just pushed out in front of him.
The physio is coming on again for Yorkshire. The sun is out, and away to our right hand side where the weather has come from all day, I can see sort of a hill. I'm sure there's a name for that hill in the distance. It's got a couple of sort of aerials and towers sticking out the top with some trees on. When it rained earlier, you couldn't see that hill at all. It was completely covered in cloud. But now the sun is out, and there's quite a bit of blue sky around, so who knows, we could well get these over. There are still another 27 to be bowled. Now we're due to finish at 6:30, but if the light holds, we will carry on.
Yeah, because the clouds, if they're anywhere, they're to our left of where we're sitting rather than to our right, and the weather seems to be coming from the right, doesn't it?
It's coming from the west. Yeah.
Yeah, from the west.
Ben Code is going to come around the wicket, coming into bowl to Tom Alsop. Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on. There is, mid-wicket. There is no run. In fact, the lads on the video screen, I think, just showed that hill that I was talking about. And someone's going to say to me, I should know what that hill's called, and I should really. But we're now seeing the darker cloud, which is over towards the east of the ground. That's where the heavier cloud is.
Yeah.
But away to the west, I think it looks a little brighter, and certainly behind the pavilion here, it looks brighter as well. As in comes Code. Bright sunshine around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who for the umpteenth time shoulders arms and lets that one pass through to Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run. There are two slips, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square leg and a fine leg who's, well, I say he's fine leg, he's not that fine in all honesty, he's more on the 45 as Code makes his way in and bowls short down the leg side, taken by Bairstow. Now there is no run. A gentleman makes his way out of the ground with his rucksack and partner pushing a pushchair with a young child in down below us. It's very pleasant now. It's the sort of time of days that maybe one or two people are thinking, well, I've watched 60 overs and perhaps time to go home.
Yeah, there are a few people who are leaving. Just a few mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And
trying to beat the rush.
Well, there'll still be plenty of cricket here tonight.
Yeah.
Code in again, bowls to Alsop, who again lets that one go. He showed terrific patience and concentration here, Tom Alsop. He's on 53, 145 for 6. I mean, his last innings before this for Sussex, he made a very good 100 against Surrey in the 50-over cup. But because he's been away with the 100 with the Trent Rockets, Sussex wanted to get him back to play some cricket. And Tom was saying after that innings, it just took a little while to get in the swing of things. He went back to the Trent Rockets and top scored in a game that they lost. In comes Code again, Alsop defends into the offside, there is no run. But then went back to the 100, so he scored 40 odd out of a total of 100 from memory. But it's coming out to a different form of cricket. Now this is interesting, good captaincy here by Johnny Tattersall. He's brought his deep backward square up to point to save one. His deep backward point rather to save one. And they want to make sure that Jack Carlton is on strike for the next over as Code makes his way in for the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Bows to Alsop, who pushes that into the... He's really annoyed with that, is Ben Code. It was played into the offside. He'd brought the field up deliberately so that he could get Jack Carson on strike, or that Jordan Thompson would have him on strike for the next over. But that's really good, intelligent cricket by Tom Alsop. He goes, I think it's going to go to 54 in a moment. He was on 53 a moment ago, unless my eyes deceive me.
Yeah.
Scoreboard shows 145 for 6, and I think it's just good cricket.
It is, and the plan didn't really work there for Yorkshire. They really needed to bowl more at Jack Carson rather than the more established batsman, and that's what they're left with now. So Jack Carson has neatly got himself away from the strike, and it's going to be Alsop who's going to be facing.
Yeah, but he can bat Jack. As a top first class score of 87. So he's certainly, he's no mug coming in at number 8.
And it's going to be Jordan Thompson now bowling to Alsop, and that's played out squarish, and they will collect a single.
Yeah, and it will get Carson on strike.
Yeah, Carson's going to be facing now.
Didn't quite time that, did he?
No, sort of squeezed it out onto the offside. So 147 for 6 now, Sussex. And it's Tom Alsop who's been holding the innings together. 55 to him. Jack Carson has made 4, and it's Jack Carson who's going to be facing now. Facing the bowling of Jordan Thompson. And it's Thompson in. His next delivery just played out correctly.
Well, it looks okay, Jordan Thompson. We were a little concerned that maybe there was an injury, but he seems to be running freely now. So whenever the physio brought out, whether it was something in the drink or, as Dave Townsend was saying, he's a type 1 diabetic, and maybe some kind of medication, but he looks okay now, which is good news.
Yeah, he seems to bustle in, doesn't he, into his run. It's quite an energetic run as he comes in.
He is.
Bowls this next delivery. Comes in, and this next delivery is played out again in front of him by Jack Carson quite correctly. No danger there. 3 slips behind, waiting for that edge, but nothing doing in that ball.
I think Otis Gibson will be very pleased with the way Yorkshire have bowled here today, and I was just thinking the amount of times where you know, the batters have had to play. You know, that would have knocked out Jack Carson's middle stump if he hadn't played it, and they really have bowled a good line and length here today, Yorkshire.
And that's all you can ask of your bowlers, isn't it? You know, just create that little uncertainty in the batsman's mind. As Jordan Thompson comes in again. This next delivery is outside the off stump, actually. Kept a little bit low, that one, but just went past the off stump and straight through to the slip cord, and did swing a bit just after it left, though.
He did. In the Test match, England are closing in on the Sri Lankan score, 221 for 5. Jamie Smith, he's made quite an impression, the Surrey wicket-keeper, 46 not out. Chris Wokes on 18. Harry Brookwade 56 and Joe Root 42. So England just trailing by 15 runs across the Pennines at Old Trafford.
It's Thompson, and he's coming into ball. And this next delivery is again just played out in front of him quite neatly, quite correctly by Jack Carson.
In Division 2 of the Championship, still reigning at Merchant Taylor's School, Northants won 49 for 7 against Middlesex. 3 wickets there for Toby Rowland-Jones, who is having a good season, the Middlesex quick bowler. Derbyshire 54 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 168 all out, and Leicestershire 227 for 4 down at Bristol. Ian Holland 96 not out.
It's Jordan Thompson, and he's in again. This next ball is squeezed out again towards the gully area. No run there. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but end of the over. Jack Carson survives, and Sussex 147 for the loss of 6 wickets. Carson's there on 4. Tom Alsop has made 55.
And we've still got 25 overs to be bowled tonight here of the light holds here on BBC Radio Sussex, various BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. If you're watching on the Yorkshire live stream, a very good afternoon or early evening to you. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nasir Hanef. Jonathan Doidge back with you in a few moments' time, alongside Dave Townsend. But it's going to be Ben Code who's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who defends stoutly out into the offside. And there is no run, just the 2 slips in place now. A deep backward point. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square who's probably 10 yards inside the boundary, and a fine leg who's warming up, actually. I'm not quite sure who that is. Maybe just going through some stuff. I wonder if that might be Moriarty away to our right hand side. We'll find out in a moment. Might be slightly obscured as in comes Code. Bowls to Alsop, that was a teasing delivery, wasn't it? It was just wide enough for Tom Alsop to think, do you know what, I might play that away through the covers for 4, but Alsop showed admirable constraint here today.
Yeah.
Didn't play at the ball. Doidge's laughing. I think he's thinking up his... In fact, if we do play these 25 overs, the quizmaster might be late. He might have to think up some... Well, he's thought up his questions. I'm sure there's some hard ones in there. In comes Code again. Bowl, and that's very wide outside the off stump. That would have certainly been a 1-day wide, not in the 4-day version. Taken by Bairstow, waist high, and there is no run. Tom Alsop has faced, just for the record. Nasir, he's faced. This updating very quickly today. He has faced, come on Adrian, 159, 160 deliveries now.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a really good innings, really good innings.
He's really had to work for his runs. In comes Code, bowls to Alsop, who defends down the onside, and there is no run. He's made 55. We know that 32 of those have come in boundaries, so 32 off of 55. He was, 23, so he scored 23 runs in the other 150 odd deliveries. So he's He's had to work really hard, as Tom Alsop, but a good job that he has, because one or two of the Sussex batters will feel they've rather given their wickets away today. Code in bowls to Alsop, who's hit on the thigh pad. I can't believe that's going to be given out.
No,
I mean, it was high, but it was
side.
going down the leg side. I was surprised there was much of an appeal, really. And it was a very stifled appeal.
It was in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll just see this again. And as of course he straightened it up, but I felt it was going down the leg side.
That's what my feeling was looking at it from here.
Yeah, I think it was going down the leg side. Now the field is coming in as again Code looks to prevent the single being taken. The deep square has come up to a one-saving position. Code in again, bowls to Alsop, who drives. Well, no need to chase that. That's a good shot by Tom Alsop.
Glorious.
Played away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 59. The Sussex 150 is up, 151 for 6. Probably high time I vacated the microphone. Probably people have had enough of me. And I'm going to leave you with Hanif.
Chaps. Seamless. DT, you going in? Or are you just gonna? Yeah, he's just relaxing. He's, bless him. Takes him a while to get up these days. And Jordan Thompson to bowl from this Peasholm Park end of the ground. 3 slips in place. And he comes. That's just a little wayward down the leg side. He's got away with it. There was a flash at that by Carson to flick it away. Caught the bottom end of his pad, and it was a good tumbling stop by Johnny Bairstow. Dot ball. Good evening, DT.
Good evening, JD. Good day for Yorkshire so far. I'll be pleased with this one.
Yeah, they'll be delighted, I think, having won the toss. Got to see it through, though, and they haven't taken these last 4 wickets yet. And again, round about leg stump from Thompson to Carson, who flicks it away into the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, he just getting that ball earlier, didn't he? Just to swing a little bit from. I actually watched Thomas LBW from the press box, where in the press box you are literally right behind you. You know, you're almost sitting on the umpire's shoulders, and he just got that little bit of late swing that started to leg and then straightened up a little bit. Which,
Thompson in again, and over the top of this one, pushing it out square on the offside, no run.
A couple of times this over he's tried that and the ball hasn't moved. I wonder if it's just got a bit colder again. I wonder if that's affecting it.
The through draft.
151 for 6.
Thompson turns.
He's going to get told off in a minute.
In he comes, and this one wide of off stump this time and left by Carson. There we go, he's shut the door now, so we'll can open the window again. That's good.
Well, he was going to go outside, but with Thompson bowling from this end, I think he would have got
I'll be going out again in a minute.
told off a bit.
He's doing a bit of a boogie, Harmsy.
Well, I think he's
Henderson Gill style from the 1988 Sydney Rugby League Test.
Getting ready for a night out with you.
He's getting used to
Limbering up.
It's like one of those little German weather houses where the little man comes out and goes back in again, isn't it? Depending on the weather.
Thompson in again. That's a better delivery, which asks Carson to play. Punches into the offside. No run.
He'd be a man for a boogie.
Limbering up as if he's a Chelsea fan, as if he's going to turn out at Stamford Bridge. The bridge there.
It's a good job I can't hear what you're saying.
He might be the nicest man in the commentary box, but
Well,
I bet you when he crossed the white line playing football, Paris type, the smiling assassin, Mickey Draw. Yeah, I remember. I've been from football cack in the day.
harms him. It's agent. It's the meters up on the field.
Thompson again, and tough legs this time by Carson, getting single down to Ben Code. Long come out for 2, and they get in the end. Take arm. Yaram Hart, who thought that there might be some Sussex scorecard with the can run. 153 or 6 to Carson and 59 to hold up.
He was big at the time, wasn't he? So for run, he gets a bit like a dagger. A few extra runs. 153.6 with the 59 also. Kick the code. Likes the hill. I think the bowlers to prefer that Trafalgar Square. And bowl delivery. It's in the air for a while and it's away. Instead above you to the right.
Hill? Oh, so you're going Hill now. That's the time in Scarborough commentary career. You corrected everybody else who ever said Hill and said, oh, it's an incline.
Well, it gets confusing.
Oh, I've been. To throw that one back at you.
Well, it's a bit of a.
It's ingredients in the last man.
Slick delivery. He's running incline. Slight the foothills. Scarborough. And that's divided into the onside. I imagine Steve, in the day he used to run in August, he would have did that any time he played here. Code. Balls and beating though outside the off start just didn't come, just held its line, carried off straight. There's no run to be had there. Here's good again. Well, that one is outside the off stump. That's a little on its way through to Bairstow. One or two spectators making a window. Staying on there, you might have picked the no effects mic. That call. Come on, Yorkshire. Looking at the 7th wicket. I think they're through this Sussex order when this 7th wicket does fall. Code bowls, and that's driven firm back to him. It's the fielding throws the ball to Tatus. Not been the greatest day for cricket today. It's been breezy. Coat day. Absorbing contest. You can't really think of it. So it's been exciting. It's been absorbed. Code bowls and run away there down to third man. Shot just a trot of it and run away for 4 to take more to 60. Lots of noise going on. The golden voice of Ferguson Belinda.
Yeah.
And the
40. I don't know. I think it's 48. But I could be wrong in 40. I think it was 40. Well, I'd like to say that to him, you know. Don't like somebody's birthday. I mean, I know you would, because you're at times downright horrible. But we're going to see for the first time in the match. Dan Moriarty from the Peaceout Park end of the ground to try to finish off Sussex.
Yeah, 4 wickets order, 4 looking to his, would say his opposite, but Jack Carter is an off spinner, of course. Hailing from the north of Ireland, Doidgy, but at the moment not getting involved with the Ireland setup. Of course, he would come overseas.
Yeah, so Moriarty with the left arm spin, and that is all first up and fired up at the feet of his opponent to leg side Tattersall Field. So they've gone with a slip, Adam Lythe, and short leg option. James Warren, anything but short legged at short leg. Moriarty in again, and just pushing back down this time. Carson, who's had I think a few contributions with the bat against Yorkshire in the past. Not great, no, but you know, sort of contributions. So teasing again, feels like he drags this one down a little bit, and it's been crazy square offside, but Matthew Revis positioned to the field, and they won. Noah Clay is back out on the field here at mid-on, as it will be, left-hander. But he's doing his debut for Yorkshire's first team last week down at Glamorgan with. I'm sure we'll see more of him in the Cup. Able to make a contribution or a run out while he's out there in the middle now. Moriarty switches the wicket to the left-hander, and that is square on the offside, and Adam Lythe racing away out from slip to the other field. He was having a chat with his dad this morning. He was here. I think Mum and Dad are both today.
They don't live away, do they?
No. Moriarty in again. A bit more of a floaty feel to this, but can't sucker us up into playing a false shot.
Hasn't quite got that perfect length yet, has he? Just so slightly over pitch to a sort
with the breeze at him, but keep the bowling muscles going. It's still not a bad opening over, and it goes for 162 for 6. So this partnership worth 28 since the most recent wicket fell.
Still another 21 overs in the day, Doidgy. may well get them in if there's light holds. Well, there are one or two darker clouds away to the west where the weather's been coming from. So looking all sorts of zoomery going on with the cameras there around the ground, showing a few people just to our left. There's a few other hardy souls of splendid hat there, splendid hat in the pavilion. Next over to be bowled by Code, and that's defended. Do you think I've got to the sort of age where I should start wearing a hat now? Do you use a fedora or something like that, or a trilby, or?
I know there are choices for some of your appropriate hats.
Beanie.
The accent probably suggests you should be wearing deerstalker.
So that's 4 runs. There's nothing out there. It's a bit look at it. Sweet Jack. 4 runs to the young Irishman. He moves on to 11. 166 for 6. Lots of sixes up there at the moment. A deerstalker. Oh. He's fielding position. One of the slips has come out now, and 2 go to cover. So you got a cover and a point. Still no sweeper for Carson, but short extra. As Code bowls to him, and he looks to find the gap between backward point and cover. Doesn't, well, he did, but not with any great power. And no run to be had there. Six for 6. Code bowls again, and again Carson trying to force that through the offside. Again doesn't really time it. And no run accrues. Ball makes its way back to the bowl. Instead of posting a buzz around the ground. Code bowls to Carson, who goes for the taps like this dump. That little bit, he was on top of it. Through to block the excitement, and had he got some wood on it, it would probably slip cord. George Hill warming up at the slip. Spectators are acting up for things. Ball has just played defensively into the offside. The end of the over from Code. The boundary fit, but other than that, possible, you know what I mean. On the windy up there on the bleachers today, Georgie.
Yeah, well, I just I forgot to mention, chaps. I had a delicious piece of chocolate cake. I mean, the chocolate icing, the chocolate butter icing, the filling was fantastic. The topping was lovely. There's even a Malteser on top. It was a Howard Ferguson.
Chocolate.
Yeah, offered me it as a celebration of his birthday, and I thought, I can't resist this, but I just couldn't manage an extra couple of pieces to bring back to the commentary box. Moriarty, left arm over the wicket, and that is flicked away into the mid-wicket region where Finlay Bean makes a tumbling stop. It is Allsop on strike, and he's got a long way to go if he's playing for the end of the day here, but he's just trying to make some meagre pickings that the Yorkshire bowlers have had him. There's a bit of turn about that delivery in towards the left-hander, and that's punched away out into the offside. George Hill sweeping does the fielding. 167 for 6, 68 of those to Allsop, who is the match's top scorer so far.
Was it a present from Yorkshire or the cake? Or?
I'm not quite sure who purchased it, to be fair. I didn't ask, wasn't of a mind to ask those sort of questions, as we see a punch into the offside by Carson, but Bean fields, no run. I just thought, you know what, I've been pretty good lately on the diet front, so why not? was a significant piece of chocolate cake as well, as that punched there on the offside by Carson. Probably had my entire calories for the week in one slice.
I bet when you were eating it, you were thinking, this is not like this.
And after my already that you were going to get, yeah. Moriarty. Now that James Ward, he came in singing off rather than short leg, and then jumped over the ball that was done by Jack Carson and eventually by Noah Kelly. That made off 1 run result. We'll skip and familiar delivery action of Moriarty and back at short leg fields. That little touch on from Ossop, end of the over. 168 for 6. Lily thinks that Will Luxton made a great stop close to the rope. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge or at DO_cricket or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Edward Harland says, good day's cricket with an entertaining your co-commentators. Peas first mentioned in 1269 from a meadow where peas were grown. Ain't search engines grand. Thanks, Edward. As Matthew Revis, DT's favourite Scar bowler, back into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end.
I did like him bowling at Scar. He gave it a bounce. He's extra height and maybe hard pace as well. And generally takes weight. I think just one day. And a 6 or 4 for a couple for Godin and 1 kill him. John Simpson obliged. Revis the slight incline. Bolson up lads from the Ward here. There's a big one just to the left of us. Doidge. It's obviously spotted a half-eaten couple of chips on there. I made the mistake last night of the chips I had left over from Renard's last bowls. And there's a wicket. Bain has taken third slip. A drive at that one from Carson. The ball just leaving the right-handed Carson, driving at it, and that one travelling quickly to Finley Bean. Both hands to it, and another wicket for Matthew Revis, who all seems to go well here at Scarborough.
Yep, just lengthwise just suckered him into playing the shot, didn't it? He's played it away from his body as well, so not got any real control what he was doing. Finley Bean, or Fane, as BT call him, in the catch. But he haven't him. I mean, he might want his identity quiz.
Similar to the way to the earlier, so going past him, headhunt, we might see also. Weren't surprised at all. He held on to that one. At third slip, wickets down 168 was the Yorkshire openers above themselves well. Really dancing to that. It's a bit murky again, the lights are a bit bolder there on the scoreboard. The gulls are circling.
Yeah, 12 off.
Sup has taken his helmet off to greet Robinson as he comes in with a few instructions.
12 off 34 balls, 2 fours for Jack Carson.
Yeah, he didn't hang about out there, Big Jack, did he? Struck a couple of nice blows through the offside. More people started to make their way out to the ground. Three slips, no extra fielder in for Ollie Robinson as Revis bowls to him, and that's a delivery into the corridor outside off stump and through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, I dare say perfect scenario is that something like the light begins to quickly, they're going to have a bit of batting to do.
Next delivery brings Robinson half forward. There's an appeal from Revis. The ball was probably going to hit the stumps, Matthew, but if he gets a bit of bat on it, you're not allowed to shout over those. And I think that's exactly... Oh no, it didn't actually, so that wasn't a bad shout. It was doing too much. Looking at it on the replay. Looking at it live, it looks as though he just got a little bit of an inside edge on that. Can't be right all the time. Big Ollie Robinson. Revis bowls to him. And, he's off the mark now. He's got a thickish edge away past third slip. Finley Bean's off in ferocious pursuit as I think he's just knocked that one back in and kept them down to 2 runs, and he's going to get some tremendous round of applause, as you can hear in our effects mic. Absolutely head after that one he did. 170 for 7 then. The Rovers over continues. Very athletic bit of fielding by young Mr. Bean. And he got the ball back to him at that Trafalgar. Here he comes. Bowls to Robinson. Robinson gets the ball again, just coming back into him and defends into the offside. Applause for Revis. Taking the second wicket. 2 to him, 2 to Thompson, 2 to Code, and 1 to George Hill. Oh, gentleman walks past down below us. He looks cold, doesn't he, as he's walking across there. All hands in pockets, hands in coat pockets.
He looks nithered.
Well, that
Nithered.
as well. Well, what does nithered mean? There's a young lad. Look on the, you can't see the TV screen. He doesn't look cold. You never do feel the cold or remember the cold when you were young, do you? So you always, his little lad though, what is he, about 15 months, something like that. Leave his nose alone. Doesn't want that. Come here to watch the cricket, not for you to stroke his nose. 170 for 7. Apologies to those of you listening. Lovely little chap.
Could be in the firing line here if Allsop gets hold of one off Moriarty, who's in and bowling to him now, which is flicked into the leg side, and Bean does the fielding. Finley Bean will go through his mental preparations for tonight's quiz now.
Well, he's got to go through his mental batting a few overs at the moment, I think.
Priorities right here. Moriarty is enough and put away the cover, and Thompson round from square position will do the 1 run. Yeah, they dwindled in number to some extent. Still decent amount in.
It isn't one of the bigger crowds.
No.
It's a shame if they. I think it's, you know.
You'd expect more tomorrow, I guess. Friday. People maybe a day off work to extend your weekend.
Extend your weekend out, and the knowledge that Yorkshire will be batting tomorrow.
Yeah, there's Moriarty comes round the wicket. Ollie Robinson. His feet to get to the pitch and smother that. Ollie Robinson can score runs. And Arms is either sending you and I off DT into the fact that he'll try to hit over the west hand away to the left.
Ooh.
But this delivery is back and watchful. Ball solidly defended. 10 minutes or so's time, we'll have a day for BB's radio leads. Into the evenings. Good delivery, got him. Well taken at first, but never easy when they're quite close to the key position. He got across to his left foot. Robinson gone for 2, beginning to turn through here at 171 for 8, Sussex.
Yes, that was a beautifully landed delivery from Moriarty, left arm round the wicket. It was in that. Couldn't really quite get far enough forward to it. Watch it again there. Didn't get much of a stride in. But that ball went very fast to George Hill's left. But, no mistake. And that's the end of the Sussex number 9. He can bat, we've said that. So I'll be glad to get him out. So J Dev on his way.
Batting at number 10 for Sussex, J Dev
Unicat. Played a bit of test cricket, so he'd have faced some good bowling in his time. Sussex signed him for the final 5 games, hoping that he'll bowl them to the championship, but a few runs with the bat wouldn't go amiss either. Adrian nodding sagely to me.
I think he's the only person who's listening to you. So Moriarty Still with a slip and a short leg in place to Unicat. Ooh, that one with a little bit of grip and a little bit of bounce, as much as anything, manages to safely negotiate. And applause for the end of a wicket taking over by Moriarty, the wicket falling after 67.5 overs at 4 minutes before 6 on day 1. And Robinson 2 from 7 deliveries was his final analysis. So 2 wickets for Yorkshire to take. I keep saying that they've found it difficult. Just often one of the last 3 wickets, whichever one, can prove a little bit challenging for them. So they took the 6th at 134. They saw a stand of 34 for the 7th. Fair enough. Just 3 runs added for the 8th. Can they wrap things up and start to feel like they've set the platform here? You can't start talking about them being in the ascendancy until they've batted, of course, and seen what they can come up with themselves. But ascendancy would be an appreciable lead, wouldn't it? And there's a long way to go and a lot of cricket to be played before that sort of scenario. But it'll be interesting to see where we are at the end of day 2.
I know where I'll be. That's Riding Hotel. 171 for 8. Revis. Trafalgar Square end bowls and Allsop angles that one away now. You know, they've given him a run down to 3rd man. He takes it, moves on to 71, 172 for 8. No, he's on just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. 172 for 8. Is that wise though? First ball of the over. Take the single. The batter who's got 40% of the Sussex runs is now at the non-strikers end for 5 deliveries. There's every chance you won't get to face another ball. There's every chance, of course, that Unicat will back way sensibly and nothing to worry about. Revis. Bowls. That's down the leg side. Taken by Johnny Bairstow. Familiar figure back in Yorkshire ranks. Goes over to have a little natter with his fellow slip. With his slips. 3 of them. George Hill. Adam Lyth. And Finley Bean, and a gully in there now. Johnny Tattersall in the gully. Oh, 5th slip, perhaps. He's a bit fine for a gully. Next delivery. He plays that outside the off stump. Good delivery from Revis. When he gets the ball in that position, he's a threat. So yes, the scoreboard had beaten me. It's 172 for 8, 70 now to Tom Allsop. Not sure that was the right move. Taking a single off the first ball. I hope he doesn't do that when the number 11 comes in, because that would be not a very good move either. Next delivery is played down into the gully for Unicat. If you can hear some sort of strange noises in the background, Adrian's having...
Playing a piano.
Well,
a piano forte.
It sounds a bit like that, doesn't it? Oh, there he goes again.
He's not discovered the mute button on his laptop, I don't think.
I'll tell you what, George, I barely know how to turn it on. Yeah, no problem.
Sun shining again as Revis bowls to Unicat, and he's caught at 5th slip, moving to his left by Johnny Tattersall. So, well, I'm not sure how many balls there are left in this over. I think there is just the one. That's 2 wickets in the over. Sorry, it's not 2 wickets. 2 wickets in 2 overs, isn't it? So, a little collapse going on here.
Yep.
Comfortably taken. We've seen a few of those, haven't we? Sort of head high today. One of them spilled early on, but several taken as well. And well, Yorkshire close to wrapping this up. Just as the dark clouds start to come over again, Adrian. So they're staying away, are they? By the time this final wicket falls, and
Number 11 for Sussex, Sean Hunt.
right, as you probably heard the golden voice there telling us that Sean Hunt's the number 11, and Allsop is, well, be something for Revis to finish it and this delivery, but would also be a good way to wrap things up for the home side. Gentleman with a pair of braces just walking past there. That's a splendid pair of trousers. Here's Revis bowls and all but takes the wicket there. And pushed forward down the line, and well, that's gone through. Revis getting applause. He's bowled well today, always bowls well at Scarborough. You've heard me say it before.
3 for 37 off 14.
Excellent figures. 2 for 52, Ben Coe. 2 for 45, Jordan Thompson. 1 for 33, George Hill. And Moriarty, 1 for 4 from his 3 overs. Will he continue, or will they look to bring a quicker bowler on just to finish things off here?
No, he's going to
Moriarty's
continue.
going to continue.
Heads up, it'll be an update time any second for BBC Radio Leeds. I think Harmsy was due back in the chair a few minutes ago. I don't know if he's got stuff to do that might want you to stay in the chair. You want to come back? Okay. Well, cut DT off in his prime then. There you go. The nicest man in the commentary box allows a stay of execution for Townsend. And Moriarty, meanwhile, is going to bowl to Allsop, who is 70, and you would think, now that he has got the strike, he will be trying to manipulate it to keep it, but Yorkshire will be trying to get him either out or off the strike. So the way they've done that is stick a man out backward of square leg, a man out of mid-wicket on the boundary, and a long on. As Moriarty bowls over the wicket to the left-hander, who punches it back to him in his follow-through. James Wharton with the shin pads on his about 45 degrees backward of square leg, in that usual sort of catching position, 15-20 yards off the bat. George Hill's gone in at a straight mid-wicket, just beyond the wicket ends. Moriarty, and again reverse sweep by Allsop. He's going to get 4 here, all the way down to the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Enterprising piece of play. Moriarty's going to have to try and find a way of negating that sort of shot. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, has been dispatched to long off for the left-hander. Johnny Tattersal's just catching the ball on its way back round the ring at short extra cover. Adam Lythy at slip, and just checking he's in the right place. Ben Code, backward point. That's the field set up to the left-hander. Moriarty bowls and turn that square on the leg side. Oh, and a misfield. It's 4 runs. Well, they've been going pretty well. When you win the toss and decide to bowl first, Jack, then you want to obviously bowl the opposition out, preferably in the space of a day's play. There are still officially 16 overs remaining. Whether we'll get them all in or not with light, we shall see. But still basically an hour or so's play at 180 for 9. Sussex, we've just seen a bit of a misfield on the boundary edge, which has allowed Tom Allsop to get 4 to add to his score. He's just pushed another single to take it to 79 for him, so 181 for 9. But they've just had a flurry of wickets, really. In fact, since tea, 5 have now fallen. John Simpson caught Revis, bowled Hill for 16. Finn Hudson-Prentice caught Hill, bowled Revis the other way around for 6. Jack Carson then was caught by Finley Bean off Matthew Revis for 12. Ollie Robinson caught by Hill off Moriarty for 2. And Unadkat was caught by Tattersall off Revis just in the previous Revis over without scoring. So there has been a late collapse. Yorkshire, as I've been mentioning in commentary, just in the last couple of seasons have had a few issues taking one of the last 3 wickets, and so that can obviously frustrate both the players and spectators, but at the moment they're keeping things pretty tight out there. They just want to wrap things up now, get them out for under 200, and then obviously hope for better batting conditions tomorrow, the predominance of which, or all of which, they'd hope to bat for, and try and get themselves into a lead. Sussex, just to remind you, top of the table, of course, and Yorkshire in 3rd place, and pushing to try and put some pressure on both Sussex and Middlesex, who are separating the 2 teams. Yeah, it's still very much possible, but Otis Gibson said to me, on the record a couple of matches ago probably, that they needed to win, he thought, 2 of their last 5 games and not lose any, and that might well carry them into one of the top 2 positions. If they could win the 2 games against Sussex and Middlesex, then clearly that would do their cause a lot of good, them being the leading rivals for the promotion places. And Middlesex, of course, comes up next week at Headingley, after which they've got Leicestershire, Glamorgan, and then back at Headingley for Northants. So we'll see how that all pans out. But yeah, they want to put some pressure on, and so far in this match, they're managing to do that. There we go. We do an extended update for BBC Radio Leeds, and 186 for 9 is the score at the end of the over, I should say. Got a man in a bowler hat down here, with a bit of a Billy Gibbons ZZ Top type beard.
Yeah, that wouldn't do me, the bowler hat, would it? I think a fedora. I always fancied a fedora. Malcolm Ellison used to wear a fedora, didn't he? Made them popular back in the day. 186 for 9.
Nothing would make you popular.
I'll just see this final Matthew Revis over to, as he wraps up the innings, comes in, bowls to Hunt, who defends, pushes that back down the pitch, and there is a no run. So it's been an absorbing day, hasn't it, rather than an exciting day. Cricket's like that sometimes. It's been a cold day, and cricket is also like that, which we don't really want to play at either end of the season with Championship cricket in June and July. Next delivery, Hunt clips that up to mid-on. Is that a baby crying down there in the front row somewhere, isn't it?
The one you were just talking about a couple of overs ago.
God, they stuck him back in the pram. He wants to watch the game. Get him out. Little lad.
Dad's having a look round.
No, he's not. Oh, the baby wipes are coming out now. I think we don't want to go any further there, do we? 186 for 9. Revis bowls, and again, no way through, says Sean Hunt. Blocks that back to him. So his job is just to see this over out. I don't think you want to give to the strike to Allsop at this stage. 3 deliveries have gone. So he might not get it back, and I'm not sure I fancy him against the spin, because the ball is just turning a little bit, isn't it? Moriarty in a nice rhythm, though he did get hit for 2 fours that last over. Revis bowls again, and pushed into the offside. There's a bit of a grunt with effort there for Matthew Revis.
Yeah, bowled well. I would say that this has been as good a performance with the ball as we've seen from him season long, really. There or thereabouts all the time.
Revis, Scarborough, told you.
Well, you are his Scarborough manager now, his Scarborough agent.
Revis bowls again to Hunt, attempted Yorker well dug out. So a good little contest here between the fast medium bowler and the number 11 bat. And now, I think it's unnecessary to say this, Tom. Tom Allsort's come down the pitch, and he's obviously said, "We're not taking a single." Last ball of the over. Revis bowls, and defended again by Hunt. So that's the end of that over. He bowled 5 deliveries on or about the stumps, though. Yeah, I think he might have just hurried him up with a couple of short ones, but decided against it. So Doidge, I will leave you possibly for the day because it's getting a bit dark, and if this last wicket does fall, I'm not sure the Yorkshire innings will start. The lights on that board over there are very bright again, aren't they? But I'll let you let Adrian come in and give you his thoughts.
Cheers, DT. And Moriarty, having taken a wicket, is going to continue again from the P-Zone Park end. Tattersall just asking him what he wants in terms of any field changes here. He's going to be bowling to Tom Alsop. How are they going to negate that option of the reverse sweep that we saw Alsop play successfully for 4 in the previous Moriarty over? Will he alter his line? They've pushed the ring of fielders out largely, and having seen Alsop say we're not going to take the single, he's taken one off the first ball of this over. Maybe there's been a different conversation to the effect of, I trust you implicitly, I'm going to give you as much strike as possible, and let's get ourselves a 200 stand.
Well, he made 60 odd against Leicestershire down at Hove earlier this season, Sean Hunt. I think this Yorkshire attack is a little strong, with all fairness to Leicestershire. But I mean, we've still got after this another 14 overs to be bowled. Now, whether the light will allow us to, I don't know. But I dare say Sussex wouldn't fancy a crack here for 6 or 7 overs at Yorkshire tonight.
There's Moriarty, right over the top of it. Sean Hunt, solid block. James Wharton's gone back in at short leg. The field has really tightened since he took strike. Very tight ring. And Moriarty bowling round the wicket to the right-hander. He's got one through here. There's an appeal for LBW, not given by umpire Tom Lungley. It was a fairly confident appeal, and the now traditional Moriarty on bended knee with both arms aloft.
Yes, it was.
Here he is again, and Hunt right over the top of this one. Turns round, arms aloft, bended knees, a bit like a weightlifter except without the bar being held, as it's about to, to stand up and hold the bar high before they crash it down onto the ground in front of him. Hunt pushing forward to another Moriarty full delivery, no run.
He made 65 against Leicestershire earlier this season. That's by far and away his top first-class score.
Now then, Matthew Revish been sent deeper to the cover boundary. Ben Code a bit deeper at square leg. As Moriarty is in, and Hunt cannons that off the bat into his pad to complete the over with a dot at 187 for 9. It's not a terrible score, 187 for 9. It's certainly not a terrible score here.
Yeah,
but it's not a good score either, and it's not the score that at the start of this morning's play you would have wanted on the board as a Sussex player. That's one thing definitely to say. Now, Tom Lungley and James Middlebrook are having a chat here with assumption this will be about the light. Matthew Revis, who's not slow, is the man with the ball, and they are taking him off.
Are they?
Yep. Well, they're not offering. They can't offer the light, can they, anymore? So they're taking him off.
Come off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think Yorkshire will be that bothered about that either, because had they stayed out in this light and then had to bat themselves, it could have been difficult. So tuck your bat under your arm, as it were, or in a fielding sense, put the ball in your pocket, get off the field. That will probably end up being it for the day, you would think. In fact, we are after the schedule close. Oh no, we had a reschedule close, didn't we, of 6:30? So I guess they will wait till 6:30 and then abandon play for the day, you would assume. 187 for 9 then, so Alsop has played superbly. He's had a little bit of luck on his side, but so what? That's sport, that's cricket. And I think he's done really well in difficult conditions today with the bat to still be there at 84 not out come the end of the day. and joined more recently by Sean Hunt. 53, of course, for Daniel Hughes earlier in the day. The only other score of any significance at all for Sussex, who, with a strong bowling lineup, are clearly not out of this game, but they're going to have to work hard with the ball when they get their opportunity as well, and they'll be hoping for something similar conditions-wise when they get their chance, which should be some point fairly early on tomorrow if Yorkshire can grab that last wicket. The scoreboard operator clearly thinks that that's play over for the day because he's turned it off, but the umpires are still out there in the middle with John Dodds, the groundsman. The ground staff are not removing the stumps yet, so I don't think play officially has been called off for the day.
No, I think you're right. Sorry, Luigi. I think you're right. Interesting, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't look a great score, but it's done a little bit all day, hasn't it? It's swung around, it's nibbled around. There's a bit in the pitch for the bowlers. I don't think Sussex have helped themselves, if I'm being honest. I mean, I think, if you look at the batters, Daniel Hughes, 53. I mean, he made a half century, but you could tell he was really annoyed the way he got out. Then he drove one into the covers. Tom Clark, poor shot. John Simpson will be disappointed as well. I mean, as a delivery, he was looking to pull that away through mid-wicket for 4. And then Finn Hudson-Prentice having a waft at one outside of his off stump. Maybe Jack Carson as well. So, it's easy to say from up here, but I'm not entirely sure Sussex have helped themselves today. That being said, as I was on commentary with Dave, and I was saying, I think Yorkshire have just built pressure here throughout the day. I think they've bowled really good lines, really good lengths. And when the bad ball has come along, the Sussex batters have just felt they've got to hit it for 4, and I think that was the case with John Simpson. Short delivery, pulled straight to mid-wicket. But I think Tom Alsop has batted beautifully. I mean, he's been incredibly patient. He's defended well. He's attacked when he's needed to. He's completely unflappable, Tom Alsop, and it's a good job that he is, because without that innings, Sussex would have been in a good deal of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's played an innings with the sort of patience that I've not seen the like of on many occasions this season so far. You can think of Adam Lyth's knock here, probably more so than Finlay Bean during that partnership they put together, in the sense that he left the ball so well. He was really patient and waited for his opportunities and put the ball away. He got a big score that day. And Tom Alsop may still be on for 1. Yorkshire supporters clearly will be hoping that they can wrap things up quickly tomorrow morning. But Yorkshire are in the ascendancy, but you wouldn't want to say it any stronger than that until you've seen both sides have a go here.
Well, most definitely, and what would be interesting was how Jade Evan-Udcat bowls. Sussex have been very lucky to have Ollie Robinson as long as they had this season, but you've had Jayden Seales at one end, Nathan McAndrew. Jade Evans just come, he's just arrived in England, so he'll have to hit the floor running here for Sussex. But there's a bit in it. Sean Hunter's bowled well in the Championship for Sussex, the tall left-arm seamer, backup of Finn Hudson-Prentice, and spin options with Jack Carson and James Coles. As I say, you never quite know until both sides have batted, but Sussex not out of it, but my feeling is it's Yorkshire's day.
Yep, I think we can probably take it, given the fact that people are walking all over the pitch, that they're probably... No, they're still checking the light meters on the stumps, and the scoreboard has gone back on. So I think it's just a matter of 9 minutes, and we'll be seeing...
I think have they called it?
Call to proceedings.
I think they've called it. Oh, well, maybe they haven't. They're talking to the groundsman.
Yeah, they're just taking a meter reading, so they've got a point now at which they'll be taking players off if it gets to this stage again during the remaining 3 days, but they are trundling off the field, and I think we can probably take it that it's done for the day. We'll pick things up anyway if they do walk back out there, but otherwise we shall say thank you very much for your company today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock, and hopefully we'll see a few of you at tonight's Dads v Lads quiz, which is starting in under an hour and 40 minutes time. Bye for now.